When the officers discovered that, the atmosphere in the station changed. Cordis was the daughter of the wealthy magnate Maddie. Their attitude immediately shifted to one of respect. They quickly made a call to inform Maddie. 3 hours later, Maddie arrived in a hurry, accompanied by Sha Jiang and 3 other men, to take Cordis away. Without delay, he then rushed to the hospital to pick up 17th, who had just undergone surgery to remove a bullet. Surprisingly, Maddie didn't dwell much on the incident. Instead, he lavished praise on 17. As it turned out, the statement Cordis gave to the police was that the assailants had planted a truckload of explosives next to her, threatening both her and 17, forcing them to comply and go with them. Along the way, 17 cleverly provoked the assailants into a one-on-one fight, which led the criminals to take them to a warehouse where their organization typically trained. This, according to Cordis's account, ultimately saved her life. Further investigation by the police revealed a cache of remote-controlled timed explosives in the truck, and a significant stash of firearms in the warehouse. With such overwhelming evidence, the police had no choice but to believe Cordis's account. From that point on, the warehouse was classified as a terrorist base by law enforcement. Ironically, the true owner of the warehouse, completely uninvolved. He was unknowingly implicated as a member of a terrorist organization. In reality, the warehouse had been broken into and temporarily used by Alfing and his men, who had no connection to the owner. Throughout the ride back, Maddie couldn't stop praising 17. Despite the compliments, 17 remained calm, his face pale from the pain and blood loss. His responses to Maddie's gratitude were limited to a quiet, "Oh," or "It's my duty." Cordis, on the other hand, wore a smug expression, silently reminding 17 that if it weren't for her fabricated testimony, things could have gone very differently for him. Fabricated testimony. Things could have gone very differently for him. She knew Maddie wouldn't have spared 17 if he had found out the truth. That 17 had taken her into a deadly situation by choosing to duel an enemy while she was still in harm's way. Back at the estate, they were greeted by an anxious Rolly who had been waiting at the gate. The moment the convoy pulled in, she rushed over, not even waiting for the cars to stop completely. She immediately pulled Cordis out of the vehicle, inspecting her from head to toe. "Cordis, are you hurt?" Rolly asked with obvious concern. Cordis shook her head quickly. "I'm fine. But 17, he got injured protecting me," she said. Her eyes darting towards 17 who was climbing out of the car, his waist wrapped tightly in layers of bandages. Rolly's expression softened as she turned to 17. "Thank you, 17, she said sincerely. 17 gave a slight nod. "It's my duty." He wasn't trying to be dismissive. He simply saw no need to elaborate. Cordis had already lied for his sake, and there was no point in contradicting her. She had meant well after all, even if 17 himself wasn't particularly worried about Maddie finding out the truth. To 17, what mattered most was his own conscience. If he hadn't agreed to leave with Alfing, the latter would have immediately attacked with Cordis as the primary target. As a human, 17 couldn't guarantee that Cordis wouldn't get hurt in the crossfire of their fight, so he had chosen to leave with Alfing. Later, upon discovering the explosives in the truck, he had restrained himself further to ensure Cordis's safety. However, Maddie, being both a father and a shrewd strategist, wouldn't care about 17's intentions. In his eyes, 17 had endangered his daughter by taking her into a perilous situation. If Maddie ever learned the truth, he wouldn't hesitate to report it to the Devil, the organization that employed 17. And failure within the Devil was met with only one consequence: erasure. While 17 wasn't afraid of death, he certainly didn't seek it. Thus, he accepted Cordis's lie, even subconsciously helping her maintain it. Once inside the mansion, Maddie patted 17 on the shoulder and said, "17, I won't say much more to thank you. How about this? Is there anything you want? Consider it a token of my gratitude for saving Cordis again." The Devil had strict rules against its members accepting monetary rewards from clients to prevent them from becoming difficult to control. However, clients were allowed to gift items, such as advanced weaponry or collectibles, as tokens of appreciation. This was why 17 had accepted the dagger Cordis had previously gifted him, though he would never have taken a check. Maddie, familiar with the Devil's rules after years of collaboration, didn't offer cash but instead asked 17 directly what he might want. "I need nothing," 17 replied calmly, shaking his head. After a moment's thought, Maddie said, "All right, I'll be heading to the Kingdom of Hira soon. If I come across something interesting, I'll buy it for you as a thank you gift." Maddie didn't actually need to give 17 anything. As his bodyguard, 17 was merely fulfilling his duty. But after 17 had saved both his wife and daughter's lives on separate occasions and considering Maddie's appreciation for 17's skills, he decided the gesture was worthwhile. As a man who had built a massive financial empire, Maddie understood the value of cultivating loyalty, especially from someone as capable as 17. Before 17 could respond, Cordis interjected. "Dad, you're leaving on another trip?" Maddie affectionately ran his hand through Cordis's hair and smiled. "I have no choice. You know how much work I have to do. Honestly, if it weren't for what happened to you, I'd already be on the plane." Cordis pouted. You're always like this. You barely spend any time at home. Rolly stepped in, wrapping an arm around Cordis. All right, Cordis. Your father has important work to do. Not everyone can afford to play all day like you. I don't play all day. Cordis protested, looking aggrieved. Enough, let's not pick on her, Maddie said, putting an end to the banter. He turned to 17. 17, while I'm away, I'm leaving the estate in your hands. 17 nodded. Understood. Also, you and Cordis should avoid going to school for the next few days. I'll notify them, Maddie added. Got it, 17 replied. Maddie glanced at the bandages wrapped around 17's waist. Your injury. It's nothing serious, 17 said evenly. Good to hear. Maddie nodded, then gave Rolly and Cordis a few more instructions before departing with Sha Jiang and his team. After Maddie left, Rolly directed the household staff to prepare dinner. Cordis, meanwhile, pulled 17 aside into a quiet corner. How are you going to thank me? She asked in a low voice. 17 blinked, confused. Why should I thank you? Humph, you blockhead. If it weren't for me, do you think my dad would have let you off the hook? And he wouldn't be buying you a gift either. 17 gave a soft, oh, and replied with a curt, thank you. It was the first time he'd ever said those words to someone, and they felt foreign on his tongue. Cordis pouted. Forget it. You don't even sound sincere. Before 17 could respond, Rolly's voice called out, Cordis, dinner's ready. Coming. Cordis shouted back. She shot 17 a glare and said, remember you owe me one. With that she turned and left. 17 followed her without a word, her comment about owing her a favor barely registering. His mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with the image of an old man in a secret chamber. As night fell, silence enveloped the estate. Rolly, Cordis, and the servants had long since gone to bed. The sprawling grounds were shrouded in quiet, with only the occasional glimpse of patrolling guards and their dogs moving through the forested perimeter. Inside the mansion, 17 was the sole figure keeping watch. Maddie had hired him and his team specifically for close protection. Apart from 17 and Sha Jiang's squad, no other guards were permitted inside the mansion. Their role was to secure the outer perimeter, and no one was allowed to enter without explicit permission from the household. The vast interior of the mansion was eerily quiet, with only 17 stationed in the main hall. A laptop connected to thermal surveillance monitors sat on the nearby coffee table. Seated on the sofa, 17 appeared to be dozing, his eyes half closed. Only someone like him would dare to relax in such a manner. If it had been any of Sha Jiang's men, they would have stayed alert, their eyes wide open, unwilling to let their guard down even for a moment. But 17's confidence stemmed from his extraordinary sensory abilities. His vision, hearing, and overall perception were far sharper than those of ordinary people. Despite this, he took great care to conceal his true capabilities, presenting himself as merely competent during the Devil's training sessions. While his instructors suspected he was holding back, they estimated his potential to be within the top 3 of his cohort. In truth, 17's abilities far exceeded their expectations. One unique skill 17 possessed, unbeknownst to anyone, was his unparalleled precision and calculation. He could determine an opponent's exact position and weapon type with uncanny accuracy, based solely on the trajectory of a single bullet. Even he didn't fully understand why he had this ability. It seemed to have emerged naturally as he mastered various firearms. To him, it was simply a byproduct of his expertise, though he was unaware that his skill surpassed even the most seasoned weapons specialists. If others learned of this talent, they would undoubtedly view him as a monster. 17 remained committed to hiding his talents, driven by a lesson drilled into him by his instructor. The person you overlook the most is often the one who poses the. He made it a point to downplay his abilities. Over time, his efforts paid off, and not even his instructors could discern the true extent of his strength. Grabbed a few bottles of liquor. He didn't fully understand why he did these things. As if a voice deep within him beckoned him, urging him to go see the old man. The pool water drained swiftly, and 17 easily entered the underground chamber, inputting a code to unlock the heavy metal door. His movements were natural, fluid, and devoid of tension, as if this place were his home. You're here, came the voice of the old man from within as soon as the heavy door swung open. 17 stepped inside, glanced at the old man, and asked in slightly awkward Longwood Chinese language, how did you know it was me? The old man chuckled and replied, I could recognize you by the sound of your breathing. 17 nodded silently. He too was skilled at identifying people by their breathing patterns and understood that each person's breathing was as unique as a fingerprint. However, he wasn't yet at the level where he could remember someone solely by that sound. He walked up to the old man and placed the bottles of liquor in front of him. The old man, unreserved, twisted the cap off one bottle and began drinking deeply. After finishing the entire bottle in one go, he asked, didn't you say you wouldn't be able to visit for a while? He went out today, 17 replied flatly. Oh. The old man didn't press further and quickly downed the remaining bottles of liquor. Patting his stomach, he let out a satisfied laugh. Refreshing. 17 efficiently cleaned up the empty bottles and said, I'm leaving now. With that, he turned to go. 17. He paused and turned back. What is it? He asked. The old man thought for a moment before asking, why do you live? 17 was puzzled by the old man's sudden question, but answered honestly, I don't know. You don't know. The old man gazed at him in slight disbelief. Calmly, 17 said, from the moment I gained consciousness, I was destined to work for the devil. I've been fortunate enough to survive this long, but I know I'll die someday. Every morning when I wake up, I wonder if that day will be my last. To me, living or dying doesn't hold any particular meaning. If that's the case, why do you bother wondering if you'll die today? 17 shrugged. Perhaps it's just instinct. Have you ever desired anything? Power, wealth, fame, or perhaps even great strength? After thinking for a while, 17 replied, if I had to choose one, perhaps it would be to gain greater strength so I'd have a better chance of staying alive. The old man looked at him with interest. If you don't care about life or death, why would you want strength? Slowly, 17 responded, living one more day is better than not living at all, isn't it? Having said this, he turned and left the chamber. The heavy metal door closed behind him, leaving the old man alone in deep thought. 17 refilled the swimming pool and returned to the hall. Tossing the now empty bottles into the garbage bin, he sat quietly on the sofa. Why do people live? What is the purpose of existence? These questions, seemingly simple, are profoundly complex. Some live to ensure a life of comfort, while others strive toward their personal ambitions. Still, many more spend their lives in mediocrity, never giving much thought to why they live or why they came into this world. 17 pondered these questions, feeling a strange resonance with the old man's words. He began reflecting on himself. Why had he come into this world? What was he living for? In 17's memory, he had always been under the devil's control. From his earliest days of solitary training to his later days of intensive training on a remote island, he had never once thought about himself. It had always seemed natural to obey the devil as if that was his purpose. But now, for the first time, he began to question his own origins. Who was he? Where did he come from? Did he have a family? Were they still alive? In the dim hall, a heavy sigh broke the silence. Outside, the night remained still, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. The darkness, like a lurking devil in the corner, quietly watched 17 in his silence. The devil had no idea that their decision to rush 17 into missions prematurely would be one they'd regret for years. Nor did the old man realize that his seemingly casual questions had planted seeds that would one day change the trajectory of 17's life, ultimately creating a being that would plunge the world into fear. Since the day Maddie left the Eagle Nation for Zalana, 3 days had passed. Every night, 17 would bring liquor to the underground chamber, allowing the mysterious old man to drink to his heart's content. Once the old man finished, 17 would quietly depart. In these moments together, they spoke little, their relationship a strange blend of familiarity and estrangement. Because of 17's frequent pilfering of liquor, the bar's stock was visibly dwindling. Each morning, the servants would find numerous empty bottles in the trash. When questioned, 17 merely responded indifferently, I drank them. The master of the house trusted 17 implicitly, far more than the servants, so no one pursued the matter further. However, one servant, eager to curry favor, secretly reported the issue to Rolly. Upon hearing this, Rolly merely smiled faintly and dismissed it. 17 himself didn't understand why he felt compelled to bring liquor to the old man every night. It was as though something deep within him insisted he do so. The old man evoked a peculiar feeling in him, one he couldn't quite articulate. Maybe it's just because I look like someone from Manhwa, he would often mockingly tell himself. At that moment, 17 stood quietly to the side, watching as the old man finished the last bottle of liquor in one gulp. Yet a faint trace of confusion lingered in 17's expression. Placing the bottle down, the old man glanced at him sideways and asked, You seem troubled. 17 nodded slightly, then asked, Do you know Aophone? Aophone. The old man thought for a moment before shaking his head slowly. Never heard of him. He's from Manhwa. He attacked the estate last time. 17 recounted his encounters with Aophone in detail. After hearing the story, the old man responded with a simple, Oh, could he have been trying to rescue you? 17 asked. The old man sneered coldly. I wouldn't know. Perhaps his intentions are no different from those of your master. Someone from the same side capturing their own? The old man laughed bitterly. Why not? If I hadn't been ambushed by my own people back then, that fat pig wouldn't have been able to catch me. And locking the peepa bone to seal internal energy? That's a method only Longwa martial artists know well. If not for a traitor spilling the secret, that fat pig wouldn't even have known how to use iron hooks to pierce my peepa bone. After a pause, the old man sighed heavily, a hint of sorrow in his tone. No matter the era, traitors always lurk in the shadows. Why are there always people who can't resist temptation and are willing to betray their own country and people? Both fell silent for a moment before the old man suddenly asked, 17, would you like to learn my skills? Without hesitation, 17 nodded. Good. I can teach you, but you must promise me one thing someday. You must go to Longwa and complete something for me. 17 shook his head. I can't promise that. Why not? I belong to the devil. Without a mission, I cannot leave of my own will. The old man frowned. I can give you great power enough to break free from their control. 17 considered this for a moment but still shook his head. With a shrug, 17 replied, the devil wouldn't allow it. The old man scoffed. By then with great power, what would you have to fear from them? No matter how strong an individual is, they can't stand against an army. The old man thought for a while before asking, so, does this mean you don't want to learn? I want to, but I can't make any guarantees. The old man sneered. There's no such thing as something for nothing. Don't think you can gain skills without paying a price. Then I'll pass, 17 said calmly. The old man looked at him with intrigue. Most people would have jumped at the chance, perhaps even lied to me just to get what they wanted. I don't want to deceive you, 17 said plainly. The old man smiled faintly. Very well. I won't force you. You may leave. Gathering up the empty bottles, 17 left the chamber in silence. Returning to the hall, he once again found himself lost in thought, contemplating the old man's words. It was undeniable that when the old man offered to teach him his skills, he was indeed tempted. However, he was deeply aware that he could never betray the organization, just as a child could never truly betray their parents. Though the devil was not his biological parent, it had been the very environment in which he grew up. Coupled with the pervasive brainwashing policies of the devil, his subconscious mind simply could not allow him to commit an act of betrayal against the organization. Why not just deceive the old man? After all, 17 was no paragon of virtue. On the contrary, he was exceptionally skilled at deception. Yet, he found himself unwilling to lie to the old man, for reasons he couldn't quite articulate. The next day, 17 spent the day as usual, accompanying Jolie and Caddis. When night fell, he once again made his way to the secret chamber, this time carrying several bottles of alcohol. Placing the bottles before the old man, he said, he will return tomorrow. The old man said nothing, merely unscrewing the bottle cap and drinking deeply. It wasn't until he had downed the entire bottle in one go that he wiped his mouth and asked, Have you considered my proposal from yesterday? 17 shook his head. I can't agree to it. The old man seemed to have anticipated this response. Calmly, he opened the second bottle, drinking it as swiftly as the first. After finishing, he finally spoke again, his voice slow and steady. My real name is Liu Yang. I'm a descendant of the sword sect of the Dragon Nation. Some friends used to call me the drunkard. 17 didn't understand why the old man was suddenly revealing this information, but he didn't interrupt. He simply listened quietly. Liu Yang continued, The Dragon Nation is a land of ancient civilization, one that has always placed great emphasis on self-cultivation since antiquity. This gave rise to unique cultural elements such as Dragon Nation martial arts. However, true martial arts of the Dragon Nation have been in decline for centuries. Many of the intricate techniques have long been lost. What remains today is but the surface, not even 1/10,000th of the essence of the original teachings. Liu Yang sighed deeply, a tinge of sorrow in his voice, as if lamenting the fall of Dragon Nation martial arts. He then downed another bottle of alcohol in one breath before asking, Do you know what the ultimate realm of martial arts is? 17 shook his head. Liu Yang chuckled, replying, Truthfully, neither do I. I've been practicing martial arts for over 90 years and am nearly a century old. Training in martial arts is not merely about strengthening the body, it's about breaking through one's own limits and reaching an entirely new level of existence. For instance, I can survive here without eating or drinking for years. That is one of the realms achieved by surpassing the limits of the human body through martial arts. 17 listened as though hearing an ancient myth. He knew that martial arts could enhance one's physique, but he had never heard of it allowing someone to survive without sustenance for years. To him, it was simply beyond belief. Perceiving 17's skeptical thoughts, Liu Yang glanced at him and remarked, There's no need to be surprised. People like us were not uncommon in ancient times in the Dragon Nation. Back then, it was an era that revered martial arts. Even farmers tilling the fields knew a thing or two about flashy moves. But now, Now, there are very few of us left, and most have gone into hiding, never showing themselves. Liu Yang continued his narrative about the martial arts of the Dragon Nation, while 17 listened for a long time, still feeling utterly lost. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, What exactly are you trying to say? Liu Yang looked at him and smiled faintly. Would you like to learn the true martial arts of the Dragon Nation? A trace of vigilance flashed in 17's eyes as he asked, Aren't you afraid I might be someone sent by Maddie? Liu Yang slowly shook his head. No matter how perfectly one hides themselves, they cannot conceal their heart. Your gaze has always been clear, and during our conversations, your heartbeat has remained steady. Most importantly, you rejected my offer yesterday. 17 looked puzzled. What does that mean? Liu Yang emptied his final bottle of alcohol, set the empty bottle down, and said slowly, You're not someone with grand ambitions. Your desires are simple. After observing you these past few days, I'm certain you're not one of his people. I'm old, and I don't know if I'll ever leave this place again. If my martial arts are lost with me, I'll be filled with regret. 17, I trust your character, so I'm willing to pass my martial arts on to you. 17 asked bluntly, What's the condition? A shadow flickered across Liu Yang's eyes as he replied, If you ever have the chance to go to the Dragon Nation, kill someone for me. 17 tensed. Who? A fierce gleam flashed in Liu Yang's eyes as he growled, His name is Lu Qing, my younger brother and a traitor to our sword sect. 17 nodded solemnly. All right, I promise you, though I can't guarantee I'll ever make it to the Dragon Nation. Liu Yang sighed deeply. If you truly have no chance to go, then notify a family in the Dragon Nation for me. They're called the Long family. After a moment of thought, 17 asked, is that the Long family, the leader of the 5 great families of the Dragon Nation? A trace of relief appeared in Liu Yang's eyes as he nodded. Yes, that Long family. My granddaughter married into the Long family. All you need to do is find a way to contact her and tell her that I was betrayed by Lu Qing. Ask her to avenge me and kill that traitor. What's your granddaughter's name? 17 pressed. Lu Yang replied softly. Lu Bingxue. 17 nodded firmly. All right, I'll do it. A weight seemed to lift from Liu Yang's heart, and for the first time, a rare smile graced his face. Actually, you're not particularly suited to learning the martial arts of our sword sect. Before 17 could respond, Liu Yang continued. The sword sect focuses on the path of subtlety and flexibility, but your training has been in external hard techniques, a path of strength and ferocity. So I don't intend to teach you the core principles of the sword sect. But don't worry, you remember the palm strike I delivered to you the other day? 17 nodded. The power behind that strike still left a vivid impression on him. Liu Yang smiled. That palm strike follows the path of strength and doesn't belong to the core teachings of the sword sect. Rather, it is part of the martial arts techniques of the Long family. Of the 5 great families, the Long family's heavenly dragon technique is the most formidable. Through my granddaughter, I obtained the peripheral teachings of the Long family's martial arts. Mimicking Liu Yang, 17 sat cross-legged before him. Liu Yang instructed. I'll now help you channel your energy. You must memorize the pathway of the energy flow and remember every word I say. Understood. 17 nodded solemnly and closed his eyes as instructed. Liu Yang placed a withered hand on 17's abdomen, and 17 felt a surge of warmth flowing upward. At the same time, Liu Yang began reciting the principles of the technique. 17 concentrated intensely, memorizing both the energy pathways and the principles. Fortunately, his professional training had equipped him with the ability to retain vast amounts of data. Memorizing a martial arts manual of close to 10,000 words was manageable for him. Even if parts of it were incomprehensible, he diligently committed everything to memory. Multitasking was second nature to him. He could simultaneously calculate an opponent's location, dodge bullets, and return fire. His training as a special agent had also included exercises in divided focus, allowing him to track both the flow of energy and Liu Yang's words. It was unclear how much time had passed when 17 finally opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Liu Yang's pale face. Liu Yang's eyes revealed a glimmer of satisfaction as he nodded. You have potential. Practice diligently. Now, leave. When you've made progress, return, and I'll teach you the sword sect's principles. 17 stood and replied. All right. He quickly gathered the empty bottles and left the secret chamber. Upon returning to the hall, he noticed it was nearly 5 in the morning. In a short while, the servants would begin their daily routines. Fortunately, he had awakened in time. If anyone discovered the secret chamber beneath the swimming pool, he might never see Liu Yang again. 17 discarded the empty bottles in the trash and sat on the sofa, replaying the principles of the Long family's martial arts in his mind. He understood that the martial arts of the Dragon Nation were vast and profound. The initial stages of training wouldn't yield immediate results, so he wasn't discouraged by the lack of physical changes. Before long, the servants began bustling about with their morning tasks. By midday, Matty and his entourage had returned. As a token of gratitude for saving his family twice, Matty gifted 17 a set of wrist-mounted crossbows. According to Matty, these crossbows were relics from the Dragon Nation. Having eventually found their way abroad, he had acquired them at an auction in Zyra and presented them to 17 as a gesture of appreciation. 17 merely offered a faint word of thanks before tucking the concealed sleeve arrow away. Matty, ever mindful of his beloved daughter, presented Cordis with a sapphire necklace he had acquired at the same auction. The gift thrilled Cordis to no end, and she couldn't stop asking 17 if it looked beautiful on her. Succumbing to Cordis's persistent pleading, Matty eventually permitted 17 to continue escorting Cordis to school. However, given the prior incidents, Matty also assigned several additional bodyguards to stand watch at the school gates. From the following day, 17 resumed accompanying Cordis to school. Of course, he did not neglect his nightly practice of the Long family's cultivation technique. Winter faded into spring, and time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Calculating carefully, it had been nearly a year since 17 left the training camp. During this time, his tasks were relatively light, focused solely on protecting Ruoli and Cordis, while also attending school with the latter. Aside from the assault on the manor and the arranged duel with Ao Feng in the warehouse, over these 6 months, 17 diligently practiced the Long family's secret art, the Tian Longju, without fail. Yet, aside from gradually strengthening his internal energy, his body showed no significant changes, let alone the ability to unleash a formidable strike like Liu Yang. He recalled Liu Yang's warning that martial arts mastery required patience and steady progress, and that hastiness would only lead to setbacks. With his innate patience, 17 persisted nonetheless. During this period, Matty frequently traveled abroad, visiting nearly every corner of the globe. Whenever Maddie was away, 17, ordinarily a teetotaler, would inexplicably drink heavily during these times. While the household staff was puzzled, none dared to voice their curiosity, being well aware of 17's special status in the manor. As for the matter of the assassins and mercenaries, it remained unresolved. While the manor had not suffered any further attacks, Maddie himself continued to face ambushes during his travels. Fortunately, with the protection of Sha Jiang, Spider, assassins were notoriously cautious. If their first attempt failed, they would retreat without hesitation. However, they were also fiercely proud. When faced with a formidable adversary, they would go to great lengths to eliminate the threat. The undead surely understood that as long as 17 was alive, he would never have a chance to harm Nangong Ware. To the undead, the only way forward was to defeat 17 in a one-on-one confrontation. Only then would killing Nangong Ware be a simple task. 17 was certain the undead wouldn't abandon this chance. The fierce wind masked any sound of breathing, making it impossible for 17 to pinpoint the undead's location. He continued to inch forward, each step taken with meticulous care, as if his life depended on it. Suddenly, 17 darted to the side, swift as a predator. Just as he moved, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed past his ear. Rolling on the ground, 17 fired back in the direction of the shot, but the undead had already taken cover. In the split second he had to glance, 17 caught a glimpse of the undead, clad in black, his face obscured by the chilling ghostly mask. 17 leapt to his feet and rushed toward the spot he had seen the undead, but when he rounded the water tower, the assassin had vanished. Then he heard a faint sound from behind, the rustling of fabric stirred by the wind. It was enough for 17 to realize the undead had circled around the water tower and was now behind him. Like a phantom himself, 17 slipped into a corner, while the undead stopped at another. Neither moved, neither spoke, each waiting for the other to make the first move. "Who are you?" The undead's raspy voice cut through the wind. 17, he replied coolly. "There's no record of you in the Devil Organization." 17 tugged at the loading tube of his KP-59 and said flatly, "That's normal." The Spectre fell silent for a moment before asking, "How did you find me?" Without a trace of emotion, 17 answered, "Your killing intent." He paused briefly before continuing. "When you looked at me, the murderous intent in your eyes betrayed your presence." The Spectre let out a cold snort. "No wonder. I've always been confident in my ability to hide, yet you managed to detect me. It seems I need to practice suppressing my killing intent more." 17 replied icily, "You won't have the chance." The Spectre's tone turned disdainful. "You think you can kill me?" 17 remained silent. After a brief pause, the Spectre chuckled mockingly. "What's the matter?" "Afraid." Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Instinctively, he dove forward. At the same moment, gunfire erupted behind him. The Spectre rolled on the ground and ducked into the corner of the room, cursing venomously, "You're despicable." Standing where the Spectre had been moments ago, 17 responded with a calm indifference. "The result is what matters. Everything else is irrelevant." The Spectre froze for an instant, then burst out laughing. "Well said. Despicable or not, as long as the mission is accomplished, any method is justifiable. It seems you've got the makings of an excellent assassin." A faint smile played across 17's lips, but he said nothing more. Seeing that 17 remained silent, the Spectre assumed he was attempting to circle behind him again. "The same trick won't work twice," he sneered, glancing briefly over his shoulder. At that exact moment, 17 lunged forward like a flash of lightning and fired. The Spectre grunted as the bullet struck him. He returned fire while retreating rapidly to the corner. Though 17's shot landed, it failed to deal a fatal blow. At such close range, the KP-59's penetration power meant the bullet had already passed through the Spectre's body and continued on into the distance. Leaning against the wall, the Spectre clutched his abdomen, blood seeping between his fingers. On his back was a Wilk heavy sniper rifle, and in his other hand, he gripped a handgun. His voice was pained but steady. "You're good." In close-quarters combat, a sniper rifle was indeed a liability, far less practical than a handgun. 17 wasn't unscathed either. A bullet had grazed his right arm during the exchange. However, it was merely a superficial wound. Returning to his original position, he said, "You were careless." "It wasn't carelessness," the Spectre countered. "I underestimated you. Aside from Silver Bullet, I've never taken anyone seriously. But it seems there's someone as skilled as you in this world." Silver Bullet was ranked second among assassins worldwide. He had once held the #1 position, only to be surpassed by the sudden emergence of the Ice Assassin. The ranking of assassins was determined by mission success rates rather than sheer combat ability. Silver Bullet had completed over 500 assignments with a staggering 99% success rate. However, the Ice Assassin, though having taken on fewer than 150 missions, boasted a flawless 100% success rate, earning him the top spot. That said, ranking wasn't awarded frivolously. To even qualify, an assassin needed both a solid reputation and a significant number of completed missions, with rankings also factoring in mission difficulty. The ranking list was ever-changing. An assassin who died disappeared from the list, leaving room for someone else to rise. While the ice assassin currently held the #1 position, a single failed mission would dethrone him unless he managed to undertake as many missions as Silver Bullet with a similarly low failure rate. Silver Bullet's record, over 500 missions with only 2 failures, was a testament to his extraordinary prowess. 17 never underestimated any opponent. The assassin rankings reflected success rates, not pure combat skill. A fight between the first-ranked assassin and the 10th-ranked one could go either way. The Spectre's words revealed his confidence in his own abilities. In his eyes, aside from Silver Bullet, even the other top-ranked assassins weren't guaranteed to defeat him. Leaning against the wall, 17 said coolly, "There are countless skilled fighters in this world. You just haven't met them." The Spectre snorted. "Kid, don't try to preach to me. When I started out, you were still in your mother's womb." 17's expression darkened slightly but quickly returned to its usual calm. "Is the warm-up over? Shall we get serious now?" The Spectre paused, then chuckled. "You're quite amusing." "Likewise," 17 replied blandly. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Security reinforcements were arriving. The Spectre let out a disdainful grunt and pulled a high-powered grenade from his vest, hurling it toward the stairwell. His precision was impeccable. Despite the distance, the grenade landed squarely in the narrow corridor. Panicked shouts erupted from the stairwell, followed by a deafening explosion. The hallway fell silent. Simultaneously, 17 charged forward like a tiger, his bullets raining down in a relentless barrage. The Spectre dodged while returning fire with equal ferocity. Both men moved with astonishing speed, abandoning their earlier caution for a brutal and unrestrained confrontation. The Spectre pressed forward, firing as he advanced. He knew he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Before the next wave of security arrived, he had to eliminate 17. Suddenly, there was a sharp metallic click, the sound of 17's pistol jamming or running out of ammunition. The Spectre's heart leapt. He wasn't about to let 17 reload. With a roar, he lunged forward. Seeing this, 17 hurled his empty pistol at the Spectre and charged toward him as well. The Spectre deftly dodged the flying weapon and raised his gun to fire, but 17 was already within arm's reach. Before the Spectre could pull the trigger, 17's spinning kick sent the weapon flying out of his hand. The Spectre leapt backward, reaching into his jacket for another handgun. The sniper rifle on his back would have been faster to deploy, but in this situation, using it would be suicide. Unfortunately for him, 17 moved even faster. The moment the Spectre's hand grasped the grip of his second pistol, 17 was already upon him, one hand pinning his right arm. The Spectre felt an icy chill crawl up his arm, paralyzing it instantly. Panic flashed in his eyes as he tried to retreat, but 17 gave him no chance. With a flicker of cold steel, a knife plunged into the Spectre's chest, piercing his heart. The Spectre stared down at the blade in disbelief. He had made a grave miscalculation. 17 was a master of close-quarters combat, his speed and precision utterly terrifying. As the Spectre collapsed, his left hand feebly pointed at 17, his eyes behind the ghostly mask filled with a plea for mercy. 17 clenched one hand into a fist, and a faint mist seeped from between his fingers. When he opened his hand again, a crystalline ice bullet lay in his palm. A faint smile of satisfaction crossed the Spectre's face before his eyes closed for the final time. 17 pocketed the ice bullet, crouched down, and tore off the Spectre's entire arm. Blood spattered over him, but he remained unfazed. The Spectre's right arm, from the forearm to the fingertips, had already frozen solid. 17 couldn't risk anyone discovering this secret. He stripped the Spectre's clothes, finding 2 grenades within. Wrapping the frozen arm and the grenades together, he pulled the pins and hurled them far away. Boom. The massive explosion obliterated the arm and shredded the clothing into countless fragments. 17 crouched once more, reaching out to remove the Spectre's ghostly mask, revealing a pale, western face beneath. He stared at it silently for a moment before discarding the mask, picking up his KP-59, and walking away. What Nangong Ware and 17 did not know was that just a day earlier, a violent desert storm had swept across this region, thinning the layers of sand to an extraordinary degree. As a result, the area appeared almost flat, with hardly any sand dunes in sight. Had they arrived a few days earlier or later, they might have ended up eternally trapped in the ruins of the buried city beneath the sands. The two managed to crawl and edge their way out of the quicksand zone before finally standing upright again. The thrill of seeing the open sky once more made Nangong Ware tilt her head back and let out an ecstatic yell. The only regret she felt was that she still had no idea what the city of ruins truly looked like. Not that she wanted to find out, her terrifying ordeal in the desert was enough to leave an indelible mark on her memory. In her excitement, Nangong Ware suddenly noticed how 17's 10 fingers were already bloody and mangled, though he seemed utterly unfazed. Checking the direction of the setting sun, 17 resolutely led the way toward a specific destination with Nangong Ware following closely behind. After more than a day of walking, just as Nangong Ware was nearing the limit of her endurance, the two stumbled upon a traveling caravan of desert merchants riding camels. Desert traders were known for their hospitality, and they didn't even ask why the two of them were in such a sorry state. Instead, they generously handed them water, food, and 2 sets of clothing. This kindness was largely due to Nangong Ware's stunning appearance, Her beauty was not only pure but also irresistibly charming. The merchants assumed that the pair were a couple on a romantic desert adventure, only to run into some misfortune along the way. The only thing that annoyed the merchants was 17's cold demeanor. From start to finish, he barely spoke a word to them, not even a simple, thank you. Fortunately, Nangong Ware had a way with words. Her gentle and endearing tone softened their impression of 17, making them less inclined to take offense at his aloof behavior. After traveling with the caravan for 2 more days, the pair parted ways with the merchants when they were just over 10 kilometers away from Lavis. From there, Nangong Ware and 17 continued on foot until they finally reached the outskirts of the city. At a small shop, they used a few coins borrowed from the merchants to call Yizime. Within 10 minutes, an entire convoy of vehicles arrived in a rush. Before the cars even came to a full stop, Nangong Lin, Yizime, and Qin Sang each leapt out of 2 separate vehicles, while Dai Ling took her time, stepping out only after the cars had parked completely. Brother! Nangong Ware exclaimed as she ran toward Nangong Lin, throwing herself into his arms. Nangong Lin, his face full of emotion, held her tightly and asked anxiously, Ware, are you okay? Tears welled up in Nangong Ware's eyes as she shook her head. Qin Sang, standing to the side, quickly interjected, Ware, you scared us to death. We hadn't heard from you for days. Do you know how worried I was? I even hired all sorts of people to search for you. While Qin Sang was busy expressing his concern, Yizime cast a questioning glance towards 17, while Dai Ling stared at him curiously. 17, however, paid them no mind. He stood silently in the background, his expression calm and detached. After a lengthy conversation, Yizime urged everyone to return to the cars. Qin Sang, unsurprisingly, insisted on sitting in the same vehicle as Nangong Ware, using the excuse that he wanted to look after her. Fortunately, the car was a stretch limousine with plenty of room for everyone. Inside the car, Nangong Ware recounted the events of the past few days, carefully omitting the more awkward moments she'd shared with 17. Whenever she described a dangerous incident, the group couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Qin Sang, in particular, expressed his dismay loudly, lamenting how useless he felt for not being there to protect her during her most perilous moments. Nangong Ware merely responded with a faint smile, showing little concern for Qin Sang's theatrics. Instead, her gaze occasionally drifted towards 17, who was seated by the window, quietly fiddling with a pitch-black dagger in his hands. This dagger was something 17 had retrieved from a corpse beneath the desert sands. Ever since they had resurfaced into the open air, he had been carefully inspecting it. The blade was entirely black, devoid of any sheen, with its handle made of the same material as the blade itself, wrapped simply in a layer of black tape. No one could determine what the dagger was made of. Though its appearance was unremarkable, it had a substantial weight in hand, and its edge was razor-sharp, sharper, even, than the military-grade dagger 17 had used previously. It was clear that 17 had taken a particular liking to this dagger, as he would take it out to examine whenever he had a moment to spare. 17 turned his head to look at Nangong Lin. Nangong Lin extended a hand toward him and said, Thank you. 17 made no move to shake his hand. Lowering his gaze back to the dagger, he replied in a flat tone, My job is to protect her. Unbothered, Nangong Lin withdrew his hand and said, Regardless, I still want to thank you. After hearing Nangong Ware's account of their experiences, Nangong Lin was deeply shaken. He had initially assumed that 17 had merely taken Nangong Ware to hide out somewhere, but he never could have imagined the harrowing series of events they had endured. 17 being shot, Nangong Ware falling ill with a fever, an encounter with the infamous marching ants of the desert, being swept into an underground river, discovering a hidden city of ruins, and finally clawing their way out through the sand. It was the kind of story that could fill the pages of an intense novel. If Nangong Ware hadn't recounted it herself, Nangong Lin wouldn't have believed anyone could survive such a string of horrors in just a few days. For 17, however, these events were hardly extraordinary. In truth, he had uncovered more than just the ruins in the subterranean desert space. He had stumbled upon a far greater secret. Yet, he had no intention of pursuing it further. 17 had already decided to bury that secret deep within his heart, never to revisit it. As the convoy continued down the road, Nangong Ware, unable to tolerate Qin Sang's constant pestering, changed the subject. Sister May, how many days have we been gone? 6 days, Yizime replied. What? Nangong Ware exclaimed. That means today is the day of my concert. Yizime shook her head. We've already postponed it by a week. Letting out a sigh of relief, Nangong Ware said, That's good. After being in the desert sun for so many days, my skin's gotten darker. I'll need to go for some beauty treatments before I can go on stage. Qin Sang quickly chimed in. Where? You're in natural beauty. You don't need any treatments at all. No matter where you go, you're always the center of attention. Nangong Ware smiled faintly at him but said nothing more, her gaze once again drifting towards 17. Everyone in the car had noticed her behavior. Though they were full of curiosity, none of them voiced their questions. Only Qin Sang, whenever his eyes landed on 17, revealed a hint of malice in his gaze. Since reuniting with the group, 17 had spoken only one sentence to Nangong Lin and had remained silent ever since, as though he didn't belong among them. Perhaps he truly didn't. Meanwhile, Wei seemed like a new person, her spirit brighter and more cheerful than before. This transformation delighted Lin and Yi Zimei, who were also surprised to find that her once diva-like attitude had vanished, replaced by a more approachable demeanor. This change was undoubtedly a good thing for everyone. Though they didn't know what had brought about such a profound shift, they suspected it had something to do with her recent experiences and, perhaps, with 17 himself. The only person who wasn't happy was Chinsang. Over the next few days, whether she was going to beauty treatments or shopping, Wei always had 17 by her side. While this might not have seemed like a big deal, what truly infuriated Chinsang was that whenever Wei bought clothes, she would first ask 17 for his opinion. Only after receiving no response from him would she turn to Lin or Yi Zimei. As for Chinsang, she didn't even bother to consult him, let alone acknowledge his input. Chinsang's hatred for 17 had reached a boiling point, though he managed to maintain his composure. Even after summoning a new team of professional bodyguards from back home, including one reportedly famous in the field, he still didn't dare make a move against 17. The blood-soaked ruthlessness 17 had displayed that day continued to haunt him, leaving him wary and restrained. Fortunately, Chinsang was at least smart enough. Otherwise, 17 wouldn't have cared whose son he was and would have killed him with a single strike long ago. As the concert drew closer, Wei's schedule became increasingly packed. Aside from beauty treatments, rehearsals, and vocal sessions, she barely had any time to indulge in something as simple as shopping. Meanwhile, the tension among the group escalated by the day. It was no secret to anyone. Once the concert concluded, Wei would return to Manhwa, and the Wraiths would surely make their move within these few remaining days. Among them, only 17 appeared utterly unfazed, his expression as indifferent as ever. "Brother, 17, Wei called out as she stepped out of the bathroom, freshly showered after her dance practice. Her serene and elegant aura entranced every man present, except for 17 and Lin. Before Lin could even stand up, Chinsang rushed forward eagerly, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face. "Where? Are you tired?" Wei gave a faint smile. "I'm all right." She then skipped over to Lin and grabbed his arm. "Brother, take me shopping tonight." The muscles at the corners of Lin's mouth twitched unnaturally. "Shopping again?" Feigning annoyance, Wei pouted. "What? You don't want to? Fine, I'll ask 17 to take me instead." Chinsang hurriedly interjected. "How could that be? If it's somewhere you want to go, I'd accompany you even if it's through fire and brimstone." Wei gave him a polite smile, one tinged with an almost imperceptible falseness. But Chinsang, basking in self-satisfaction, was convinced he had made progress. Wei tugged on Lin's arm. "Come on, I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat first." Resigned, Lin let himself be pulled along, a bitter smile on his face. 17, Yi Zimei, and a group of bodyguards followed closely behind. For once, Chinsang chose not to stick to Wei's side, instead trailing behind with the others, maintaining a deliberate distance. "Young master," one of the bodyguards hesitated, glancing at Chinsang. Chinsang waved him off impatiently. "Quiet." His eyes glimmered with malice as he clenched his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, if not for her father's status, I'd have dealt with her long ago." "Young master, should we?" "No need." Chinsang shook his head. "Relax. Once we're back in Manhwa, she won't escape my grasp." Ahead, 17 subtly turned his head, his peripheral vision catching Chinsang's movements. Startled, Chinsang froze and dared not utter another word until 17's gaze shifted away. Even then, he ground his teeth, glaring at 17's back with venomous hatred. At the front of the group, Wei, Lin, and Yi Zimei were chatting and laughing when 17's sharp instinct suddenly detected a looming threat. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, grabbing Wei and rolling to the ground with her just as a gunshot rang out. Bang! A bullet shattered the glass, embedding itself into an empty spot where Wei had been standing moments ago. Lin and the bodyguards immediately ducked down, their training kicking in. Lin shot 17 a glance of gratitude. If not for 17's swift reaction, moving to protect Wei while simultaneously shoving him aside, that bullet might have found its mark on him instead. The bodyguards cautiously peeked out from behind cover, their eyes scanning the surroundings for the shooter. One of them, a man named Mia, kept his gaze fixed on 17, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. After a tense silence, 17 stood up and declared, "He's gone." Only then did the group collectively exhale, their admiration for 17's razor-sharp instincts deepening. 17's eyes briefly locked with Mia's. One pair was cold and detached, while the other burned with intensity. Meanwhile, Chinsang, who had thrown himself to the ground screaming the moment the gunshot rang out, scrambled to his feet and rushed over to Wei, feigning concern. Wei responded to the group's questions, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards 17. The more time she spent with him, the more Wei realized how inscrutable 17 truly was. At first, she thought him a heartless and irresponsible bodyguard, cold and unfeeling. But as events unfolded, she discovered that wasn't entirely true. At the very least, he'd always stayed by her side, unwavering. 17 was calm to a fault, capable of maintaining his composure even in the direst of situations. Compared to 17, Shinseng seemed like little more than a clown, prone to panic and theatrics. Nothing seemed to faze 17, not even the terrifying skeleton warriors they had encountered before, which he had touched with his bare hands without the slightest hesitation. But beneath his cold exterior, Nangongwea felt there was something much deeper. It was as if 17's true self was buried so profoundly even he couldn't uncover it. He was like an enigma, a dense fog that grew more opaque the closer you tried to approach it. In the end, one might even lose sight of their own path. Yue. Nagong Lin's gentle nudge pulled her out of her spiraling thoughts. Are you okay? She quickly shook her head, offering a reassuring smile. As long as 17 is here, I'll be fine. Nagong Lin glanced at 17 and nodded. If you're all right, that's all that matters. Let's head back. Okay. This attempted assassination was but a minor prelude, though 17 knew better. It was a clear signal from the Wraiths, a challenge. The days ahead would be fraught with peril. The group couldn't help but marvel at Nangongwea's composure. Even Nagong Lin was surprised. He knew his sister to be timid, easily brought to tears when startled. And yet, this time, she hadn't cried or shown any fear. Regardless of whether her transformation was good or bad, Nangong Lin felt a sense of relief. His little sister was no longer the helpless child who used to cling to him and cry at the drop of a hat. He had a feeling this change was largely thanks to 17. In the car, Nangong Lin extended a hand towards 17, his face filled with gratitude. 17, thank you for saving Yue. 17 merely cast him a fleeting glance before lowering his head in silence. Nangong Lin, unfazed by the cold response, withdrew his hand. He was long accustomed to 17's aloofness. Nangongwea, noticing her brother's slight awkwardness, quickly latched onto his arm. Brother, don't mind him. That's just how 17 is. Nangong Lin chuckled, ruffling her hair. I know, Yue. Don't worry. At that moment, Chinseng chimed in. Yue, where do you want to go after dinner? Before Nangongwea could respond, Nangong Lin shot Chinseng a sharp glare. Go where? It's far too dangerous outside. She's not going anywhere. Brother, Nangongwea pouted, trying to plead with him. But Yuzime nodded in agreement. Yue, your brother is right. Besides, you've got rehearsal later tonight, and the concert is the day after tomorrow. There's no time. Fine, Nangongwea relented, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. The convoy eventually pulled into the hotel, where they were greeted by sponsors, collaborators, and various business associates. After a rushed banquet, the group headed straight to the Imperial Plaza, where Nangongwea's long-postponed solo concert would take place. The Imperial Plaza was a massive venue that could accommodate up to 30,000 people. Tickets had sold out long before the original concert date, and not a single fan requested a refund, even after the event was delayed due to her ankle injury. On the black market, ticket prices skyrocketed, yet demand remained insatiable, a testament to Nangongwea's immense popularity. As rehearsals commenced, her ethereal voice captivated everyone present, leaving them awestruck. That is, everyone except 17. While he acknowledged her talent, he couldn't bring himself to appreciate it. To him, listening to music was nothing more than a waste of time. Security measures at the Imperial Plaza were airtight, with guards stationed at every conceivable point. The sponsors and collaborators spared no effort to ensure Nangongwea's safety, turning the venue into an impenetrable fortress. Despite this, 17 remained uneasy. He had faced the undead before and had gained a general understanding of the strength of this assassin, ranked 5th in the Western world. With the undead's abilities, infiltrating a place like this was far too easy, especially since no one had ever seen his true face. As soon as the group entered the square, 17 had been on high alert, firmly believing that the undead would not let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. Although making a move during the official start of the concert would be the easiest time, given the dense crowd, which would make it simple to strike, 17 didn't believe the undead would be foolish enough to act then. To do so would be walking straight into a trap. The venue was undoubtedly crawling with security personnel, and if Nangongwea were attacked, the entire area would immediately go into lockdown. A single gunshot would leave trace amounts of gunpowder residue on the shooter, and with proper equipment, a systematic search would leave the undead with no escape route. For a professional killer, achieving the objective while ensuring their own safety was paramount. Acting recklessly and getting caught would be the height of stupidity. Thus, 17 was convinced the undead would strike before the concert officially began, within the next 2 days. The shot fired earlier that afternoon was a clear signal. The undead was issuing a formal challenge. Melodious and moving music filled the square, amplified by the top-quality sound system, so immersive that even the security guards were momentarily captivated. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, tilting their heads to listen. On stage, Nangongwea danced gracefully to the rhythm, like a joyous butterfly, her face radiating innocence and a sweet smile. The audience was spellbound by her performance. Even some older businessmen in the crowd were cheering and punching the air like excited youths. It was at this moment that 17 suddenly moved. He didn't charge toward Nangongwea but instead spun around sharply, swiftly drawing his gun and firing multiple shots at the overhead steel beams. After returning to the group, 17 had instructed Yi Zimei to purchase a KP-59 pistol from the organization, with the cost naturally coming out of her pocket. The KP-59 had an effective range of nearly 100 meters, and at this moment, 17 was only about 50 meters away from the steel framework above. The bullet struck the beams with a metallic clang, sending sparks flying. The gunshots shattered the tranquility, plunging the scene into chaos. Screams erupted from the crowd as a wave of bodyguards and security personnel surged forward. Negong Ware and her backup dancers shrieked, leaping off the stage in terror. Negong Lin and Chen Sang rushed to shield Ware, surrounding her protectively. On the steel beams above, a shadow flickered briefly. The bodyguards and security guards opened fire at the figure, though it was unclear if any bullets hit their mark. 17 holstered his weapon without hesitation and dashed toward the corridor at the back of the square. He had accompanied Negong Ware here numerous times and was intimately familiar with the layout. The square consisted of a sprawling performance area that made up 90% of the space, with the remaining 10% being a 5-story office section. The steel beams above connected to this office area, which could only be accessed via a single staircase. Negong Ware, she barely had time to call out his name before 17's figure disappeared down the corridor. A wave of unease and loss washed over her. Over the past days, she had grown accustomed to his presence, convinced that nothing could go wrong as long as he was by her side. Yet now, with 17 gone, Negong Ware felt a sudden and inexplicable sense of insecurity. Even though she was surrounded by a large group of protectors, it paled in comparison to the safety 17's presence provided. Trembling slightly, she buried herself in Negong Lin's arms, her worried eyes fixed on the corridor where 17 had vanished. A deep sense of foreboding gnawed at her heart. 17 sprinted with all his might. He knew this was the best opportunity. The undead had lost the element of surprise and his perfect vantage point. If 17 could reach him before he escaped, the mission could be completed ahead of schedule. Ascending rapidly to the 5th floor, 17 spotted a trail of blood droplets on the floor. The blood was fresh, still wet. It must have been shed moments ago. It seemed the undead was injured. The truth was, the undead was deeply frustrated. After painstakingly infiltrating the venue and securing an ideal position, he had been discovered before he could even fire a shot. He still couldn't fathom how 17 had spotted him. He was certain that his concealment techniques were flawless, so much so that even Ice, the top-ranked assassin in the West, wouldn't have been able to detect him. Yet 17 had. His carefully laid plan was ruined, and worse, he had been wounded. The moment he was hit, the undead knew that completing his mission would mean first eliminating 17. The blood trail continued intermittently, leading upward. 17 didn't rush after it. He knew the undead was deliberately luring him in. A killer who prided himself on perfection wouldn't leave such an obvious trail. After careful observation, 17 made up his mind to head for the rooftop instead. The rooftop towered high above the ground, over 50 meters in elevation. A fall from such a height would be fatal. 17 kicked open the rooftop door with force, gripping his KP-59 tightly, the newly loaded magazine ready for action. He stepped out cautiously. The wind howled across the rooftop, producing a relentless whoosh, as if proclaiming its wild, untamed nature. Scattered across the rooftop were various structures, massive satellite dishes, towering water tanks, and solar panels, but there was no sign of the undead. Step by step, 17 moved forward, each movement deliberate and measured, as though traversing a minefield. He remained hyper-alert, bracing himself for a potential ambush. When he reached the center of the rooftop, there was still no sign of the undead. Could he have already fled? 17 dismissed the thought. His instincts as a killer told him the undead was still here, lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike, a single, fatal opportunity. Boom! The first house, now fully consumed by fire, collapsed behind them. Burning debris flew in all directions, crushing and incinerating countless ants. But the losses were negligible compared to the overwhelming number of the swarm outside. As the inferno spread throughout the village, 17 and Negong Ware were forced to move from one burning house to the next. Each refuge offered only a brief reprieve before the flames or the ants forced them to relocate again. With fewer and fewer places left to retreat, Negong Ware grew increasingly anxious. 17, what do we do now? She asked urgently. 17's calm demeanor never wavered. Gazing through a hole in the wall at the endless sea of red, he said in a low voice, "We escape." Escape? How? She asked in confusion. He turned back to her and pointed downward. She blinked, puzzled. What do you mean? Below us, he said simply. There's a well. That means there's a subterranean river. Her voice rose in panic. You're crazy. That's an underground river. We'd never survive. 17 shook his head. You have 3 choices. Burn, be devoured, or take a chance. Pick one. Tears welled up in her eyes as she bit her lip. But all 3 mean death. Not necessarily. If the underground river connects to a desert oasis, we might make it out alive. But I can't swim. You won't need to. I'll take care of it. But, no time. 17 cut her off, his voice firm. When she continued to hesitate, 17 grew impatient. Without another word, he scooped her up and dashed toward the basement once more. As they descended into the dimly lit space, the remaining ants swarmed toward them. With burning planks in hand, 17 cleared a narrow path and prepared for their desperate gamble. Carrying Nangong Yuer, 17 navigated through the treacherous swarm of desert army ants unscathed. Along the way, countless ants turned into ice sculptures, leaving a trail of frozen carcasses in their wake. Upon reaching an earthen well, he picked up a water bucket, discarded the dust and the few ants crawling inside, and then placed the bucket over Nangong Yuer's head. Nangong Yuer shut her eyes tightly, not daring to speak, allowing 17 to cover her head with the bucket. The desert army ants seemed to sense 17's intentions and surged toward him in frenzy. White smoke rose from the ground beneath his feet as the ants relentlessly advanced, yet not a single one managed to get close. Holding Nangong Yuer upright in his arms, one hand around her waist, and the other pressing down on the bucket atop her head, 17 drew in a deep breath and leapt into the well. Nangong Yuer's startled scream echoed within the pitch-black well. Splash! The sound of two bodies hitting water reverberated from below. The swarm of desert army ants gathered densely around the well's edge, but did not dare to climb down. The water was icy and bone-chilling, and only then did Nangong Yuer realize how cold the underground river was. Fortunately, 17 held her tightly, sharing his body heat to provide her with a fragment of warmth. Nangong Yuer felt herself being swept along the current at a rapid pace, her head bumping against the surrounding rocks with dull thuds, courtesy of the bucket. Thankfully, 17's strong grip kept the bucket securely in place, preventing it from filling with water. She had no idea how long they had been carried by the flow. All she knew was that her body was growing colder, and the air inside the bucket was becoming increasingly thin, making it almost impossible to breathe. Her consciousness began to blur, her breaths coming in short gasps, her mind blank, save for the sensation of 17 still holding onto her. Then, everything went dark. In the oppressive darkness of the underground river, 17 struggled onward with no sense of direction, relying solely on instinct to move forward. Whenever Nangong Yuer was at risk of colliding with a rock, he would shield her with his own body, taking the brunt of the impact. His right hand, which pressed down on the bucket to keep it in place, was scraped raw from constant friction against the overhead rocks. 17 was no superhuman. He couldn't hold his breath indefinitely. The river's low ceiling left no space above the water for him to breathe. Nangong Yuer's body began to tremble faintly, and 17's heart sank. He knew the air inside the bucket was almost depleted. If he couldn't find a breathable space soon, both of them would perish here. Initially, 17 had calculated that the air in the bucket would suffice for both of them to alternate breathing for about half an hour. However, an earlier mishap had occurred when the bucket was knocked askew by a rock, allowing water to flood in and expelling much of the air. Nangong Yuer had desperately tilted her head upward to breathe, drastically reducing their available time to mere minutes. Despite his inner panic, 17 remained composed, an instinct honed by rigorous training. In perilous environments, staying calm was the key to survival. Panic only hastened death. This was a principle 17 understood deeply and executed flawlessly. With renewed determination, he propelled himself forward through the water. Suddenly, the sound of water rushing against rocks echoed faintly in his ears, a sign of open space ahead. Where there was an echo, there was air. Desperately, 17 raised his head and discovered that the ceiling above the water had risen slightly, leaving a narrow gap of breathable space. Elated, he quickly removed the bucket from Nangong Yuer's head, allowing her to take in fresh air. Though her breathing was faint, she was still alive, merely unconscious due to temporary oxygen deprivation. As they continued forward, the space above the water grew increasingly spacious. Realizing they were nearing a natural underground chamber, 17 slowed his pace and began feeling along the rock walls for a way to proceed. Before long, his feet touched solid ground. Carefully, he carried the unconscious Nangong Yuer and followed the uneven terrain upward. Little did he realize how extraordinarily lucky he was. Had the current carried them further, they would have been swept into an expansive subterranean lake formed by the confluence of multiple underground rivers. Once caught in that vast, swirling abyss, even the most skilled swimmer would stand no chance of survival. Here, the darkness was absolute, an impenetrable void where time seemed to stretch endlessly. By 17's internal estimation, they had been moving for 4 or 5 minutes. The water level gradually receded, now barely reaching his knees. However, the rocky riverbed below was uneven and treacherous, and the current from behind occasionally threatened to knock him off balance. Finally, 17 emerged from the deeper waters. The remaining water now barely pooled around his ankles. Exhausted, he sat down in the shallow water with Nangong Yuer in his arms, gasping for air. holding his breath while swimming for 6 or 7 minutes. A feat that would have drowned an ordinary person had taken its toll on even someone as physically capable as 17. Carrying Nangong Yuer through the water and onto land, coupled with his existing injuries, left him utterly spent. Nangong Yuer's body curled up instinctively, seeking warmth against the biting cold that seemed to seep into her very bones. The frigid underground river water was merciless, and though 17 could endure such low temperatures, Nangong Yuer's frail body could not, especially considering she had only just recovered from a fever. Turning her to face away, 17 pressed her back against his chest, wrapping his arms around her waist to share his body heat. As she slept, 17 took the chance to check his equipment, only to find that almost everything had been lost. His throwing knives, dagger, and even his KP-59 compact phone had all been swept away by the underground river. All that remained was the wrist-mounted dart launcher on his left arm, a gift from Maddie. However, the launcher was a last resort weapon, its limited range and minimal lethality rendering it nearly useless. To his dismay, even the 3 darts it held were gone. With a wry smile, 17 stripped off the now useless launcher and tossed it into the river. Time passed, perhaps hours, or perhaps an entire day. Suddenly, a faint groan escaped Nangong Yuer's lips. "You're awake." 17's voice, though soft, reverberated in the enclosed chamber. 17. Nangong Yuer's weak voice reached his ears. "I'm so cold." 17 tightened his arms around her and asked, "Feeling any better?" She nodded slightly, and after a moment's silence, asked, "Where are we?" "I don't know. Somewhere underground. But for now, we're safe." After a brief pause, he added, "Can you still walk?" "I think so. My whole body aches. Can we rest a little longer?" 17 gave a quiet nod, continuing to hold her as they sat in the shallow water. Nangong Yuer curled into his embrace, her arms reaching back to hold onto his. Neither spoke. The oppressive silence of the dark underground world was almost suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, Nangong Yuer whispered, 17, "I'm so hungry." 17 glanced around, his eyes meeting endless blackness. In a low voice, he replied, "There's no food here. You'll have to endure a little longer until we find a way out." Nangong Yuer was silent for a long time before finally asking, "Do you think we'll make it out alive?" 17 slowly stood, lifting her into his arms once more. "We will," he said firmly. And with that, he continued wading through the darkness, the sound of water splashing softly beneath his feet. The darkness stretched endlessly, like an all-encompassing curtain, smothering every glimmer of hope. It felt alive, a ravenous beast lying in wait, ready to swallow any semblance of life whole. For Nangong Yuer, the fear was overwhelming. She had never experienced such profound terror. In this shadowy world, the cold wind seemed to whisper like a ghost, brushing against her neck as though someone unseen stood nearby, exhaling against her skin. But there was no one, only the void. Nangong Yuer was certain that if 17 were not by her side, if she were left to face this darkness alone, she would have lost her sanity. Thankfully, that was only a hypothetical nightmare. 17's steady presence never wavered, his arms holding her tightly. As 17 carried Nangong Yuer through the darkness, the water underfoot grew shallower, replaced by a sandy texture. By the time he realized, they were walking on solid, sandy ground. The bucket that had once covered Nangong Yuer's head now dangled from 17's fingers, filled with fresh underground river water, perhaps their only precious resource in this desolate, unyielding void. 17 knew full well that even if they managed to find a way out, there was still a long journey ahead through the desert. Thus, he didn't discard the water bucket, but carried it with him, keeping it for emergencies. As they pressed forward, 17 suddenly stumbled, as though something had tripped him. He staggered, but quickly regained his footing. However, a good amount of water sloshed out of the bucket. 17, "What's wrong?" Nangong Yuer asked into the darkness. She couldn't see anything and could only rely on her voice to probe. 17 set Nangong Yuer down, but she refused to let go of his hand no matter what. With no other choice, 17 crouched down, allowing her to hold on to one of his hands while he used the other to grope around on the ground. After a while, he stood up and said, "It's a skeleton." "What?" Nangong Yuer gasped, startled, and instinctively nestled into 17's embrace. Over the past 2 days, she had grown accustomed to the safety and warmth of his arms. To her, 17 felt even more secure and reliable than Nangong Lin. 17 pondered for a moment before saying, "How did this person end up here?" "Forget it. Let's just keep moving." Nangong Yuer urged him nervously. 17 shook his head. "The fact that this person is here means there must be a way out." Nangong Yuer tugged on his hand. "Then let's go find it. Just leave this alone." "Wait." Ignoring her protests, 17 crouched down again and began searching the remains. Though Nangong Yuer was terrified, she didn't dare to voice her objections any further. She knew 17 well enough. If provoked, he was capable of anything. What she feared most was that 17 might get angry and abandon her. If that happened, she would definitely collapse. So Nangong Yuera stayed silent, clutching 17's hand tightly as he rummaged through the skeletal remains. If she could see what he was doing at this moment, she would have screamed in fright. 17's hands were sifting through the partially decomposed skeleton without hesitation. After a long while, 17 finally stood up. From the corpse, he had retrieved a dagger, a makeshift pistol, a flashlight, and a coil of rope. Both the flashlight and the rope had decayed to the point of being unusable. The pistol was completely rusted, so 17 discarded it. Thankfully, the dagger was still in good condition. Though the darkness obscured its appearance, it felt sharp to the touch, and its steel blade remained smooth and untarnished despite the passage of time. Apart from these items, there was nothing else that could offer clues about the skeleton's identity. However, based on the design of the pistol, 17 speculated that this person might have been from the World War II era. The gun appeared to be an early model of a Mauser pistol used during that time. But why had this person died here? 17 couldn't figure it out. Perhaps they had fallen into quicksand and been swept into this underground world, only to starve to death later. Finding no valuable clues, 17 decided to continue searching for an exit with Nangong Yuer. He was convinced that the desert was directly above them. He just didn't know how high the ceiling was or how thick the sand layer above might be. As they moved forward, the sand beneath their feet became increasingly thick. Suddenly, 17 bumped into something solid. The dull thud echoed sharply in the enclosed space. Nangong Yuer heard the thud and sensed 17 taking a few steps back. 17, what happened? She asked hurriedly. Rubbing his forehead where he had collided, 17 replied, nothing. He reached out to feel the object in front of him. It seems to be a wall. A wall. Yeah, made of stone, he confirmed. But how could there be a wall here? It's not unusual. As he continued feeling along the wall and moving forward, 17 explained, quicksand usually indicates that the ground below is hollow. Often, there are cities or structures beneath quicksand. Are you saying we've found ruins? Nangong Yuer exclaimed in excitement, momentarily forgetting her earlier fear. Ruins. The thought of standing above a legendary ancient civilization was enough to make anyone's heart race. Nangong Yuer wasn't someone who cared for money or fame, but the mere idea of being in such a place thrilled her. 17, however, remained indifferent. He had no interest in ruins. His only concern was finding an exit as quickly as possible. To him, survival was paramount. What use was discovering ruins if one couldn't live to tell the tale? Since neither could see in the dark, they had to rely on touch as they moved forward. Nangong Yuer held tightly onto 17's hand, her palms slightly damp with sweat, whether from the thrill of discovery or the oppressive darkness. Even she wasn't sure. They knew nothing about the size of this buried city or the architecture within. All 17 could determine was that many buildings had collapsed, leaving behind piles of sand and rubble everywhere. Guided by his instincts, 17 led the way. Nangong Yuer, after her initial burst of excitement, soon reverted to fear. She huddled close to 17, seeking the comfort of his protective embrace. Abruptly, 17 stopped in his tracks. In the darkness, Nangong Yuer couldn't see his expression. 17, what is it? She asked. I hear something, he said cautiously. What? Nangong Yuer asked, her voice trembling as her eyes darted nervously into the void. She clung to him even tighter. Don't scare me. 17 tilted his head slightly, listening intently. It's the sound of sand shifting, he finally said. Nangong Yuer exhaled in relief. You scared me half to death, she muttered. After pausing briefly, 17 adjusted their course, leading Nangong Yuer around a corner and into a different section. Ahead, they encountered what seemed to be a building with a stone staircase inside. The stairs were steep, and the two of them ascended cautiously, hand in hand, step by step. As they climbed, the stone stairs gradually gave way to sandy terrain, and the sand grew thicker the higher they went. It formed a cone-like shape, rising upward. Finally, their path was completely blocked by a thick mound of sand. What now, 17? Nangong Yuer asked, running her hands over the sand in front of them. Dig, 17 replied decisively. Dig? Yes. Haven't you noticed how high this pile of sand is? He asked. I don't know, she admitted, then quickly realized that he couldn't see her shake her head. I didn't notice. Sifting a handful of sand through his fingers, 17 noted, the sand's still warm. That means we're probably close to the surface. Her eyes lit up with hope. You mean we can get out? Maybe. It depends on how thick the sand layer is. After a brief pause, he added, let's give it a try. Usually, the topmost levels of buried cities aren't too far from the surface. Hopefully, this layer isn't too deep. With that, he let go of Nangong Yuer's hand and began digging upward through the sand. Time seemed to blur as they toiled tirelessly. Sand continuously cascaded down as they dug, forcing them to tread carefully on the fresh piles of sand. Slowly but surely, They carved a path upward. The sand grew hotter the closer they got to the surface, almost as if it were burning. Yet, their spirits soared with anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glimmer of sunlight began to filter through the sand above. At that moment, it was as though they had been reborn. The sight of sunlight filled them with indescribable joy and relief. Nangang Yuera was the first to be pushed out, crawling onto the sand's surface and moving cautiously to avoid triggering another collapse. After she had safely emerged, the unstable sand shifted again, sealing the opening. 17 had to start digging anew. As the searing sun sank lower in the sky, 17 finally hauled himself out of the sand. Both of them gasped for air, inhaling the stiflingly hot but precious air of the desert. They couldn't help but feel grateful for their extraordinary luck. In truth, their successful escape owed much to the survival training they had undergone in the past. The training had included a module on desert survival, where they had been taught that dehydration, extreme temperature differences, and dangerous desert creatures posed the greatest threats. Quicksand, surprisingly, was less lethal by comparison. Beneath quicksand, there was often a hollow space, meaning that escape was sometimes possible if one found a high enough point close to the surface. Of course, luck was essential. One needed thin sand layers and no overhead dunes. The odds of escaping quicksand were slim. Less than 5% of those trapped ever made it out. But 17 and Nangang Yuera were undoubtedly among the lucky few. 17 stood and said, "Rest for a while. I'll go look for something to eat." With that, he left the room without waiting for her reply. He was confident in his counter-tracking skills, and after waiting an entire night without any sign of the undead catching up to them, he was sure they had successfully evaded their pursuers. This was why he had dared to fetch water from the basement alone earlier, leaving Nangang Yuera upstairs. Otherwise, 17 would never have allowed her to leave his sight. The village was devoid of edible food. During his earlier search for water, he had checked every house thoroughly. While there was food left inside, it had long since spoiled and was no longer consumable. Venturing into the desert surrounding the village, 17 managed to catch a rattlesnake and 2 scorpions. He had considered cutting down a few cactus plants, but ultimately decided against it, worried it might leave behind traces. When he returned, Nangang Yuera was awake, still wrapped in her clothes and sitting against the wall, staring blankly at the ground. Hearing his footsteps, she quickly looked up at 17, only to avert her gaze immediately, a blush spreading across her face. Ignoring her, 17 entered the house and dismantled a bed and 2 chairs. Wood was abundant in this village, oddly so, given how the houses were all wooden constructions. He couldn't help but wonder where the former villagers had sourced so much of it. Using matches, 17 lit the wood and began skinning the rattlesnake, occasionally rinsing it with water. Nangang Yuera's timid voice interrupted him. 17 paused his work and looked up at her. Blushing, she lowered her head and whispered so softly it was almost inaudible, "I'm hungry." "I'm working on it," he replied without stopping his preparations. She hesitated, her face full of reluctance. Can that thing really be eaten?" "Just think of it as pork," he replied flatly. "How can that possibly be like pork?" "Then don't eat it. Consider it a chance to lose weight. There's nothing else here to eat." Nangang Yuera bit her lip and turned her head away, clearly resolved not to touch the food. 17 paid her no mind and continued preparing the meal. Rattlesnakes are highly venomous, so he had to boil it several times to ensure the toxins were neutralized before roasting it. Nangang Yuera fell silent, lowering her head as if lost in thought. Once the snake and scorpions were cooked, 17 set them aside and sat down, breaking off one of the scorpion's pincers and crunching it in his mouth, emitting audible crack sounds with each bite. Nangang Yuera looked up just in time to see him pop the scorpion's entire head into his mouth, chewing with apparent relish. Her stomach churned at the sight. After finishing the scorpion's head, 17 peeled open its back shell to reveal tender meat and quickly devoured the 2 scorpions. Then, he held out a stick with snake meat skewered on it, asking, "Not hungry?" Nangang Yuera quickly turned her head away. "I don't want it." Unbothered, 17 began eating the snake meat himself. Watching him eat with such relish, Nangang Yuera couldn't help but swallow hard. In a small voice, she asked, "Are you sure it's safe to eat?" 17 glanced at her, then wordlessly handed her the remaining portion of the snake meat. "It won't kill you." Hesitant, Nangang Yuera reached out and took the skewer, stealing a glance at 17 before lowering her head. Her expression showed her internal struggle. In the end, she closed her eyes and took a small bite. 17 stood up. 17, she called out softly. He looked at her, his expression still calm. "What is it? Is there any water? I'm really thirsty." "Oh." 17 bent down, picked up the bucket, and dumped out the snake blood-stained water before heading to the basement to refill it. The basement was just as dark as before, with 4 skeletons frozen in their various postures, lying on the floor. 17 wasn't afraid of them. He had seen far too many dead bodies to be fazed. However, every time he entered the basement, he couldn't shake the strange, indescribable feeling it gave him. After quickly filling the bucket halfway, he climbed back to the surface, only to hear a commotion outside, accompanied by Nangong Yuer's startled cries. Dropping the bucket, 17 rushed out, only to find Nangong Yuer hopping around frantically with no one else in sight. Relieved, he asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing 17, she stopped jumping, holding the skewer of snake meat in one hand and looking down awkwardly. "I think something bit me." 17 crouched down to inspect the area, but found nothing. "What bit you?" he asked. I don't know," she replied, shaking her head. "Where did it bite you?" Her face flushed even redder as she stammered. It bit my thigh." "Turn around. Let me see." "No." Nangong Yuer stepped back, covering her backside with both hands, her expression panicked. 17 raised an eyebrow. "It didn't bite your butt, did it?" Biting her lip, she nodded hesitantly. "Lie down," he instructed. "No way," she protested, retreating further. Ignoring her protests, 17 grabbed her hand, pressing her face down onto the ground. Despite her loud cries and struggles, he held her firmly in place, straddling her back. Pulling down her skirt and once again removing her undergarments, he inspected her pale skin. On one side of her snow-white backside, a small red dot stood out starkly. Despite her frantic resistance, 17 carefully examined it. Unable to determine whether it was venomous, he pressed lightly on the spot with his fingers. As soon as his hand touched her skin, Nangong Yuer's struggles intensified, her soprano screams echoing loudly. Frustrated by her incessant squirming, 17 ignored her protests, took out his dagger, made a small incision on the red mark, and bent down, placing his mouth over the wound to suck out any potential venom. Nangong Yuer suddenly shivered violently, her entire body trembling uncontrollably, and all her movements and sounds ceased in an instant. She lay silently on the ground, motionless. "Spit." 17 lifted his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Examining it carefully, he noticed the blood from his wounds was a deep red. Only then did he feel reassured. Using his right hand, he gently wiped over the injury, instantly coagulating the blood at the wound. 17 stood up from her, walking to the side. At this moment, Nangong Yuer's dress was hiked up high, her undergarments sliding down to her knees. Her clothing was in complete disarray. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her beautiful, teary eyes brimmed with sorrow. Silent sobs racked her body, her shoulders trembling slightly as she tried her best not to let out a sound. The sight was pitifully heart-wrenching. 17 sat nearby, his tone indifferent as he said, "I was saving you. It's not like I was trying to do anything to you. There's no need to look at me like that." Nangong Yuer slowly sat up, her sobs continuing as she quickly pulled up her undergarments. She crouched on the ground, burying her face in her hands as she began to cry uncontrollably. 17 found her crying rather irritating. Closing his eyes, he chose to ignore her. Time passed, and her sobs gradually softened, eventually turning into faint sniffles. 17 kept his eyes shut, oblivious to what she was doing and disinterested in checking. Afternoon arrived in the blink of an eye. Perhaps hunger had overtaken her, as Nangong Yuer stopped crying and began softly munching on the snake meat, taking occasional sips of water. She ate slowly, almost painstakingly, chewing everything thoroughly. This sluggish pace began to test 17's patience. Finally, once she finished eating, she sat quietly to the side, hugging her knees and staring at him intently, not saying a word. Her thoughts were a mystery. After a long silence, Nangong Yuer finally spoke in a hushed voice. 17, is there water here? I want to take a bath. 17 opened his eyes and pointed toward the back of the house. There's a well in the basement. Take a bucket with you. With that, he closed his eyes again. Nangong Yuer picked up a bucket and silently walked toward the back of the house. She glanced at the basement entrance, then turned back to light a candle before descending carefully down the steps. As the wooden ladder creaked under her weight, 17's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he clutched his ears with both hands. Sure enough, moments later, a piercing scream echoed from the basement. Nangong Yuer scrambled out, nearly crawling as she bolted back to 17, her face pale as she pointed toward the basement. Skeletons? 17 asked calmly. Nangong Yuer nodded vigorously, her fear palpable. What's so scary about skeletons? 17's tone remained even. Her trembling fingers clutched the fabric of his clothes as she stammered. Tich. Everyone dies, 17 interrupted flatly. One day, we'll end up like that too. Are you afraid of your own body? Though his tone was calm, there was an undeniable sadness hidden within his words. It's not the same. There. Nangong Yuer tried to explain. Enough. 17 stood up. I'll go move them out. No. Nangong Yuer shook her head frantically. There are dead people down there. I don't dare to bathe in that place. Then what do you want to do? 17 asked. Can we move to a different house? Nangong Yuer pleaded. 17 sighed softly. What a hassle. He hadn't expected what they found next. 17 led Nangong Yuer to inspect every house in the abandoned village, only to discover that every single basement contained one or more skeletons. The postures of the remains varied, but the signs of struggle before death were unmistakable. 17 had initially assumed the villagers had abandoned this place, but now he realized they were all dead. How had they died? Why were they all in their basements? To make matters worse, when Nangong Yuer learned that the water they'd been drinking came from wells near the deceased, she vomited everything in her stomach. Do you still want a bath? 17 leaned against the wall, watching her as she continued to retch. Nangong Yuer gasped for air, slowly straightening up. She glanced at 17, then down at her own disheveled clothing, remaining silent. Should I move the skeletons out for you? 17 asked. Nangong Yuer hesitated for a moment, her face flushing a deep red. Could you not go too far away? What do you mean? 17 raised an eyebrow. She faltered, her voice barely audible. I mean, could you wait by the stairs? Don't leave. 17 nodded. Fine. Her face grew even redder as she bit her lip. And don't close the door? 17 nodded again, indifferent. He wouldn't care even if she asked him to stand right next to her. What surprised him was how bold the usually reserved Nangong Yuer was suddenly acting. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and added in a small voice, no peeking. Got it. What a hassle, 17 replied flatly, turning to head back inside. When 17 entered the basement, Nangong Yuer realized her face was burning. She rubbed her flushed cheeks with her soft hands. At that moment, a cold breeze swept through the air, sending a chill down her spine. Nangong Yuer shivered and glanced around the dimming surroundings. As the sky darkened, a creeping unease settled over her. A cold sensation ran up her back and into her scalp. She scanned her surroundings nervously, biting her lip. Finally, she rushed down to the basement, feeling that staying close to 17 was the safest option. Inside, 17 was spreading out a piece of cloth, preparing to gather the skeletal remains. When he saw her rushing down the stairs, he asked, Not scared anymore? Nangong Yuer shook her head, still standing at a distance, her fear evident. 17 ignored her and continued his work. Suddenly, Nangong Yuer let out a sharp scream. 17 turned to her, following her gaze to a small child's skeleton. His expression changed dramatically as he jumped to his feet. The child's leg bones were twitching slightly, an eerie movement illuminated by the flickering candlelight. It looked as though the skeleton was about to come to life. Nangong Yuer could barely stand as her legs trembled uncontrollably. Just as she was about to collapse, 17 moved swiftly to her side. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety, a warmth and strength radiating from him. Instinctively, she clung to his waist, though her body continued to shake. 17 held her tightly, his sharp eyes locked onto the skeleton. His mind raced as he silently vowed to push her to safety the moment anything went wrong. But the skeleton's legs stopped moving after a few jerks. It lay still once more, as if its earlier motion had been nothing more than a trick of their imagination. Then, a faint breeze wafted through the basement like the touch of a ghostly hand. The fragile candlelight flickered violently, casting shifting shadows on the walls. The atmosphere grew even more chilling, as though countless unseen eyes were watching them from the darkness. The room fell silent save for their breathing, which sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive stillness, a desperate reminder of their fragile existence. Abruptly, the child's leg bone jumped violently into the air before rolling to the side. The sudden movement startled Nangong Yuer into a terrified scream. At the same time, the ground beneath where the bone had been began to bulge, as if something was trying to break free from the dirt. A muffled pop followed as the mound burst open, and a swarm of red, writhing creatures poured out like a tide of demons from hell. 17's pupils contracted sharply. His mind snapped into clarity. Run, he shouted. Nangong Yuer barely had time to process what was happening before 17 grabbed her and pushed her toward the ladder. Her muddled instincts took over as she scrambled upward, her hands and feet fumbling on the rungs. 17 followed close behind, but as they climbed, the red swarm began to fill the basement below, crawling up the ladder and walls in pursuit, as if intent on devouring them. With a powerful shove, 17 pushed Nangong Yuer's hips upward, helping her tumble out of the basement. He leapt out right after her, using his foot to kick the wooden cover shut, sealing the creatures below. Nangong Yuer lay on the ground, her face ghostly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. She looked as though she might collapse entirely under the weight of her fear. 17 rushed forward, scooping her up in his arms and darting out of the house. But the moment he stepped outside, he immediately turned around and dashed back in. The sandy ground outside was completely engulfed by a crimson tide, resembling a sprawling ocean of red. Back inside, he set Nangong Yuer down, but she clung tightly to his clothes, as if clutching onto the last thread of hope, refusing to let go no matter what. Ignoring her grip on his jacket, 17 crouched down and struck a match, using the charred remains of snake meat from earlier in the day to ignite a fire. The flames roared to life quickly, but before they could catch their breath, Nangon Yuer let out another piercing scream. Turning his head toward the sound, 17 saw the crimson tide relentlessly pouring in through the cracks in the door and walls, like a nightmarish flood of red. 17 pulled her toward the wardrobe, yanking out a pile of old, tattered clothes. He sprinted back to the fire, igniting the fabric one piece at a time and tossing the flaming clothes in different directions. As the flames spread, the wooden structure of the house, along with its furniture, caught fire easily. Soon, the entire room was engulfed in a fiery blaze. The crimson tide recoiled instantly upon encountering the fire, retreating like it had met a natural predator. It was clear that fire was their greatest fear. 17 and Nangon Yuer found themselves trapped in the center of a ring of fire, with the red tide writhing and seething just beyond its boundaries. The scene was like a hellish prison, with the two of them surrounded by swarms of red demons. What is that? Nangon Yuer asked with a trembling voice, her face pale with terror. Desert army ants, 17 answered calmly, while continuing to ignite and throw more clothes. They're carnivorous ants. Ants. Nangon Yuer forced herself to steady her nerves and took a closer look at the creatures. She realized they did resemble ants, only they were crimson red and much larger than ordinary ones. The sight sent another shiver down her spine. There are so many of them, she exclaimed. They always move as a swarm, 17 explained, his tone tinged with a faint sadness. When they come out, it's in the billions. Any creature they pass over is reduced to nothing but bones. Hearing this, Nangon Yuer suddenly thought of the skeletons they had seen in the basement earlier. The memory sent a chill coursing through her body, and she felt an ominous fear gripping her tightly. What do we do now? She asked, her voice quivering with a mixture of desperation and hopelessness. For the first time, she regretted coming to this desolate place for her concert. It felt as though fate was playing a cruel joke on her. Hold them off with fire for now, 17 replied curtly, continuing to toss burning garments into the encroaching tide. We'll end up burning ourselves alive at this rate. Nangon Yuer's voice cracked with despair. 17 shot her a glance and said flatly, it's better than being eaten alive. The fire grew more ferocious, engulfing the wooden structure of the house. The flames illuminated the dark night, casting a terrifying glare that seemed to announce their predicament to the world. Trapped inside, 17 and Nangon Yuer dared not step out. While countless ants were incinerated, their numbers seemed infinite, an unending tide that no amount of fire could seem to deplete. Thick black smoke filled the air, stinging their eyes and burning their lungs. Nangon Yuer coughed uncontrollably, her breaths coming in labored gasps. In desperation, she buried her face against 17's chest, finding a slight reprieve from the suffocating smoke. 17, I can't breathe. Nangon Yuer's voice was weak and pained. Holding her close with one arm, 17 used the sleeve of his free arm to shield his mouth and nose from the smoke. Hold on a little longer, he urged. Shaking her head, Nangon Yuer's face twisted in discomfort as she continued to cough, unable to form coherent words. Sighing inwardly, 17 hugged her tighter and maneuvered around the blazing flames toward the back of the house. Though the entire structure was ablaze, the fire hadn't yet reached its peak intensity, and the roof still held firm, offering them a fleeting glimmer of hope. 17 pried loose a flaming wooden plank and used it to shove open the basement hatch. Tossing the burning plank down into the basement, he peered inside. By the light of the flames, he could see that the number of desert army ants below had significantly dwindled, likely driven away by the smoke seeping through the cracks. Wait here for me, he instructed Nangon Yuer loudly. 17, she called out, but before she could stop him, he had already leaped down into the basement. Watching him disappear below, Nangon Yuer clutched her face tightly, trying to block out the acrid smoke while anxiously keeping her eyes on him. Her heart pounded in her chest, suspended in a state of utter dread as she feared what might happen next. The fire spread rapidly, consuming the adjacent houses in the village. The wooden homes, aged and dried out under the desert sun, were highly flammable. 17, with his immense strength, had little trouble breaking through the walls of one house to carry Nangon Yuer into the next. Yet the advancing army ants outside made every step treacherous. Using burning planks to carve a path, 17 managed to keep the ants at bay for brief moments as he dashed from one house to the next. But the swarm was relentless. The ants surged forward, sacrificing themselves in the flames to smother the fire and clear the way for their brethren. Though still frightened, Nangon Yuer had grown slightly calmer in 17's arms. His unwavering composure gave her a sense of security, and she clung to the belief that as long as she was with him, she would be safe. Breaking through another wooden wall, 17 carried her into the next house. The fire had just begun to spread here, but the flames were still manageable. This place is dozens of kilometers from Lavis. By the time you get back, I'll already be dead. Besides, you won't survive the desert alone, and even if you did, Wraith would be waiting for you outside. But Nagongware bit her lip, her hand trembling as she clutched the knife. She closed her eyes tightly, unable to bring herself to look at the wounds, her tears falling freely. Enough. 17's sharp voice startled her, silencing her sobs but not stopping her tears. He sighed heavily, his patience wearing thin. Just pull out the pieces that are sticking out. Nagongwea cast a fleeting glance at his wound before promptly shutting her eyes again. 17 waited for what felt like an eternity, yet she made no move. Impatient, he urged. What are you doing now? Nagongwea curled into a ball, her voice trembling as she replied. I can't bear to look. At that moment, 17 felt an overwhelming urge to just put a bullet through her head, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. If you don't act now, when the revenants catch up to us, we're both dead. Hurry up. Only then did Nagongwea slowly open her tear-streaked eyes. She wiped at her face, clenched her teeth, and gingerly extended her hand. Her fingers grasped a shard of metal protruding halfway out of his skin. Without looking, she turned her head away, bit down hard, and yanked it out with all her strength. Splurt. A spray of blood erupted from the wound, splattering all over Nagongwea's face. Ah, she shrieked, leaping back in horror. Frantically, she rubbed at her face, desperate to wipe away the blood. As the shard came out, 17 didn't so much as grunt. His expression remained as calm as ever, as though the pain had nothing to do with him. He turned his head slightly to glance at Nagongwea, who was still frantically wiping her face, and said flatly, keep going. Nagongwea sobbed for a while before she finally steeled herself to inch closer again. She stole another quick glance at the wound on 17's back, reached out to grasp another shard, and pulled. This time, she was prepared. As she yanked the shard out, she simultaneously jumped backward. Even so, a small splatter of blood still landed on her clothes. Under 17's continuous urging, Nagongwea painstakingly pulled out shard after shard. For each one, she would cry for a while before attempting the next. After what felt like an eternity, she had finally removed all the pieces that were partially exposed. However, there were still 4 shards deeply embedded in the flesh. 17. Nagongwea bit her lip tightly, her expression both pitiful and helpless. Yet, drenched in blood as she was, she also looked rather disheveled. 17, panting heavily, instructed, use the knife to cut the wound open and dig them out with your fingers. No. I can't. She whimpered. His voice grew faint. If you don't hurry, I'm going to die. Nagongwea's trembling hands gripped the knife tightly. The blade inched toward the wound, and she bit down hard, pressing the tip of the knife into his flesh. But no matter what, she couldn't bring herself to move further. Cut deeper, 17 ordered. She freed one hand to wipe away the tears streaming down her face, then clenched the knife handle with all her strength. Closing her eyes tightly, she began to cut. Thankfully, her earlier experience pulling shards had somewhat acclimated her. And with 17 remaining completely silent throughout, she managed to press on. At 17's signal to stop, Nagongwea opened her eyes and discovered she had made a long incision on his back. Bright red blood poured out incessantly from the wound. Panicking, she moved to tear her clothes to staunch the bleeding, but 17 stopped her. Don't bother with the blood, focus on getting the shards out, he said. Tears streaming down her face, Nagongwea asked in a small voice, do we have any tweezers? I don't dare use my hands. 17 pulled out 2 thin throwing knives from his clothes. Use these. Hold them together to clamp the shards. Taking the knives, she carefully pried the wound open, revealing the pale, glistening tissue beneath. The sight made her stomach churn, and she nearly vomited. Fighting back her nausea, she spotted one of the shards and slowly inserted the throwing knives to grip it. She glanced at 17 for reassurance. Seeing no reaction from him, she closed her eyes again, tightened her hold on the knives, and pulled. Clink. The knife slipped, the shard barely budging. But now its edge was exposed above the skin. Nagongwea resorted to using her fingers to grasp the shard and tugged it out. She repeated the process for the remaining 3 shards. The last one was particularly stubborn, embedded deep in the muscle. Nagongwea struggled with it for a long time before finally dislodging it. Though 17 never uttered a sound, his face grew increasingly pale, drained of all strength. When the final shard was removed, Nagongwea sniffled, wiping her tears as she said, it's done, but there's no gauze. Doesn't matter. I know how to stop the bleeding. Dragging himself forward, 17 struggled to remove his pants, exposing part of his hip. Startled, Nagongwea jumped back. What are you doing? Ignoring her, 17 tugged his pants down to just above his knees and said, there are more wounds on my legs. Only then did she notice the injuries on his hip and thighs. Fortunately, the shards in these areas weren't deeply embedded, except for one in his thigh. Blushing furiously and with tears in her eyes, Nagongwea used the same method to extract the shards. Done, she finally said, pulling out the last piece of metal. Still lying prone, 17 reached into his clothing and retrieved a magazine, from which he removed several bullets. Wrapping a bullet with a piece of cloth, he bit down on the tip with his teeth while twisting the casing with his hands. Pop. After some effort, the bullet casing cracked open, spilling a small pile of black powder. One by one, 17 repeated the process until he had a neat row of open bullets. By the time he finished, his mouth was bloody. Exhausted, he lay on the ground and instructed, sprinkle the gunpowder into the wounds and light it with a match. Don't use a candle. Nagong Wei nodded tearfully, picking up a bullet. One at a time, 17 reminded her. If the powder gets soaked with blood, it won't work. She carefully poured the gunpowder into the wound, lit a match, and brought it close. FSSHHH. Smoke rose from 17's back as a sharp, acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. Sparks flew, making Nagong Wei jump back in fright, landing on the ground. When she looked over at 17, she saw him biting down on his clothes, his hands clutching the fabric tightly. His face was a mask of agony. Yet despite it all, 17 didn't make a sound. After a long pause, he finally let go of the cloth in his mouth, his forehead drenched in sweat. Next, he said hoarsely. Clenching her teeth, Nagong Wei repeated the process until all the wounds were treated. By the end, 17's back was a grotesque mess of blackened, charred flesh, with patches of skin and muscle peeled away, exposing raw, bloody tissue. His face was ashen, his body soaked in sweat, as though he had just been pulled from a river. It was only his sheer willpower keeping him conscious. He knew that passing out now could mean death for both of them if the revenants found them. 17, Nagong Wei called softly. It's done. He nodded weakly, unable to muster the strength to speak. He lay there, breathing heavily, trying to recover. Nagong Wei hesitated for a moment before carefully approaching him. She gently pulled his pants back up and then removed her outer garment, draping it over his back. The wounds on 17's body had been sustained while protecting her. Nagong Wei knew this all too well. If 17 hadn't shielded her from the shards with his own body, she would have been the one pulling shards out of her flesh. Thinking about it, she couldn't imagine enduring such inhuman torture, the pain, the blood, the fire. Her gaze lingered on 17's battered form. The disdain and fear she had once felt for him were now replaced by a glimmer of gratitude. The night deepened. Exhausted from the ordeals of the day, Nagong Wei finally succumbed to sleep, curling up in a corner with her back against the wall. 17, however, fought against his fatigue, keeping his eyes wide open. Normally, his endurance could carry him through 3 days and nights without rest. But today, the blood loss and excruciating pain had pushed him to his limits, leaving him dangerously close to collapse. He couldn't even remember the last time he had been this gravely injured. It felt like a memory from a lifetime ago. Suddenly, a faint sound came from Nagong Wei's direction. He instinctively turned his head to look. 17, stop killing. Brother, I'm so scared. She murmured in her sleep, her body curled into a tight ball. Her blood-stained face was streaked with dried tears, her lips trembling as she muttered dreamily. A faint smile tugged at the corners of 17's lips. It seemed this little girl had been thoroughly traumatized over the past few days, even haunted by her fears in her dreams. Summoning his remaining strength, 17 pushed himself up and staggered toward her. He draped the blood-stained outer garment she had given him over her small frame. Instinctively, Nagong Wei pulled the garment tighter around herself, seeking its warmth. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was staggering. By day, the heat could peel the skin off a person, while by night, the cold could make it feel as though frost was forming on one's flesh. 17, however, had always been impervious to such extremes. He attributed it to years of relentless training, which had honed his body into something beyond ordinary human limits. But Nagong Wei was just an ordinary woman. She could feel the cold and was prone to illness. The biting chill of the desert night made her shiver uncontrollably, and yet 17 could do little more than drape his coat over her trembling frame. He sat silently nearby, his eyes closed as he meditated to recover his energy. The wound on his back had already stopped bleeding. If it had been anyone else, they would likely still be hemorrhaging, eventually succumbing to blood loss. But 17 was no ordinary person, more so after he inexplicably gained the power to manipulate ice over the past year. With this ability, he had already frozen the wound on his back to temporarily seal it. 17 himself had no idea why he had acquired the ability to control ice. He only remembered collapsing unexpectedly on his first day after joining the Dark Knight 5th Unit, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself inside a biological weapons research facility. This time, however, Dr. Xiao and Chu Hailan were nowhere to be seen. Over the course of a month in the research facility, 2 researchers conducted numerous tests on him and helped him train his newfound power. According to them, when 17 was brought to the facility, the clothes on his body were almost entirely frozen solid, leading them to conclude that he possessed ice manipulation abilities. They scoured extensive materials on superhuman powers to assist him in mastering his skill. Once 17 had more or less gained control over his ability, he returned to the Dark Knight 5th Unit and embarked on his first assignment. The mission was exceptionally challenging, and without absolute confidence in completing it alone, he sought out 1006, who had been transferred to the Mercenary Division's Yellow Jacket 9th Unit and was now codenamed Monkey. However, Monkey, ever brash and headstrong, insisted on sending an ice bullet ahead of time once he learned that 17 had chosen it as his symbolic weapon. Although 17 found the idea irritating, he eventually agreed, conceding to Monkey's insistence that it heightened the thrill if the target received prior warning. What Monkey didn't know, however, was that 17 crafted these ice bullets himself. He still believed they were the work of some devil. Thinking of Monkey, 17 recalled their exam days. Back then, he'd had the opportunity to kill Monkey, but chose to spare him merely to conserve a bullet. Looking back, 17 couldn't help but find it amusing. What had he been thinking, letting Monkey live for the sake of a single bullet? Leaning his head against the wall with a small gap between his back and its surface to avoid aggravating his wound, 17 found his thoughts drifting aimlessly. Over the past year, he had completed more than 100 assassination missions, most of them alongside Monkey. At times, he was grateful for the choice he'd made not to kill Monkey during the exam. Now, Monkey had become his most reliable cover during missions. Before every mission, 17 would send an ice bullet, a habit initially born from Monkey's pestering but one he eventually came to adopt himself. Even when completing a task solo, he felt compelled to send out an ice bullet first. Perhaps something was wrong with him deep down. Despite disliking the practice, he couldn't deny the strange thrill he experienced upon seeing his targets gathered together in panic. His wandering thoughts eventually returned to his most recent mission, protecting Nagong while eliminating the Wraith. To be honest, 17 deeply disliked Nagong. Her haughty demeanor was tolerable, but her helplessness in the face of adversity, always resorting to tears and incapable of doing anything useful, grated on his nerves. The reason 17 had killed the bodyguards earlier was simple. The first one had tried to poke him in the head, triggering his instinctive reaction, just as Cordis had always gotten injured whenever she approached him too closely in the past. The difference was that Cordis merely felt pain, whereas this bodyguard had lost his life. As for the others, 17 had acted purely in self-defense. The next two bodyguards had attempted to shoot him, and he had felt threatened. The remaining 6 might not have intended to kill him, but to 17, there was little distinction between beating them up and killing them. Anyone who posed a threat to him had to die. That was the principle he had adhered to ever since joining the Dark Knight 5th Unit. From the very first day, he had defined himself as an assassin, not a bodyguard. Even now, tasked with protecting Nagong, he remained an assassin at heart. At some point, the sky outside began to lighten. 17 snapped out of his tangled thoughts and turned to look at Nagong. She was curled up into a ball, seemingly tormented by the cold. Sensing that something was wrong, 17 approached her and tried to shake her awake. But as his hand touched her body, he felt an alarming heat. Nagong was burning up with a fever. 17 sighed inwardly. Falling ill at such a critical moment only compounded their troubles. Then again, it wasn't surprising. Nagong was, after all, just an ordinary person with a frail constitution. Over the past few days, she had been subjected to constant fear and had even helped him tend to his wound the previous night. Her mental and physical limits had long been stretched to the breaking point. Coupled with the freezing cold of the desert night, it would have been more unusual if she hadn't fallen ill. Yet now, 17 had no means of obtaining medicine for her. Frowning slightly, 17 gently pushed her shoulder and called softly, "Miss Mississippi." Nagong barely opened her eyes, glanced weakly at him, and murmured, "17, I'm so cold," before slipping back into unconsciousness. 17 let out a soft sigh, his heart heavy with frustration. He carried no medicine. Nagong was burning with fever, and returning to the city to seek a doctor was out of the question. For the first time, 17 found himself facing a problem he couldn't immediately solve. During his time in the training camp, 17 had learned systematic survival skills for extreme conditions. He remembered clearly that when someone in the wild developed a high fever with no antipyretics at hand, they needed to consume light, fluid-based foods, drink plenty of water, eat fruits, and combine these measures with ice compresses and massages. Suddenly galvanized, 17 stood up and began searching the abandoned village for a water source. He meticulously searched every house in the village, noting that though most items were intact, they were covered in dust, showing signs of long disuse. Remarkably, the clothing in the wardrobes remained undamaged, albeit old and worn. These clues suggested that the villagers had left in great haste, abandoning even their personal belongings. 17 didn't bother pondering the reasons for their departure. His sole focus was finding water. If there were houses here, there had to be a water source somewhere. But to his frustration, there were no faucets or wells to be found. How had these villagers obtained their water? After relentless searching, 17 finally discovered a hidden floorboard in the room behind the one he and Nagong were staying in. Lifting the wooden panel revealed a ladder leading down. Shrouded in shadows, the underground space was dim and impossible to see clearly. 17 lit a candle and cautiously descended the ladder, holding the flickering light aloft to survey the room. The cellar wasn't large and was largely empty, save for a dirt well in the center. To his shock, for skeletons, their bones yellowed with age, lay on the ground nearby. Judging by their postures, they seemed to have died in agony. A closer look revealed that the skeletons belonged to 2 men, 1 woman, and a child. How had they met such a tragic end here? Judging by their contorted positions, their final moments must have been excruciating. 17 dismissed these questions with indifference and walked straight to the well. Holding the candle closer, he peered down into its depths. The well was deep and pitch black, concealing whatever might lie below. Nearby, a bucket with a long rope attached rested on the ground. Testing the rope, 17 found it just sturdy enough to hold. He lowered the bucket into the well. A soft plop echoed as the bucket hit the water below. So there was still water down there. With careful precision, 17 drew up half a bucket of water, wary of the rope's age and fragility. Pulling up a full bucket risked snapping it midway. Inspecting the water, he noted that the bucket's prolonged disuse had left it coated in dust, with debris floating on the surface. He used this first batch to rinse out the bucket, dumping the dirty water before filling it again with clearer water. Carrying the bucket back up the ladder, 17 returned to the room. He didn't bother closing the cellar's floorboard, too preoccupied with helping Nangong wear. The room contained cups, but they were too deteriorated to be usable. Instead, 17 used one hand to lift Nangong Ware's head and the other to scoop water from the bucket. She was still unconscious and could only swallow a small amount. Lowering her back onto the ground gently, 17 dipped his hand into the bucket, cupping another handful of water. Closing his eyes, he began to concentrate. After a brief moment, thin wisps of white mist began to form in his palm. As the mist gradually dissipated, a small chunk of ice appeared in his hand. 17 created several more small pieces of ice, then used his dagger to cut his outer garment into several strips. He wrapped each piece of cloth around some ice, creating makeshift cold compresses. He placed one on Nangong Ware's forehead, two under her armpits, and another at her groin. Finally, he slid his hands under her short skirt, removed her undergarments, and positioned the last ice compress beneath her hips. After completing these tasks, 17 began massaging several points on Nangong Ware's body. The concept of acupoints was originally a unique knowledge from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, later spreading to the West. The devil, in order to train his recruits to master the art of one-strike kills, required all trainees to study this field. However, their training primarily focused on identifying the critical acupoints that, when struck, would guarantee fatal results. 17 had undergone such training, so he had a rough understanding of acupoint locations. Now, he was massaging points such as Higu, Tuchi, Taichung, Jianshi, and Dazui. Although 17 did not know the precise names of these acupoints, he was aware that massaging them repeatedly could help to dissipate body heat, a piece of practical knowledge he had learned in class. The combination of ice compresses and massages seemed effective, as Nangong Ware's high fever gradually subsided under 17's persistent effort. Using his ice ability, 17 regulated her body temperature, ensuring she wouldn't become dehydrated or collapse from excessive sweating during the fever's decline. After replacing the ice packs multiple times, Nangong Ware's fever finally subsided significantly. Only then did 17 remove the cold compresses, cover her with her clothes again, and help her put her undergarments back on. He glanced at Nangong Ware. Her cheeks were flushed red, and droplets of moisture clung to her lashes. 17 had already sensed that she was awake but had been pretending to keep her eyes closed. Each time he replaced the compress beneath her hips, the muscles in her thighs would tense up, and when he helped her put her undergarments back on, her entire body would stiffen momentarily. Setting the water bucket aside, 17 asked, "Feeling any better?" Nangong Ware's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but she neither opened her eyes nor responded. A single tear slid down her cheek. Suddenly, 17 sidestepped with Nangong Ware in his arms. A sharp bang pierced the air as a bullet struck the spot where Nangong Ware had just been standing. "Who fired?" The hotel's security captain yelled angrily. "Stop everything. Damn it, who shot the gun?" The fighting ceased abruptly as everyone looked around in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. The chaos had been so overwhelming that only a few people had registered the gunshot, and the security captain, who had been standing on the outskirts of the melee, was one of them. The city of Laves was known for its gambling establishments, each backed by a powerful criminal organization. While fights often broke out, an unspoken rule prohibited the use of firearms. Violating this rule would provoke a united retaliation from the city's underworld, as no one wanted to jeopardize the influx of wealthy patrons. The prohibition on guns ensured that the rich could gamble without fear of being caught in a crossfire. The security captain, already furious about the brawl on his turf, was now livid at the gunfire. He shouted for the shooter to step forward, threatening to search everyone if no one confessed. Before anyone could respond, 17 suddenly rolled to the side with Nangong Ware in tow. Another bang followed, a second bullet striking the spot where she had previously been. The sound of gunfire startled everyone. Nangong Lin, in particular, turned pale with fear. "It's a sniper," someone shouted. The security captain waved his hand, and a group of guards rushed in the direction of the gunshots. Yet another shot rang out, which 17 dodged with ease. He leaped, carrying Nangong Ware, and disappeared into a nearby flower bed in just a few swift movements. "Sister," Nangong Lin shouted, running toward the flower bed. But when he reached it, Both 17 and Nangong Yuera were nowhere to be found. By the time the security team reached the rooftop of a building where the shots had originated, they found only 3 spent bullet casings. The shooter had vanished without a trace. Back at the hotel entrance, the remaining thugs, realizing Nangong Yuera had escaped, quickly retreated, leaving behind bloodstains and several bodies. Only after the 3 vans sped away did Chen Sang emerge from behind a thick stone pillar, his face pale. They're gone. Nangong Lin glared at him fiercely, his teeth grinding. You cowardly bastard. Chen Sang, unsure if the insult was directed at him, glanced around nervously before cautiously asking, Big brother, where's Yuer? Nangong Lin snorted coldly and ignored him, instead walking over to help Yi Zi Mei and Dai Ling to their feet. The 8 bodyguards, battered and bruised, also began to retreat slowly. Chen Sang remained rooted to the spot, his jaw clenched and his eyes filled with venomous malice as he stared at Nangong Lin's back. Meanwhile, the neon lights of Lave shone brightly over its bustling streets. 17, carrying Nangong Yuer in his arms, darted through the maze-like alleys with the speed of a gust of wind. Had Nangong Yuer been fully conscious, she would have been astonished at how well 17 navigated the intricate network of alleyways, never once turning into a dead end. In truth, 17 had a habit of familiarizing himself with his surroundings before undertaking any mission. During his time in Laves, he had already memorized the city's entire street map. For the average person, such a dense web of streets would have been overwhelming. But 17 was no ordinary person. His training in the Devil's Island program had honed his memory and situational awareness to perfection. He chose to move through the shadowy alleys instead of the crowded main streets. While most people believed the bustle of a city offered safety in numbers, 17, as a trained assassin, knew better. Crowded areas reduced maneuverability and increased the risk of being recognized or caught in an ambush. The alleys, spiderweb-like in their layout, were ideal for evading pursuers. He weaved through countless turns and passageways, never pausing. The killing intent trailing behind them was palpable. It clung to them like a shadow. If 17 were alone, he would have drawn his pursuer into a fight to the death. But with Nangong Yuer in his care, he had to ensure her safety first. The difficulty of the situation was compounded by the identity of their assailant, a top-tier assassin ranked 5th in the Western underworld, the Reaper. 17 wasn't willing to take any unnecessary risks. Nangong Yuer suddenly let out a terrified scream. Her previously blank eyes regained some clarity, and upon realizing she was being carried by 17, she screamed again, struggling to break free. Let me go! Let me go! She cried, twisting desperately in his arms. 17 frowned slightly and said in a low, commanding voice, If you don't want to die, shut up. Put me down. Put me down. She continued to struggle. 17 abruptly stopped, tossing her forward without hesitation. Nangong Yuer let out another startled cry as she landed heavily on the ground, her backside hitting the hard surface with a painful thud. She winced, baring her teeth in pain. Standing coldly to the side, 17 gazed at her without a trace of emotion. Nangong Yuer struggled to her feet, leaning against the wall for support while vigorously rubbing her sore backside. Gritting her teeth, she spat. You bastard. 17 stepped forward, prompting Nangong Yuer to immediately retreat a step. Her eyes were wary as she warned, Don't come any closer. Glancing around nervously, she raised her voice and shouted, Brother, don't bother. They're not here, 17 remarked flatly. Nangong Yuer's gaze locked onto 17. Her voice trembled as she asked, What do you want? Instead of answering her directly, 17 simply said, If you don't want to die, follow me. Why should I? Nangong Yuer shouted defiantly. 17 remained silent this time, turning his back to her. It was then that Nangong Yuer noticed a shadowy figure standing in the dimly lit corner nearby. Her breath caught when she saw the figure holding a long firearm. The memory flashed in her mind. Being paralyzed with fear after bullets suddenly flew toward her. It was 17 who had carried her away, running through the chaos. Could it be that the person who had opened fire at her was this man? Narrowing his eyes, 17 spoke in a low voice. Wraith. The figure stepped forward slowly, the pale moonlight revealing his silhouette. He was clad in a sleek black leather jacket, his tall, slender frame standing at about 1.8 meters. His face was obscured by a ghostly mask, with only a pair of sharp, glinting eyes visible. Who are you? Wraith's voice was low and gravelly. You don't need to know, 17 replied indifferently. Wraith tilted the Wilkes sniper rifle in his hands, a faint smirk in his tone as he said, Dodging my bullet. You're not just anyone. That just means your aim is terrible. Humph. Wraith snorted heavily. Let's put that to the test. 17 took a step to the side, placing himself directly in front of Nangong Yuer. Go ahead, he said coolly. Under the moonlight, the two men locked eyes, neither making the first move. The air in the narrow alley was thick with a suffocating sense of danger, death seeming to lurk in every shadow. Suddenly, Wraith raised his rifle. But just as he moved, 17 sprang into action. Wraith barely had time to register the speed of 17's reaction. His hand flicked, and a pistol appeared in his grasp, its barrel pointed directly at Wraith. Shock flickered in Wraith's eyes. He hadn't expected 17 to move so quickly. His own rifle was still mid-rise, far from being ready to fire. Bang! The gunshot rang out faster than Wraith could react. Reflexively, Wraith swung his sniper rifle, and the bullet struck the barrel, sending sparks flying. The force of the impact caused Wraith to lose his grip, and the sniper rifle clattered to the ground. Despite the loss of his weapon, Wraith's reputation as a notorious killer was not without merit. Without hesitation, he dove into a corner, seeking cover. A second shot from 17 hit the wall he had just vacated, missing him by mere inches. Suddenly, from behind the wall, something round was tossed into the air. 17's pupils contracted sharply as he recognized the grenade. Without hesitation, he adjusted his aim and fired at the airborne explosive. Bang! The bullet struck the grenade, sending it hurtling away, but the danger had not yet passed. 17 immediately turned and lunged at Nangong Yuer, pushing her to the ground. She instinctively tried to struggle, but before she could fully react. Boom! The deafening explosion rocked the alley. Nangong Yuer's ears rang, muffling all other sounds. Dust and debris filled the air around them. When the chaos settled, 17 swiftly got up, dragging Nangong Yuer to her feet. "We need to move," he said sharply. Her legs, however, refused to cooperate, still trembling from the shock. Seeing this, 17 gritted his teeth, bent down, and scooped her into his arms once again. Without hesitation, he darted into a nearby alley. From the shadows of the corner, Wraith emerged, his eyes glinting coldly behind his mask as he surveyed the aftermath. His gaze lingered on the grenade's blast zone before shifting to the discarded sniper rifle. A faint gleam of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, 17 carried Nangong Yuer through the maze-like alleys. Though she detested being held in such a manner, she grudgingly acknowledged the urgency of their situation. The man who had fired at her was still out there, and 17 was her only shield. For once, she did not resist, allowing him to carry her. As they ran, 17's grip faltered for a moment, his right arm weakening. Nangong Yuer let out a startled cry as she nearly slipped from his hold. Out of instinct, she threw her arms around his shoulders, clinging tightly to him. 17 let out a muffled grunt, his expression darkening as he readjusted her in his arms, using his left hand to support her legs as he forced himself to keep moving. It wasn't until she noticed the sticky warmth on her hand that Nangong Yuer gasped in horror. She raised her hand to her face, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Blood, you're bleeding." 17 ignored her, tightening his grip and continuing to run. His breath was labored, but his resolve remained firm. That night, the city of Lavis was in turmoil. Police and gang members alike combed every corner in search of an elusive pair of individuals, an Eastern man and woman. It was said that a gunfight had erupted outside a hotel, followed by a grenade explosion in a nearby alley. Such blatant disregard for Lavis's long-standing unspoken rules had enraged the local underworld. Vowing to restore order, they unleashed a manhunt. Oddly enough, the focus of the search gradually shifted. For reasons unknown, both the police and the gangs abandoned their pursuit of the woman, narrowing their hunt solely on the man. By the time the city was locked in a frantic search, 17 and Nangong Yuer had escaped to the outskirts, finding refuge in an abandoned village at the edge of the desert. After fleeing the alley, 17 had hijacked a passing car at gunpoint, driving out of the city and into the barren wilderness. Once the car was abandoned, they trekked several kilometers on foot before reaching the desolate village, a cluster of a dozen or so crumbling houses long since deserted. Inside one of the houses, the air was thick with dust, a testament to its long abandonment. 17 slumped to the ground, his posture odd as he kept one side of his body slightly raised to avoid aggravating his injuries. Nangong Yuer, meanwhile, leaned against the wall, bent over as she gasped for breath. Unlike 17, whose labored breathing was due to blood loss, hers was purely from exhaustion after the relentless chase. After a long silence, their breathing steadied somewhat. Nangong Yuer finally spoke, her voice hesitant. "What do we do now?" 17 stood and began searching the room. By some stroke of luck, he found a few candles and half a box of matches. It took him several tries to light the candles, casting a dim glow across the dusty interior. Sitting back down, he gritted his teeth and removed his jacket, revealing blood-soaked fabric beneath. "Help me remove the shrapnel," he said bluntly. "What?" Nangong Yuer's eyes widened in shock. "Help me remove the shrapnel," he repeated, his tone firm. I can't," she stammered, shaking her head furiously. 17's brow furrowed. "The shrapnel from the grenade is lodged in my back. I can't reach it myself. Hurry. If I don't stop the bleeding, I won't make it." Tears welled up in Nangong Yuer's eyes as she continued to shake her head. No, I can't do it. 17 pulled out a knife and handed it to her, his voice growing colder. Do it. If I die, you won't make it out of here alive either. Her hands trembled as she took the knife, her face pale with fear. Even as she moved behind him, tears streamed down her cheeks. The sight of his back, mangled and riddled with wounds, was almost too much to bear. Hurry up, 17 snapped. I can't, she whimpered, her voice breaking as she sobbed uncontrollably. 17 let out a frustrated sigh. It's my flesh, not yours. Why are you crying? I'll go find my brother, okay? She pleaded desperately. 17's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within. His body shifted slightly, moving with the fluidity of smoke as he weaved through the 6 attackers. His speed was so astonishing that before anyone could react, the 6 men were already lying lifeless on the ground, their throats slit. From the moment they had entered, 17 had silently assessed them. These so-called bodyguards were even less competent than the 3 he had killed 2 days earlier. They were nothing more than a group of amateurs, hardly worthy of being called bodyguards. In truth, these 6 were no professionals at all, but rather a gang of petty thugs Chen Sang had befriended during his school days. Wanting to display his loyalty, Chen Sang had kept them around as his personal entourage. Fortunately for Chen Sang, he had always been the type to bully the weak and avoid provoking the powerful. Otherwise, any competent assassin could have killed him and his so-called bodyguards in an instant. A shrill scream echoed from within the bedroom where Dai Ling was hiding. Although Nangong Wei hadn't seen the carnage herself, Dai Ling's reaction sent her into a panic, and she began screaming as well. Chen Sang's legs gave out beneath him, and he stumbled to the floor, his face drained of all color. His lips trembled as he stared at the scene before him. He had intended to use his men to teach 17 a lesson and reclaim some dignity in front of Nangong Wei. But he had never imagined that 17 would act so decisively and mercilessly, killing all 6 in the blink of an eye. Nangong Lin's pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze on 17, who calmly and methodically slid his dagger back into its sheath as if nothing had happened. The bodyguard who had intervened earlier had braced himself mentally for this possibility, but was still startled by the sheer efficiency of 17's actions. The 7 newly arrived bodyguards, though spared from direct involvement, were visibly shaken, wiping cold sweat from their brows as they silently thanked the heavens for being stopped in time. Otherwise, they too would have joined the lifeless heap on the floor. The entire room was overwhelmed with shock. No one had anticipated that 17 would kill so effortlessly, so casually, as if taking lives was an art form to him. In the silence, Nangong Lin's thoughts churned. Though he had heard of 17's infamous ruthlessness from Yi Zime over the phone, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Coming from a family of soldiers, Nangong Lin wasn't opposed to the use of force when necessary, but he couldn't ignore the chilling indifference with which 17 wielded his blade. He was furious that 17 had frightened his beloved younger sister. According to Yi Zime, Nangong Wei had been mentally unstable for the past 2 days, frequently screaming. He was so enraged that he wished he could kill 17 on the spot. After interacting with 17, Nangong Lin had already realized that 17 was highly skilled, but it was only now that he fully comprehended how formidable he truly was. In the blink of an eye, 17 had taken down 6 men. For the first time, Nangong Lin truly recognized the danger and cold-blooded nature of 17. Chen Sang, too, hadn't expected 17 to be so deadly. He had originally hoped to show off in front of Nangong Wei, but instead, 6 of his bodyguards lost their lives. When 17 turned his icy gaze toward him after finishing the killings, Chen Sang suddenly felt as if 17 was a venomous serpent. That frigid stare chilled him to the bone. After wiping the blood off his knife and sheathing it, 17 didn't spare anyone a second glance. He walked straight to the sofa and sat down, as if nothing had happened. Since being assigned to the Covert Night 5 team, he no longer considered himself a bodyguard. He was now a full-fledged assassin. Even though this mission was to protect Nangong Wei, his identity as a killer remained unchanged. An assassin operates without sentiment. If his personal safety is threatened, 17 would kill without hesitation. From the perspective of an assassin, 17 had done nothing wrong. However, aside from Yi Zime, nobody else knew of 17's true identity. To them, he was merely a bodyguard. A bodyguard jeopardizing the interests of their employer was unacceptable. Thus, both Nangong Wei and Nangong Lin, along with others, demanded that Yi Zime fire him. Yet Yi Zime knew no one else could ensure Nangong Wei's safety like 17 could. Witnessing 17's cold-blooded methods left her conflicted. While she found them unsettling, they also solidified her trust in him. She was caught in a dilemma. Refusing to fire him would alienate the others, but letting him go would endanger Nangong Wei's life. Left with no other options, Yi Zime signaled for the 8 other bodyguards to clean up the corpses before leading Nangong Wei, Nangong Lin, and Chen Sang into a private room to discuss the matter. Before long, the living room was emptied out, save for a large bloodstain and 17 sitting alone. He leaned back against the sofa, his eyes half closed, as though the recent events had never occurred. No way. From inside the room, Chen Sang's voice rang out as he slammed the table. There's no way we can let a cold-blooded killer like him stay by Yue's side. But Yizimei's expression was troubled. The Wraith will soon come after the young lady. He's the 5th-ranked assassin in the West. Shinseng waved dismissively. Leave the Wraith to me. You need to fire that guy immediately. I can't. Yizimei shook her head firmly. 17 is the most skilled bodyguard in the West. Right now, there's no one else who can protect the young lady. Protect? Shinseng sneered. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if he kills Wei himself before the Wraith even shows up. 17 was just acting in self-defense, Yizimei argued. He wouldn't strike unless someone provoked him first. Shinseng's eyes widened in disbelief. Self-defense? Is that what you call a bodyguard? He doesn't even listen to his employer. He's worse than a dog. Ahem. Negonglin cleared his throat, gesturing for Shinseng to lower his voice. 17 was, after all, still in the living room. The mere thought of 17 made Shinseng's face turn pale. He immediately lowered his voice, but the bravado in his tone remained. Him? I'm not afraid of him. Where? Don't worry. In a few days, I'll hire the number 1 assassin in the West to take him out and settle the score for you. Yizimei sighed silently to herself. It was impossible for anyone else to assassinate 17. If Shinseng issued an assassination order, the first person sent to execute it would undoubtedly be the devil, and any operative dispatched by the devil would certainly be 17 himself. But she dared not speak this aloud. It would implicate her own life. Negonglin, who had been silent while holding Negongwei protectively, suddenly spoke up. Sister Mei, you said 17 is the most skilled bodyguard in the West? Yizimei quickly nodded. Yes, he's the best. Negonglin frowned. But I heard the top bodyguard in the West was someone called Metal, who died half a year ago at the hands of the West's number 1 assassin, the Ice Killer. After that, the title passed to the 2nd-ranked bodyguard, Meatball. But his age and physique are nothing like 17's. At Negonglin's words, everyone in the room turned their gazes toward Yizimei. She looked slightly embarrassed. Don't look at me like that. 17 isn't Meatball, but he's still the best. The best. Shinseng scoffed. He's younger than us. Even if he started training in the womb, he couldn't possibly be that great. Negonglin furrowed his brow slightly. He was growing increasingly annoyed with Shinseng's arrogant demeanor. As a military man, Negonglin valued integrity and action, but Shinseng, with his lofty airs and empty boasts, was the complete opposite. Since their departure from Longhua, Shinseng's behavior had only grated on Negonglin more and more. The group argued for an entire day without reaching a resolution. No matter what they said, Yizimei stood firm in her refusal to dismiss 17. Her reasoning was simple. 17's capabilities were undeniable. If anyone could take down 6 men in such a short span of time, she might reconsider. But no one here could do that, not even Negonglin, who knew his own limitations. Shinseng was livid, grinding his teeth in frustration but ultimately powerless against Yizimei. After all, her priority was Negongwei's safety. Still, Shinseng had already decided that once the concert was over, he would find a way to replace Yizimei with a more obedient manager for Negongwei, regardless of the cost. The Chen family had no shortage of money. By the end of the exhausting day, Negonglin offered a pragmatic suggestion. 17 does have the ability to protect Wei, but his refusal to follow orders is problematic. Let's just pretend he doesn't exist and avoid provoking him. Under Yizimei's pleading, Shinseng and Negongwei reluctantly agreed to keep 17 for the time being. They resolved, however, to avoid interacting with him entirely, so much so that they wouldn't even look at him. Negonglin's suggestion stemmed from his concern for his sister. The Wraith, ranked 5th among Western assassins, was a significant threat. Only someone like 17 could potentially stand a chance against him. Having witnessed 17's eerie precision and calmness after killing, Negonglin was deeply shaken. He had encountered many skilled individuals before, but none who treated killing with such nonchalance. It was clear to him that 17 had grown up in a brutal environment where life was cheap. Such disregard for human life made 17 the most terrifying kind of person. Until he could uncover 17's true background, Negonglin had no intention of making an enemy of him. That said, as a soldier, fear was not a word in his vocabulary. When the group finally emerged from the private room, they indeed ignored 17 entirely. Only Dai Ling glanced at him timidly, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and curiosity. Negonglin also cast a steady gaze in 17's direction, though his thoughts remained unreadable. The living room was silent. 17 still lounged on the sofa, his expression calm as ever. Negongwei went in her room to change clothes and apply makeup. When she returned, the group headed to the hotel restaurant. 17 followed behind the 8 bodyguards. The other bodyguards avoided him, their gazes complicated, none dared get too close. To them, 17 was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode and harm anyone nearby. Yizimei had reserved a luxurious private room in the restaurant with 2 tables. Negongwei and her group sat at one table, while the bodyguards occupied the other. Naturally, 17 sat with the bodyguards. None of them dared to stop him from eating, fearful of triggering his temper. To them, he was an unpredictable and dangerous force. After dinner, Shinseng suggested a visit to one of Lavis's famed underground casinos. claiming it would be a shame to miss out on the experience. Negong Lin wasn't interested, but Negong Ware, indifferent at first, eventually gave in to Chen Sang's persistent persuasion. Together, they headed to the casino. Finally, he pushed all the chips in front of Negong Ware and said, "Ware, I'm out of luck. You play." Negong Ware was taken aback. "I don't know how." "It's fine. I'll teach you." Negong Ware shook her head. "Forget it. I don't gamble. Let's go back." Chen Sang immediately nodded. "All right, let's go back." Then he turned to Vina and said, "Exchange the chips for us, and take 1,000 as your tip." Vina's face lit up with a broad smile. "Thank you, sir." As Negong Ware prepared to leave, Min immediately stood up, eager to exchange contact information, a task that Yizime handled for them. The group exited the hotel, and Chen Sang suggested, "Ware, how about I take you shopping?" Negong Ware glanced at the silent figure of 17 following behind and shook her head. "No, let's go back." "All right." Chen Sang pulled out his phone and called for the driver to bring the car around. Just then, the screech of tires echoed suddenly from nearby. 3 vans came to an abrupt halt, their doors sliding open as a group of men armed with iron rods poured out, clearly targeting them. The 8 bodyguards accompanying them immediately stepped forward to block the assailants. Negong Lin shielded Negong Ware behind him, while Chen Sang, Dai Ling, and Yizi made a cover behind Negong Lin. Only 17 remained stationary, his brows slightly furrowed. As nearly 30 men surged toward them, the 8 bodyguards quickly moved to engage. The 2 sides clashed violently, turning the hotel's entrance into chaos as guests scattered in panic to avoid the melee. 17 stood motionless, observing the scene with a detached calm. From the moment the van sped toward them, he had already deduced that their group was the target. However, he saw no need to warn anyone. To him, the lives of these people were irrelevant. His sole responsibility was to protect Negong Ware. He watched with an almost leisurely demeanor as the iron rods swung wildly in the chaos. Yet his mind was not idle. He was pondering who had sent these men. Was it the Reaper? Impossible. Assassins like the Reaper worked alone, never seeking help from others, and their identities were always shrouded in secrecy. These attackers, clearly disorganized thugs with no real combat skills, were unlikely to be mercenaries either. If it wasn't the Reaper, then who could it be? And what was their motive? The fierce battle at the hotel entrance continued. On any other day, these bodyguards would have easily subdued such a ragtag group. But the sheer number of attackers, combined with their iron rods, left the bodyguards at a disadvantage. 10 or so thugs broke away and charged toward Negong Lin's position. Glancing at 17, Negong Lin released Negong Ware from his protective hold and moved to intercept them. Negong Lin, a former Special Forces operative with extensive combat experience, dispatched the attackers with swift efficiency. However, 2 of them managed to slip past him, making a beeline for Negong Ware. Chen Sang had long since fled to an unknown corner, leaving the 3 women huddled together in fear. As the 2 thugs approached, Yizime screamed frantically, "17, help us." 17 ignored her cries. Instead, he stepped forward and pulled Negong Ware toward him. Her body went limp, and she instinctively buried herself in his arms, trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to even notice who was holding her. Yizime and Dai Ling, equally petrified, crouched on the ground with their hands over their heads. Fortunately, the 2 thugs paid no attention to them, focusing solely on 17 and Negong Ware. With his left arm securely holding Negong Ware by the waist, 17 slightly shifted his stance. His right hand, which had been hanging loosely by his side, now gripped a thin throwing knife that had silently slid into his palm from his sleeve. A heavy iron rod whistled through the air towards 17's head. With Negong Ware in his arms, he leaned his upper body sharply backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. As the rod grazed past his nose, 17 swiftly straightened up, his right hand slicing forward in a blur. The thug staggered backward, his face frozen in shock, before collapsing. Only then did blood begin to spurt from his throat. The second thug, now terrified, turned to flee. 17 flicked his wrist, sending a glinting blade hurtling through the air. The knife pierced the thug's throat with deadly precision, and he dropped lifeless to the ground. At that moment, a swarm of hotel security guards armed with electrified batons poured out of the building. Without bothering to distinguish between parties, they began striking indiscriminately, plunging the scene into even greater chaos. 17 remained on the sidelines, holding Negong Ware tightly and making no move to intervene. Negong Ware, meanwhile, clung to him with her face buried in his chest, her whole body trembling. Ignoring her entirely, 17 ducked his head and stepped inside. "You." Negong Yua pointed at 17, trembling with rage. She had encountered plenty of shameless people in her life, but a bodyguard as brazen and disobedient as 17 was entirely new to her. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Thankfully, Yizime, who was privy to 17's true identity, was in the car. She had been working tirelessly to diffuse the tension, which kept Negong Yua from kicking 17 out of the car right then and there. Nevertheless, Negong Yua was seething with anger. She had never been treated like this in her entire life. From a young age, she had been pampered and shielded from any hardship, and after becoming famous, those around her only became more deferential, as though she were a fragile treasure. But 17's blatant disregard for her authority was something she had never experienced. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, glaring at 17 with mounting fury. Finally, they arrived at the hotel. As soon as the car came to a halt, Nagong Yuer bolted out and dashed toward the elevator. Two of the bodyguards quickly split off to handle the luggage, while the other two closely escorted her to the top floor. Upon entering the suite, Nagong Yuer barely made it into the living room before noticing that 17 had followed her inside. She spun around, her face twisted with indignation, and pointed at the door, shouting through gritted teeth, "Get out." 17's tone remained calm as he replied, "I am your personal bodyguard. From now on, I will remain here. I don't need you. Get out." Nagong Yuer screamed, her voice reaching a fever pitch as she poured every ounce of her anger into those words. Unfazed, 17 responded nonchalantly, "If you're unhappy, you may terminate my contract, but you'll need to pay the penalty fee." "You." "Fine. I'll fire you. I'll pay the penalty. Now get out." "Miss." 17, please, can you both just calm down?" Yizime interjected, pacing anxiously as she tried to mediate. Meanwhile, Dai Ling, another young woman present, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. She couldn't recall ever seeing Nagong Yuer this furious. Though Nagong Yuer was known for her temper, it was usually controlled. But today, 17 had clearly pushed her over the edge. At that moment, one of the bodyguards dropped a bag onto the floor and stepped forward, jabbing a finger at 17's chest. "That's enough, kid. I've had it up to here with you, eh?" Suddenly, a cold flash of light streaked through the air. The bodyguard staggered back several steps, clutching his neck with both hands, his eyes wide with terror. Blood gushed between his fingers as his life ebbed away. "Ah!" The three women screamed in unison, huddling together in fear. Nagong Yuer's face turned ashen, and her legs gave out beneath her. She had never witnessed a death before, let alone one that happened so abruptly and gruesomely right in front of her. Her mind went blank as a high-pitched ringing echoed in her ears. With a thud, the bodyguard collapsed to the floor, his blood pooling around him in a crimson tide. The second bodyguard finally snapped out of his shock and instinctively reached for the gun at his waist. But before he could react, 17 took a step forward and slipped behind him, seizing his gun hand and twisting it sharply. A chilling numbness spread through the bodyguard's arm, and soon he realized he had lost all sensation in it, as though the limb no longer belonged to him. Unbeknownst to him, the blood in his arm had frozen solid, rendering it completely useless. However, 17 had no intention of leaving him with a future to worry about. With another flash of his blade, blood spurted from the second bodyguard's neck as he crumpled to the ground. Calmly sheathing his dagger, 17 stated flatly, "Anyone who comes near me will be considered an enemy." Nagong Yuer and Dai Ling were so paralyzed with fear that they could only cling to each other, their faces pale and their expressions vacant. Even their screams had died in their throats. Yizime, though more composed due to her extensive experiences, was still shaken by 17's ruthless efficiency. After all, she was the only one who knew that 17 was a professional assassin, not just a bodyguard. Still, witnessing his cold-blooded methods left her deeply unsettled. Who could have anticipated that 17 would kill two of their own without hesitation? For the first time, Yizime began to doubt whether hiring 17 had been the right decision. Her lips trembled as she stammered, 17. You. 17 glanced at her briefly and replied in his usual detached tone, "You have two choices. Fire me, or stay out of my way. My only responsibility is to ensure her safety. Everything else is irrelevant to me." Yizime averted her gaze from the corpses on the floor and bit her lip, struggling to steady her voice. Despite her efforts, her words came out shaky. "But they, including you, are not within my protection scope. Your lives and deaths are none of my concern. If anyone threatens me, I will eliminate them without mercy." As he spoke, 17 stepped toward Nagong Yuer and Dai Ling, grabbing each of them by the arm. Only then did the two young women fully register his presence beside them. Overwhelmed by fear, they burst into tears, crying uncontrollably. 17 frowned slightly and dragged them toward one of the rooms. Dai Ling sobbed so hard that her tears and snot smeared her face, while Nagong Yuer clawed and bit at him in a desperate attempt to break free. But her strength was no match for his. With a single kick, 17 forced open a door, tossed the two women inside, and shut the door behind them before returning to the living room. When 17 began walking toward her, Yizime instinctively wanted to flee, but her legs were too weak to move. Fortunately, 17 paid her no attention. He simply walked past her, sat on the sofa, and said, "Go warn the other two bodyguards outside. Otherwise, there will be more corpses here soon." Yizime hesitated for a long moment before finally mustering the strength to stand. She shot 17 a conflicted glance before staggering toward the door. Just as she reached it, 17's voice sounded from behind her. "Make sure they take care of these two bodies." Clenching her teeth, Yizime left the suite. Not long after, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The two bodyguards who had been handling the luggage rushed into the room, only to freeze in shock at the sight of their fallen comrades. One of them, his eyes blazing with fury, reached for his gun in a fit of rage. Still seated on the sofa, 17 remarked coolly, "If you don't want to die, don't act rashly. I guarantee you'll be dead before you can pull the trigger." Ignoring the warning, the enraged bodyguard drew his weapon. Before he could even aim, a flash of silver streaked through the air. He let out a muffled grunt, staggered back 2 steps, and collapsed, a throwing knife embedded in his throat. The remaining bodyguard was too stunned to react. He wanted to reach for his gun but thought better of it. After all, 17 had just killed 3 people in the blink of an eye. His skills were clearly beyond ordinary comprehension. Reluctantly, the surviving bodyguard chose to stay silent. "Dispose of these 3 bodies," 17 commanded. The bodyguard clenched his jaw and glared at 17 with resentment but ultimately complied. He fetched 3 bedsheets, wrapped each corpse, and carried them out one by one. Whether the hotel's security intervened or not, and whatever trouble might arise, was no concern of 17's. Once the final body was removed, Yizime returned to the suite. Her gaze swept over the blood-stained floor, and she looked at 17 with a mixture of fear and loathing. "You're a monster," she hissed. "You've forgotten my code name," 17 replied, utterly unfazed. Yizime took a deep breath, her chest heaving as she struggled to suppress her emotions. She glared at him one last time before storming into the room where Nangong Yuer and Dai Ling were hiding. The ice assassin. How had she not realized before? Ice was the coldest, most unfeeling substance. For 17 to be associated with it meant he embodied those very traits. Only now did Yuzime fully grasp the kind of person she had brought into their lives. Cold-blooded. Merciless. The ice assassin. Nangong Yuer, utterly traumatized, refused to leave her room for 2 whole days, no matter who tried to persuade her. Dai Ling stayed with her, equally shaken and unwilling to show her face. The responsibility of delivering food and drinks to them fell solely on Yizime, while 17 lounged in the living room without a care in the world. With only 6 days left before Nangong Yuer's concert, her mental state remained fragile. The harrowing experience had left deep scars on her psyche. Yizime, meanwhile, was like an ant scurrying on a hot pan, desperate and restless. She even attempted to contact the Devil Organization, only to receive a blunt response. They had already warned her that 17 was an assassin, not a bodyguard, and that he could not be treated as such. If she no longer wished to work with him, she was free to terminate the contract, but under no circumstances could she order him to do anything he was unwilling to do. The organization's firm stance left Yizime in an impossible position. On one hand, she dared not offend the Devil Organization, lest she lose her standing in the West. On the other hand, Nangong Yuer was adamant about firing 17, leaving Yizime caught between a rock and a hard place. She was well aware that 17 was the cold-blooded assassin, the infamous ice-cold killer, and had fully witnessed his ruthless side. Yet, she neither dared to provoke 17 further nor had the courage to reveal his true identity to Nangong Yuer. After all, 17 was the top-ranked assassin in the West. As a result, the matter of dismissing 17 had been indefinitely postponed by Yizime. As for the 3 corpses, according to the last surviving bodyguard, he had already hired a local mercenary group to deal with them. Yizime didn't inquire further about the matter. She didn't have the energy or mood to concern herself with such things. She merely handed the payment over to the bodyguard, instructing him to pass it on to the mercenaries, and then continued to devote herself to calming Nangong Yuer and her companions while arranging for new bodyguards. Yizime was caught in a whirlwind of tasks. On one hand, she had to comfort Nangong Yuer and her entourage. On the other, she worked to notify the headquarters back home to dispatch new bodyguards as soon as possible. Thankfully, the company responded swiftly to her request. Within just 2 days, 7 new bodyguards arrived, double the previous number. Along with these bodyguards, however, came 2 additional individuals. The door was suddenly flung open with force. Yizime had barely stepped into the room when a young man, dressed in a sleek suit, hair slicked back, and appearing to be around 26 or 27 years old, shoved her aside. As he entered, he cast a fierce glare at 17, who was seated calmly on the sofa, before hurriedly moving from room to room, searching for Nangong Yuer. Yizime had already informed 17 about his arrival beforehand, so 17 knew this man was Chin Sang, the young heir of the record company Nangong Yuer was signed to. For this reason, 17 made no attempt to stop him. Following closely behind Yizime was another man, a tall and brawny figure with explosive muscles, a buzz cut, dark skin, and an age of roughly 27 or 28. His steps were steady and powerful. Unlike Chin Sang, he didn't rush to find Nangong Yuer. Instead, he walked silently over to 17, standing before him and gazing at him intently, his eyes betraying a faint, peculiar glimmer. Yizime had also mentioned this man to 17. He was Nangong Yuer's older brother, Nangong Lin. However, Yizime hadn't gone into much detail. Even so, 17 could tell at a glance that Nangong Lin was a soldier, and not just any soldier. He was a member of a special forces unit. There was an unmistakable aura of authority emanating from him, suggesting his rank was not low. Regarding Nangong Yuer's family background, 17 had already obtained relevant intelligence from the information department before accepting this mission. Her father, Nangong Bo, was the current commander of the 3rd Military District of Longhua. It could be said that part of Nangong Wei's success was due to the connections her father had provided. However, the majority of her achievements were the result of her own hard work and perseverance. Her father had merely leveraged his influence to give her an opportunity to shine. As for the specifics of Nangong Bo and Nangong Lin's backgrounds, the files didn't provide much detail. After all, they weren't the primary targets of this mission. The Devil Organization wouldn't waste resources on unrelated individuals. Furthermore, the East was a region the Devil Organization had always been cautious about infiltrating. Any intelligence about the East was obtained indirectly through local collaborators. Nangong Lin continued to approach 17, stopping directly in front of him and locking eyes with him. 17, however, remained indifferent, not even bothering to look up. "You're 17? Nangong Lin's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority that could only come from someone accustomed to commanding others. "Yes," 17 replied coolly. Nangong Lin's eyes gleamed sharply as his fists clenched, the sound of his bones grinding together filling the air with an ominous crack. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Nangong Lin, 17's brow furrowed slightly. The fingers hanging by his waist twitched ever so slightly, subtly brushing against the hilt of the dagger strapped there. If Nangong Lin made even the slightest move, 17 wouldn't hesitate to strike and aim for his vital points. Nangong Lin, for his part, was astonished by 17's composure. It felt as though he wasn't facing a person but a slab of ice. The chill radiating from 17's entire being made him deeply uncomfortable. It was a killing aura, one that was fundamentally different from the intentional intimidation Nangong Lin typically employed. In that brief moment of contact, Nangong Lin realized that the young man before him, barely in his 20s, was no ordinary opponent. The cold, sinister presence surrounding 17 was something only experienced killers, those who had clawed their way out of countless death-filled battlegrounds, could possess. Such individuals were the most dangerous to deal with. Just as the tension between the two reached a boiling point, a sudden cry of "brother" shattered the standoff. Nangong Wei burst out of a nearby room, throwing herself into Nangong Lin's arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Her face was pale, her figure visibly thinner, and dark circles hung beneath her eyes, evidence of the extreme stress she had endured over the past 2 days. Nangong Lin embraced his sister tightly, his heart aching for her, though his gaze remained fixed on 17, filled with seething hostility. Qin Sang, who had followed closely behind Nangong Wei, pointed an accusatory finger at 17 and began shouting furiously, "You wretched scum! How dare you torment our Wei?" 17 cast him a cold glance but didn't bother to respond. Nangong Lin stood silently to the side, observing the scene with icy detachment. Nangong Wei, meanwhile, clung to her brother, her tear-filled eyes casting resentful glances at 17. Hiding behind the doorframe, Dailing peeked out nervously, while Yuzime stood frozen, unsure of how to handle the escalating situation. She knew better than to antagonize either side. Having spent the past 2 days in close contact with 17, she had gained some insight into his temperament. While one could criticize him, he would at most ignore it. However, 17 had his limits. Once someone crossed that line, death was the only outcome. Yuzime had personally witnessed his cold-blooded ruthlessness. Frustrated by 17's complete disregard, Qin Sang's fury grew. Finally, he waved his hand and barked, "Teach him a lesson." Yuzime's face turned pale with fright, and she hurriedly tried to intervene. But before she could act, 6 bodyguards under Qin Sang's employ charged towards 17. Meanwhile, the 7 newly dispatched bodyguards hesitated, unsure whether to join the fight. Fortunately, the bodyguard who had been assigned to protect Nangong Wei immediately blocked their path. He had witnessed 17's skills firsthand and knew that challenging him was tantamount to suicide. The 7 hesitated, held back by the warning. But the 6 under Qin Sang's command paid no heed, rushing straight at 17. A piercing scream escaped Nangong Wei's lips as she buried her face in Nangong Lin's chest, unable to watch. The bloodshed from 2 days prior had left her traumatized, plunging her into a state of shock. She hadn't eaten in 48 hours. Despite 2 days of therapy from a psychologist hired by Yuzime, her condition had only slightly improved. Now, at the sight of another confrontation, her fear of blood triggered a visceral reaction, and she clung desperately to her brother's clothes, trembling. 17. A burly middle-aged man strode into the room. He was none other than the leader of the Nightshade Group 5 in the Devil Assassin Organization. 17 had been lounging lazily in a chair with his eyes closed when he heard the voice. Without opening his eyes, he asked indifferently, "What is it?" The team leader handed him a file and said, "Your new mission." 17 took the file, flipped through it casually, and asked with a touch of confusion, "No name or photo, just a code name?" The leader nodded. "His identity is extremely mysterious. The intelligence department has been unable to uncover his real identity. All we know is that his code name is Spectre. Before you appeared, he was ranked number 4 in the Western assassin world. Now he's dropped to 5th. 17 sighed, visibly unimpressed. No identity, no photo. How am I supposed to find him? The leader remained calm. He recently accepted a contract to assassinate the singer Nangong Wei. 17 glanced at him, but said nothing. The leader continued. Nangong Yuer is from Long Nation. She debuted in the music industry 3 years ago and became a sensation across the East within just 2 years. Recently, she's been scheduled to hold a concert in Lavis, the gambling capital. If Spectre intends to kill her, he'll surely show up there. 17 frowned. So you're asking me to protect this? What's her name? The leader corrected him, Nangong Yuer. 17 smirked slightly. Oh, that's a rather unique name. The leader chuckled. Eastern names are quite different from ours in the West. 17, growing impatient, asked again. So, I'm supposed to protect her? The leader shook his head. Not protect, just get close to her. As soon as Spectre makes his move, you'll be able to identify him immediately. 17 raised an eyebrow. And what happens to her? The leader replied calmly. She's not our target. Whether she lives or dies is irrelevant to us. 17 sighed, clearly annoyed. Fine, got it. And who hired Spectre? The leader explained. The client is Mary, the wife of Jervis, a coal nation tycoon. She's jealous because her husband is infatuated with Nangong Yuer, so she hired Spectre to eliminate her. 17 asked, and our client? The leader responded. Our client is a wealthy man from FA Nation. I can't disclose his identity, but Spectre killed his brother in the past. He's been hiring people to hunt Spectre ever since, but Spectre's identity is too well hidden. This time, upon learning about Spectre's plan to assassinate Nangong Yuer, he offered a high price to specifically hire you to kill Spectre. 17 nodded. Understood. When do I leave? Just then, the door was pushed open, and another member of Nightshade Group 5 entered quickly. He whispered something into the team leader's ear. The leader listened, then waved the subordinate away before turning back to 17. Your mission has changed, he said. Nangong Yuer's manager just contacted Devil and specifically requested you to protect Nangong Yuer. 17 looked genuinely surprised. Their intelligence is pretty impressive. The leader replied flatly. We leaked it to them on purpose. Sold them the information. 17 rolled his eyes. I'm a killer. If they want a bodyguard, they should go to the protection division. The leader's tone remained steady. You're the top killer in the West. Even the best bodyguard in the West died at your hands 6 months ago. Nangong Yuer's manager insisted on having the best, so they named you specifically. 17 sighed. I'm just a killer. My job is to take lives, not save them. The leader smiled faintly. There's no conflict. Just kill Spectre while ensuring Nangong Yuer stays alive. 17 stared at the leader. Don't you think this mission is overly complicated? The leader responded with a calm smile. You worked as a bodyguard for a year before, and you did an excellent job. The organization believes you can handle this. With that, he turned to leave. As he reached the door, he paused and added, Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Your usual partner is part of Hornet Group 9, and they're currently on another mission. He won't be able to assist you this time. You'll be on your own for this one. After the leader left, 17 leaned back in his chair and muttered to himself, What a boring mission. A few days later, a private jet flew toward Lavis. Lavis, located in the desert, was known as the world's most famous gambling city. Every day, it saw a flood of people arriving, while others departed in equal numbers. In this city, one could become fabulously wealthy overnight, or lose everything just as quickly. On board, 17 meticulously inspected his gear. His dagger was a custom-made military knife, forged in Lion Nation by a request from Maddie. He also carried 5 thin throwing knives, his personal favorites. Additionally, he had a KP-59 compact pistol, a newly developed model by Devil this year. Unlike the KP-56 he had used during his bodyguard days, the KP-59 had almost double the range, up to 100 meters, but with a stronger recoil. For close-quarters combat, it was undoubtedly the best choice, as most standard pistols had a range of only about 50 meters. Aside from these, he carried 5 fully loaded magazines, a set of master keys, and a new model of night vision goggles. 17's equipment was always minimal. Larger weapons only hindered his movements, as he preferred close combat. An operative from Nightshade Group 5 approached and informed him, 17, we've arrived in Lavis. Someone from your protection target's side will be here to pick you up. Also, the team leader wanted me to remind you. This is a dual mission. You need to both eliminate the target and protect the client. Failing either will not be tolerated by the organization. 17 replied indifferently and leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Soon, the plane touched down smoothly on the runway, taxiing to a stop. 17 opened his eyes, gazing out at the clear blue sky. Once the private jet had come to a halt, he stepped off alone, leaving the others to prepare for the return flight. Carrying nothing but a Devil-issued bank card, 17 had brought no luggage, not even a change of clothes. Whatever he needed, he would buy locally. He made his way to the airport exit and proceeded to the prearranged meeting spot in the hall. Standing under the third pillar in the third row, as expected, was a woman in her 30s. From her profile, he recognized her as Nangong Yuer's manager, Yi Mei. Yi Mei scanned the airport exit anxiously. When she spotted 17 approaching, A look of surprise flashed across her face. Stopping in front of her, 17 asked quietly, Ms. Yi? Yi Zimei nodded and, with a hint of astonishment, said 17. Yes, I'm 17. Yi Zimei looked him over, disbelief evident on her face. Oh my, so you're the legendary. Before she could finish, 17 interrupted her sharply. Ms. Yi, be careful with your words. Loose lips sink ships. Yi Zimei stuck out her tongue apologetically. Sorry, I got carried away. I forgot your earlier warning. Let's move on, 17 said flatly. Where are we going now? To meet Ms. Ware first. You two should get acquainted, Yi Zimei suggested. 17 nodded slightly. Fine. Devil had repeatedly instructed Yi Zimei that 17's name was just 17. Other than her, no one, including Nangong Yuer, could know that 17 was, in fact, the infamous ice killer who had shaken the entire Western underworld. Once a third party learns of this secret, the devil will relentlessly hunt down Yi Zimei. Yi Zimei was well aware of the devil's power. Across the entire Western underground world, the devil and Nan Fei were the two most formidable organizations. Offending the devil was akin to signing one's death warrant. She had no intention of dying so easily, and thus, she understood that the secret of 17 being an ice-cold assassin must be buried deep within her heart, never to be revealed for the rest of her life. It was precisely because Yi Zimei dared not let anyone know 17's identity that she came to pick him up alone. Outside the airport, a stretched Lincoln limousine she had hired awaited them. Since the driver was also a temporary hire, there was little conversation inside the car. Yi Zimei, however, seemed filled with curiosity about 17, occasionally sneaking glances at him. 17, on the other hand, kept his eyes closed the entire time, saying very little. The limousine rolled steadily to a stop in front of the lavish hotel. Yi Zimei led 17 toward the presidential suite on the top floor. At the suite's entrance, 2 rows of 4 bodyguards stood on either side. As soon as they heard footsteps approaching, they became vigilant, but upon recognizing Yi Zimei, they relaxed, though their eyes remained fixed on the man following behind her. 17 cast a casual glance at the bodyguards and silently evaluated them, utterly unimpressive. They were ordinary at best, far inferior to the likes of Sha Jiang and Spider. If he wanted to take them out, it would take him no more than a minute. Yi Zimei walked straight to the door and pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, the door opened, revealing a petite, charming young woman in her mid-20s. She greeted, Miss Yi. 17 had read her file and knew she was Nangong Yuer's assistant, Dai Ling. Is Miss Yuer awake? Yi Zimei asked. Miss Nangong is awake. She's doing her makeup, Dai Ling replied. Yi Zimei nodded and stepped inside, with 17 following closely behind. At that moment, the 4 bodyguards simultaneously moved to block his way. Without even sparing them a glance, 17 shifted his body slightly and slipped effortlessly between 2 of the guards standing at the door. Before they could even react, he had already passed their defensive line and entered the room. The 4 bodyguards exchanged astonished looks and hastily reached for their guns. Just as tensions were about to rise, Yi Zimei's voice broke the silence. He's the personal bodyguard I've just hired for Miss Ningong. Hearing this, the bodyguards reluctantly returned to their posts, though their expressions betrayed discomfort. The ease with which 17 bypassed their defenses had left them humiliated. Inside, 17 trailed behind Yi Zimei, passing by Dai Ling, who stared at him with wide eyes, her curiosity evident. The presidential suite was exceptionally spacious, with numerous rooms. After closing the door, Dai Ling led the 2 of them further inside. They stopped in front of a door, and Dai Ling knocked lightly, announcing, Miss Yi and your new personal bodyguard are here. A sweet, melodic voice responded from within. Let them in. Dai Ling opened the door, and Yi Zimei and 17 entered one after the other. It was a bedroom, simply furnished with a large bed, a wardrobe, and a table holding a TV and a computer. Nearby stood a vanity. At the moment, a slender young woman with fair, porcelain-like skin sat with her back to the door. 2 middle-aged women were busy applying her makeup, obscuring her face from view. Miss, Yi Zimei said, walking up to her. 17 has arrived. Nangong Yuer waved a hand dismissively. I know. Let him wait outside. Yi Zimei returned to 17 and said, let's go wait outside for now. 17 nodded and followed her back into the main lounge, where he settled on a sofa. Dai Ling brought over 2 glasses of water, handing one to Yi Zimei and the other to 17, before returning to the room. Waiting was a tedious affair, especially when waiting for a woman to finish her makeup. It was nearly an hour before the door to the makeup room finally opened. The 2 makeup artists exited first, nodding politely toward Yi Zimei before leaving with their kits. They didn't even glance at 17. A moment later, Dai Ling emerged, accompanying Nangong Yuer. This was the first time 17 saw her face clearly. She was about 1.7 meters tall, considered tall for an Eastern woman. Her jet black, shoulder-length hair framed snow-white skin tinged with a delicate blush. Her long lashes accentuated crescent-shaped eyes, and her prominent nose and rosy lips completed a face of stunning beauty. Even 17, who had never paid much attention to women, couldn't help but silently acknowledge her extraordinary allure. It was no wonder that someone like Mary had gone so far as to hire the Reaper to kill her. With her quintessentially elegant oriental appearance, she could easily captivate countless admirers. Nan Gongyuer cast a fleeting glance at 17 before walking into the lounge. She sat on a sofa and said, "Sister May, is this the 17 you mentioned?" Yizime nodded. "Yes. From now on, he'll be your personal bodyguard." 17, "This is Miss Nan Gongyuer." 17 gave a slight nod, but said nothing. Nan Gongyuer, after her initial glance, didn't spare him another look. "Whatever," she said indifferently as she stood up. "You handle these things. Just don't let him get in my way." "Don't worry," Yizime assured her. 17 is quite renowned in this line of work. He knows what to do. "Ling Ling, come help me change. I need to go shopping later," Nan Gongyuer said, tossing the words over her shoulder before returning to her room. Dai Ling quickly followed. Yizime offered an apologetic smile to 17. "Don't mind her. She's always been like this." Leaning back slightly into the sofa, 17 replied in a calm tone. "My task is only to protect her. Anything else is none of my concern." Lavis was situated in the midst of a desert, and the daytime heat was intense. Nan Gongyuer emerged dressed in a short summer dress with a light jacket and oversized sunglasses that covered nearly half her face. Behind her were Yizime, Dai Ling, 17, and 4 bodyguards, making for an imposing entourage as they headed toward the shopping mall. Shopping, as the saying goes, is a woman's nature, and Nan Gongyuer was no exception. She could easily spend an hour in a single store just trying on clothes. For every outfit she fancied, she didn't even bother asking the price. She simply had it packed and purchased. After an entire day of shopping, the 4 bodyguards were practically buried under a mountain of bags, while Yizime, Dai Ling, and 17 remained unburdened. As the sun began to set, Yizime glanced at the darkening sky and softly suggested, "Miss, it's getting late. Should we head back?" Nan Gongyuer looked up at the sky and replied, "Got it. Just a few more shops, then we'll go." With that, she eagerly dashed into yet another boutique. Yizime sighed helplessly and led the group inside. After another grueling half-hour of trying on clothes, Nan Gongyuer added another 7 or 8 bags to their collection. Surveying the bag-laden bodyguards and the empty-handed 17, she pointed to the newly acquired items on the floor and ordered, "Pick those up." 17 glanced at her, but made no move to comply. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Hurry up and grab those bags." "I'm a bodyguard, not a porter," 17 said in an indifferent tone. "You." Nan Gongyuer's finger trembled as she pointed at him, her anger flaring. "How dare you talk back to me? When I tell you to do something, you do it. No arguments." 17 remained motionless, his hands clasped behind his back. Furious, Nan Gongyuer shouted, "Are you going to pick them up or not? If you don't, I'll fire you right now." Unfazed, 17 stood there, ignoring her outburst. Just as she seemed ready to explode, Yizime hurriedly pulled her aside, whispering calming words until Nan Gongyuer begrudgingly relented. With a final glare at 17, she gritted her teeth and spat. "You'll regret this. Let's go." She stormed out of the store, fuming. The group scrambled to follow. Naturally, 17 didn't carry any bags. The task fell to Dai Ling instead. By all accounts, a gentleman would never let a lady carry such burdens, but 17 showed no concern for such conventions. He strolled leisurely at the rear, utterly unbothered. Back at the car, Nan Gongyuer instructed the bodyguards to load the bags into the vehicle. She then climbed inside, still bristling with anger. Yizime and Dai Ling joined her in the same car, while the 4 bodyguards took another vehicle. As her personal bodyguard, 17 also approached her car. Just as he bent down to enter, Nan Gongyuer snapped, "You're not allowed in." 1006 quickly finished looting the corpses. He slung 2 submachine guns of different models and a semi-automatic rifle over his back, clutched an M4A1 in one hand, and carried a dozen identification tags in the other. His face was lit up with exhilaration as he rushed towards 17. "Here, take these." 1006 extended the M4A1 and the identification tags towards 17. 17 wordlessly took the M4A1 and reattached the suppressor. "Aren't you taking the tags?" 1006 asked, puzzled. "I don't need them. I already have enough," 17 replied coolly. Disappointed, 1006 let out a small "oh" before pocketing the tags. He then pulled out an AK-47 from his back and exclaimed with excitement, "This is my favorite AK." "Why?" 17 asked, his tone indifferent. Grinning with pride, 1006 explained, "It's thrilling. The noise is deafening, the recoil is powerful, and the bullet penetration is fantastic. It's the perfect weapon for a fight." You're only suited to be a mercenary, 17 remarked coldly. 1006 chuckled. I know, but I can't help it. I just love this kind of combat. Suddenly, 17 raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Both men stood still, listening intently. After a moment, 17 whispered, someone's coming. We need to leave. Shouldn't we kill them? 1006 asked, disappointed. The mission is complete. There's no need to create unnecessary complications, 17 replied firmly. Reluctantly, 1006 nodded and glanced around, still hoping to catch sight of movement. If you want to keep fighting, stay here, 17 said, his voice tinged with impatience. I'm leaving. Without waiting for a response, he turned and began to walk away. Though he exposed his back to 1006, he remained on high alert, ready to react at the slightest sign of betrayal. He trusted his skills enough to know that if 1006 so much as raised his weapon, he would be dead before pulling the trigger. However, 1006 made no such move. Instead, he sighed, scanned the area one last time, and then quietly followed 17 as they moved deeper into the forest. For the next 2 days, 17 and 1006 hid in the dense jungle. While 17 remained perfectly still, blending seamlessly into his surroundings, 1006 couldn't bear staying idle. He would charge into battle anytime someone passed nearby, disregarding any sense of caution. 17, unwilling to waste energy on reprimanding him, simply let him be as long as his antics didn't interfere with their survival. Each time 1006 returned, he came back unscathed, often carrying more weapons and identification tags. By the end of their mission, 17's hideout was piled with over 20 guns of various models and a mountain of ammunition. Meanwhile, the number of identification tags 1006 had collected had grown to over 60. He once offered to split them with 17, knowing that the more tags one collected, the higher their score and the better their chances of climbing the ranks within the Devil's camp. But 17 declined. He was content with the 8 tags he already had. To him, less was more. As they approached the final rendezvous point, the path became littered with bodies. Everyone anticipated that others would pass through the area, so it became common to hide and ambush those who came near. 17 deliberately delayed their movements until the last possible moment, but even then, they encountered several waves of attackers. Fortunately, 17's acute sense for danger and 1000 in SIX's relentless firepower ensured their survival. When they reached the final extraction point, a single large transport plane awaited. 17 and 1006 boarded to find dozens of other trainees inside, their clothing torn and bloodstained. The atmosphere was heavy, and no one spoke a word. After waiting a while longer, the officer in charge of the extraction glanced at his watch and announced, "Time's up. Anyone who hasn't arrived is presumed dead." With a deafening rumble, the plane's doors were sealed shut, and the aircraft began its ascent. Of the 1,839 trainees who had participated in this graduation exercise, only 103 returned alive, a testament to the brutal nature of the Devil's training camp. During the collection of identification tags, 17 had the fewest, with only 8. The trainee with the second fewest had 10. Surprisingly, 1006 didn't have the most. His 60-plus tags placed him fourth. The top spot went to 505, who had amassed an impressive 94 tags. The transport plane landed on Devil's Island, and the survivors disembarked to report to their respective instructors for further assignments. Out of the 29 trainees in 17's group, only 6 returned, including him. The group lined up and saluted as their instructor approached, his sharp gaze assessing each of them. His eyes lingered on 17 for a moment before he spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. Excellent. You are my finest students, and you have not disappointed me. Other groups may not have had a single survivor, but our group has brought back 6. This proves that you are the elite, the strongest warriors of this training camp. After a brief pause, he continued, your training is complete. Soon, the organization will assign you new identities and code names. I expect you to serve the organization with unwavering loyalty. Remember, everything that happens here must remain a secret. If you ever dare to leak anything, you will be hunted for the rest of your life. Understood? Yes, sir, the group responded in unison. The instructor nodded in satisfaction. Good. The organization will assign you tasks based on your abilities. You will soon integrate into society, but no matter what new identities you assume, always remember that you are devils. Betrayal will not be tolerated. Yes, sir. Dismissed. The instructor barked. The trainees wasted no time rushing off, eager to indulge in the island's limited luxuries. After all, the past 3 days had pushed their minds and bodies to the brink, and they desperately needed an outlet for their stress. 17, come with me, the instructor called out. Turning away from the dormitory, 17 followed the instructor to his office. Inside, 2 middle-aged men in suits and a stern-looking woman were waiting. 17 recognized the men as Wright and Yu Hai, both high-ranking officials within the organization. The woman, however, was unfamiliar to him. 17, Yu Hai greeted with a smile. We meet again. Sir, 17 replied, saluting. Yu Hai and Wright exchanged a glance before turning their attention to the woman. She stepped forward, addressing 17 directly. Do you know that graduates of the Devil's training camp are no longer permitted to use numeric code names? She asked. Yes, 17 replied calmly. He had been aware of this rule. Graduates were typically assigned new code names upon completion of their training. The woman opened a file, skimmed through its contents, and then closed it. Your case is unique. After much deliberation, the organization has decided that you will retain your numeric code name. From this day forward, your permanent designation will be 17. Yes, ma'am, he responded, his expression unchanged. To him, a name was nothing more than a label. He saw no reason to question the decision, though he was curious about why he had been singled out. The woman turned to the instructor. Effective immediately, the codename 17 will be retired from the training camp. No new recruits will be assigned this number unless 17 is deceased or the codename is revoked. The instructor nodded. Understood. The woman continued. 17, you will be assigned to the Nightfall Unit Group 5. Nightfall is the organization's assassination division, and your future missions will all involve targeted eliminations. Yes, ma'am. She gave him an appraising look. My task here is complete. You will now report to Nightfall Unit Group 5 under the guidance of these two officers. Congratulations, you are officially a member of the Devils. I wish you luck. Yes, ma'am. The instructor allowed 17 30 minutes to gather his belongings. Returning to his dormitory, 17 found it empty. He was the only one from his room to survive the graduation exercise. The others were buried forever in the forest. With little to pack, he sat on his bed for a moment before standing up and leaving. This room, along with everything it represented, no longer belonged to him. All that remained was his codename 17. As the helicopter left Devil's Island, 17 officially embarked on the path of a devil. Unbeknownst to the world, the assassin's underworld was about to undergo a seismic shift. 1 year later, a new force had quietly risen within the assassination world, a killer known only as Ice. Since making his debut, Ice had achieved a flawless success rate, completing every mission without error. No one had ever seen his face, for anyone who was already dead. Yet everyone knew one thing. Ice was a member of the Devil organization. Wealthy magnates, corporate tycoons, and even politicians from various nations scrambled to establish connections with the Devils, all seeking to hire Ice for their own purposes. But in truth, every contract went through the Devil's meticulous orchestration. The clients never once glimpsed the shadowy figure they had employed. In just 1 year, Ice had become the Devil's most prized assassin, a legend in the making. Within the Western world's underground circles, he was already whispered to be the #1 killer. The world of hired assassins would never be the same again. Michael was consumed with unease at this moment. Just 2 days ago, he had received the identity totem of the infamous assassin known as Ice. In the mercenary and assassin worlds, identity totems were an unspoken tradition, originating from the free mercenaries of old. Back then, lesser-known mercenaries who struggled to secure lucrative jobs devised a way to make their mark. They created unique symbols to represent their identities. Take, for instance, the Venom Fong mercenary group, whose identity totem was a snake Fong left behind after every completed mission, signaling their involvement. Over time, this practice became widely adopted, until nearly every mercenary group had its own unique totem. This concept eventually made its way into the assassin world. Independent assassins, who often lacked reputation and struggled to secure high-paying contracts, began emulating the mercenaries by creating their own identity totems. The more frequently an identity totem was seen, the greater the reputation of the assassin, and the bigger the jobs they would attract. Newcomers in the assassin world would often take on smaller jobs, allowing others to recognize their code names through their totems. While identity totems could theoretically be forged, the assassin world was deeply rooted in pride. Most assassins would never stoop to using someone else's totem to elevate another's reputation instead of their own. Moreover, the totems of renowned assassins were often incredibly difficult to replicate. Take Ice, for example. His identity totem was a bullet made of ice, a unique and extraordinary creation. Unlike ordinary ice, which melts within hours, Ice's bullets could last an entire week without losing their form. The ice bullet was a signature, an unmistakable mark of his involvement. And now, Michael found himself holding one of these chilling symbols in his trembling hands. The success rate of Ice's missions was 100%, an unparalleled record that had left Michael sleepless and utterly on edge over the past few days. He couldn't fathom what he had done to attract the attention of such a lethal professional, someone whose services commanded an astronomical fee. As the top assassin in the Western world, Ice was notoriously expensive to hire, requiring no less than 1 million eagle coins, equivalent to 15 million dragon coins. Since receiving the ice bullet, Michael had taken immediate action. He hired an extensive security detail, surrounding himself day and night, and completely withdrew from public life, refusing to set foot in his company. "Boss," one of the guards stationed outside Michael's villa called out. "It's been days now. Do you think Ice will still come?" The head of the security team, addressed as "Boss," shook his head grimly. "He'll come," he replied. "He's probably just biding his time, wearing us down. Remember, you must stay sharp. If anything happens to the client, our Copperwall security company will be finished in this industry." "Got it," the guard replied with a nod, though his face betrayed his unease. After a moment, he asked, "Boss, is it true what they say? That Ice has a perfect mission completion rate?" A hint of worry flickered across the boss's face. "As far as I know, he's never failed. In just a year since his debut, he's taken on over 100 assassination jobs, all executed flawlessly." The guard sucked in a sharp breath. "If he's that good, why did we even take this job?" The boss let out a bitter laugh. "Do you think I wanted to? Copper Wall hasn't had a decent contract in ages. If we don't take risks, the company's done for. This is a big job, and we have to try. But why would the client hire us? We're not exactly famous in this line of work," the guard questioned. "It's because of Ice," the boss explained. As soon as word got out that Michael received Ice's totem, no other security company dared to take this job. The guard scratched his head. "Ice sure is bold, isn't he? I've never heard of an assassin sending their identity totem to the target before the kill. Usually, they leave it behind after the job is done." The boss shook his head. "Ice has the skill to back up his audacity. From his very first job, he's always sent an ice bullet to his target beforehand and left another one at the scene after the kill. It's his signature move, and he's never missed a target." The guard patted the AK in his hands confidently. "Don't worry, boss. That Ice guy better not show up. But if he does, I'll turn him into Swiss cheese." Bang! A gunshot rang out, cutting the guard's words short. A bullet hole appeared in the center of his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in shock. The boss reacted slowly, his face twisting in terror as he shouted, "Protect the client." Bang! Another shot silenced him mid-sentence, and he crumpled into a pool of blood. A lean young man, wielding an AK, suddenly rushed out from the shadows, shouting and firing wildly as he charged forward. The 30 or so heavily armed guards in the villa quickly sprang into action, returning fire and overwhelming the young man with sheer firepower. Unable to hold his ground, the youth turned and fled. "Chase him. Take him down, and we'll make a name for ourselves," one of the guards shouted, rallying his comrades. The entire group immediately gave chase, disappearing into the distance in pursuit of the fleeing figure. As the chaos moved away from the villa, a calm and composed young man with black hair, dark eyes, and a distinctly Eastern appearance emerged from the shadows. This was none other than 17. 17 approached the villa's front door, pausing to press his ear against it and listen carefully. Then, he raised his heavy sniper rifle, aimed at a specific spot on the door, and fired. Bang! He quickly adjusted his position and fired again. Inside the villa's first-floor hall, a guard watched in horror as his comrades fell one by one, each shot finding its mark with uncanny precision. "He knows where we are," the guard cried out in panic. Bang! The guard's voice was silenced. The remaining 3 guards scattered in desperation, but no matter where they hid, the bullets from outside found their targets with unerring accuracy, as if the shooter could see through walls. By the time the door was riddled with a dozen bullet holes, 17 kicked it open. The hall was littered with bodies, blood pooling across the floor. 17 ascended the stairs to the second floor, his expression unchanged. As he reached a corner, he tossed a grenade without even glancing. Boom! Screams followed the explosion, and when the smoke cleared, 4 more bodies lay in the hallway. Room by room, 17 systematically searched the second floor. The first few were empty, but when he reached the third, he didn't bother entering. Instead, he rolled a grenade under the bed. Boom! The explosion left a gaping hole in the bed, revealing the mangled remains of a woman and a young girl beneath it. 17 spared them only a brief glance before moving on. Finally, in the 6th room, 17 raised his sniper rifle and fired at the wardrobe without hesitation. Bang! A large male body tumbled out from within. 17 approached to confirm the identity of his target, Michael. Satisfied that the mission was complete, 17 clenched his right hand into a fist. Wisps of white vapor began to rise from between his fingers, and when he opened his hand again, an ice bullet had materialized in his palm. The ability to conjure an ice bullet out of thin air, this was a revelation that could shake the world. 17 dropped the ice bullet beside Michael's body and turned to leave. Downstairs, the lean young man from earlier, 1006, codenamed Monkey, was waiting for him. "Boss," Monkey greeted, standing up as 17 descended. 17 glanced at him briefly. "Monkey, is it done?" "All taken care of," Monkey replied with a grin. Those idiots thought Ice was just one person. They had no idea he had a partner. Huh. 17's gaze remained cold and detached. "Let's go." "Yes, sir," Monkey said, quickly gathering his gear and following 17 out of the villa. A few days later, the assassin world buzzed with news. Ice had completed his 169th mission flawlessly. His record remained unbroken at 100%. "Doctor, you wanted to see me?" Chu Hailan entered a room softly, addressing the figure inside. Dr. Shao was playing with an ice bullet, not even glancing up as he asked, "How's 17 been doing lately?" Chu Hailan smiled. "He's doing great. His energy levels have climbed to 138, and his control over ice manipulation has become even more precise." Dr. Zhao's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Who would have thought? When we first created the modified warriors, our goal was merely to enhance their physical capabilities. Yet we ended up creating a superhuman with incredible abilities. Chu Hailan nodded in agreement, The changes in 17 have indeed exceeded our initial expectations, but up to now, we still can't figure out why 17 developed ice-controlling abilities. Dr. Xiao placed the ice bullet on the nearby table and said solemnly, "We need to figure out the reason quickly. The research for a new generation of modified warriors has already begun, and this time, we can't afford any mistakes." Chu Hailan responded with some concern, "Understood. But with 17. Dr. Xiao cut her off decisively. "We can't let him notice. Just continue observing him in secret." Chu Hailan acknowledged this with a nod and left the room. Dr. Xiao sat alone, gazing at the ice bullet on the table, murmuring to himself, "It seems we'll need to add more pressure to 17. If someone were unfortunate enough to be bitten by these creatures, about 24 hours later, patches of raised welts would begin to appear on their skin. To extract the insect eggs, the skin would have to be cut open. If left untreated, the eggs would hatch in 36 hours, and tiny mosquitoes would burrow their way out of the skin and take flight. Their egg casings and other residue would remain within the body, rotting away until the person was corroded into a horrifying, zombie-like state. Besides these terrifying mosquitoes, the forest also harbored countless seemingly harmless yet highly venomous plants and animals. The forest was nothing short of a death trap, teeming with hidden dangers. Safely navigating it was no easy feat. 17 had barely touched down when he began searching for a water source. He knew all too well that where there was water, there would be a congregation of animals, and he needed the droppings of a particular creature called the marong. The marong was a species so intimidating that even tiny creatures like mosquitoes dared not approach it. Their blood contained toxins that warded off such predators. 17's plan was to mix marong dung with swamp mud and coat his entire body with the mixture. Though the dung itself contained traces of poison, it was far preferable to falling victim to the bites of those dreadful mosquitoes. Cautiously, he scoured the forest for over half an hour before finally coming across a crystal-clear lake. Along the way, he skillfully avoided several groups of other participants, not because he doubted his ability to defeat them, but because he didn't want to waste precious time. Once night fell, this forest would become the domain of those terrifying, bloodthirsty mosquitoes, creatures so pervasive and relentless that they were nearly impossible to guard against. 17 had no intention of being left covered in wounds from their bites. His top priority was to locate some marong dung before the sun went down. Over the course of his search, he had stumbled upon more than 20 corpses, both male and female. Without exception, each had their identification tags stripped away, and their weapons were nowhere to be found. It seemed other participants were moving swiftly and efficiently. As 17 crept closer to the lake, he noticed 3 individuals stationed at the water's edge. One man was applying some sort of substance to his body, while the other 2, a man and a woman, stood vigilantly on guard. Soon, the man finished applying the mixture, handed his weapon over to the girl, and took her place as lookout. Without hesitation, the girl stripped off all her clothing and began smearing herself with a pile of dark, viscous material. So this is what he was looking for, marong dung. It seemed someone had already done the work of gathering it for him, saving him the effort of distinguishing it from the droppings of other creatures. 17 silently reached for the rifle strapped to his back. Before the mission began, each participant had been randomly assigned a firearm. There was no choice in the matter. If a sniper ended up with a submachine gun or an assault specialist was given a handgun, they'd just have to deal with it. The unluckiest among them was a participant who had been given nothing but a single grenade, no firearms at all. To secure better weapons, one would have to use that grenade to eliminate others and then claim their gear. As fortune would have it, 17 had been assigned an M4A1 rifle. With a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, the weapon boasted rapid fire rates, quick reloads, and substantial firepower. It was even compatible with a suppressor. When 17 received the rifle, it came equipped with 3 magazines and a suppressor attachment. He couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. Initially, he hadn't been particularly concerned about what weapon he'd receive. Even a handgun would have sufficed, given that close-quarters combat was his specialty. But with a suppressor, he no longer had to worry about the sound of gunfire drawing the attention of other participants. This was crucial, as he still needed time to apply the marong dung. After attaching the suppressor, 17 carefully positioned himself behind a tree and pointed the barrel of his rifle toward the man who had just finished coating himself in dung. Thwip! A faint sound broke the stillness, and a small hole appeared in the man's forehead. He didn't even have time to react before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The boy standing nearby immediately raised his gun to return fire, but just as he pulled the trigger, another faint thwip sounded, and he too crumpled to the ground. The first man, now with a bullet wound in his head, only then began to teeter and fall backward, a testament to 17's astonishing speed and precision. Having eliminated 2 targets, the girl was now left alone. She instinctively grabbed her weapon and attempted to dive behind a nearby boulder for cover. Her swift reaction was commendable, but 17 was faster. Just as she was about to disappear behind the rock, a single shot rang out, striking her in the thigh. She let out a cry of pain and fell into the muddy ground with a splat. Her head was shielded by the boulder, but everything from the neck down was exposed. She struggled to crawl into the safety of the rock's shadow, but 17 wouldn't give her the chance. Another shot struck her square in the heart. She twitched a few times before going completely still, lying motionless in the mud. 17 didn't rush to approach the bodies. He scanned his surroundings carefully, ensuring there were no immediate threats. Only after confirming the area was secure did he emerge from the forest and approach the scene. Using the girl's discarded clothing, he wrapped up a large pile of the marong dung and scooped up some swamp mud as well. Then, he yanked the identification tags from the necks of the 3 participants, 135, 377, and 429. He stashed the tags securely before taking an AWP sniper rifle and 2 additional magazines from the fallen participants. The remaining 2 submachine guns he tossed into the lake without a second thought. Carrying 2 firearms and his bundle of marong dung, 17 quickly retreated deeper into the forest. Moments after his departure, 2 more individuals arrived at the lake. They searched the 3 corpses for identification tags, but finding none, they turned their attention to the marong dung. Before long, more participants appeared, and a fierce gunfight broke out. The noise attracted others, and before long, the lake became a chaotic battlefield. Some participants formed temporary alliances, while others, like 17, operated solo. Small teams clashed near the water's edge, the sound of gunfire echoing all around, and the number of combatants continued to swell. As the chaos unfolded near the lake, 17 didn't immediately leave the vicinity. Hiding in the shadows, he meticulously applied the marong dung mixture to every inch of his body. Once his preparations were complete, he remained motionless, observing the carnage from his concealed vantage point. The battle intensified, bullets flying through the air like torrential rain. Thanks to his exceptional stealth, 17 remained unnoticed. The death toll climbed rapidly, with bodies piling up as more participants joined the fray. Few chose to retreat. Identification tags were merely a requirement to complete the mission, and with 3 days remaining, most participants weren't in a rush. However, the need for marong dung was urgent. As the sun dipped lower, those without the protective coating would soon face dire consequences. While other substances, such as the dung or blood of certain other creatures, could also repel mosquitoes, these were far harder to come by, and their sources were scarce. Meringues, which tended to stay near water, provided the easiest and most accessible solution. 17's attention was fixated on a temporary team of 6 not far from his position. They were under assault from all sides, and in the short time since the skirmish began, 4 of them had already been hit. 3 were dead, and 1 was critically injured, leaving only 2 still capable of fighting. 17 carefully surveyed the area. After ensuring no one else was nearby, he took aim with his suppressed M4A1. Thwip. A single shot, and one of the remaining fighters' heads exploded like a melon. His teammate assumed it was a stray bullet and failed to notice the danger lurking behind them. Now the last man standing, the fighter quickly ceased his attack and began collecting identification tags from his fallen comrades. With 5 tags in hand, he decided to retreat and hide until the mission timer ran out. After all, he only needed to survive 3 more days to secure his victory. 17 couldn't understand the man's logic. Without marong dung, surviving the night would be nearly impossible, let alone 3 days. But 17 wasn't about to waste time pondering the man's thought process. Another carefully aimed shot ended his life, and his body crumpled to the forest floor. Once again confirming the area was clear, 17 emerged from his hiding spot and swiftly collected the 6 identification tags. In total, he now possessed 8 tags in addition to his own, effectively completing his objective. After inspecting the weapons left behind, he discarded the submachine guns and semi-automatic rifles, keeping only the identification tags. With his task accomplished, 17 melted back into the shadows of the forest, ready for whatever lay ahead. 17 carefully packed away the handgun and its 3 magazines, leaving the other submachine guns and rifles untouched, except for removing their magazines. He planned to destroy those weapons later when he found a secure location. A firearm without ammunition posed no threat to him, even if it fell into someone else's hands. As 17 prepared to leave the blood-soaked battlefield, a faint groan from the ground stopped him in his tracks. Turning his head, he saw the gravely injured young girl who had yet to succumb to her wounds. Her eyes were filled with a pleading desperation. She had taken a bullet to the neck, likely damaging her vocal cords, rendering her unable to make a sound. 17 stared at her with cold indifference. Without hesitation, he drew his handgun and aimed it at her forehead. The girl slowly closed her eyes. Despite her dire situation, her face relaxed into an expression of peace, or perhaps relief, as though she was finally being freed from her suffering. Bang! The handgun discharged. A small, neat hole appeared on her forehead, and her life ended in that instant. 17 holstered his weapon and swiftly departed from the scene of carnage. Gunfire continued to echo through the forest, but it no longer concerned him. His mission was complete. Now, his priority was to find enough food and survive the next 3 days without incident. Remaining vigilant, 17 moved cautiously toward his final destination, avoiding several groups of other trainees along the way. His restraint wasn't born out of compassion or morality. He simply saw no point in engaging in unnecessary battles. As long as they posed no threat to him, he had no intention of starting a fight. A true assassin only eliminates specific targets. Killing indiscriminately wastes bullets and energy and risks provoking retaliation, all of which could create unnecessary complications. For now, his focus was on staying undetected. The forest was abundant with fruit, but not all of it was safe to eat. Only those who had undergone rigorous training could distinguish between poisonous and non-poisonous varieties. The Devil's Training Camp had emphasized wilderness survival skills, ensuring that its trainees were well-versed in such knowledge. Upon arriving in the field, the first priority of all trainees was to locate a locally made insect repellent. 17 quickly gathered a bundle of fruit and climbed into a dense tree, concealing himself among the thick foliage. His plan was to remain hidden there for 3 days, avoiding all external dangers. As night fell, the forest transformed into a realm dominated by tiny creatures. Mosquitoes and other insects hovered in swarms, filling the air with their incessant buzzing. Fortunately, 17 had already smeared himself with marn dung earlier. The insects flitted near him but dared not land on his body. In contrast, the forest echoed with the curses and screams of other trainees who had neglected to apply the repellent and were now under siege by the insects. The mosquito bites themselves were not particularly painful, but the true horror began when the eggs they laid started to hatch. The larvae burrowed into the skin, causing excruciating pain and eventually bursting out, leaving behind rotting wounds that festered and spread until the entire body succumbed to infection. Without timely treatment, most victims chose suicide over enduring such an agonizing death. Perched silently in the tree, 17 suddenly sensed a hint of danger. He tilted his head toward the source and spotted a massive python coiled around a branch, slithering toward him. He swiftly drew his handgun, aiming it at the serpent's head. The snake, seemingly unbothered, continued its steady approach. At the same moment, faint voices drifted up from below. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, 17 saw 2 young men and 2 young women walking toward his tree. His heart sank. This was the worst possible scenario, caught between a deadly predator above and 4 potentially lethal enemies below. Any noise he made would alert the group, and he had no doubt they would open fire immediately, turning him into a bullet-riddled corpse. There was nowhere to hide on this precarious branch. The python crept closer, its head weaving toward him, while the group below drew nearer. He could hear one of the girls sigh as she plopped down against a tree trunk, saying, "Let's rest here for a bit." A boy scanned the surroundings and nodded. "All right, this area seems safe enough. You and 669 stay here, and 874, and I will scout the perimeter." The boy identified as 874 nodded in agreement, and the 2 girls settled down at the base of a nearby tree. 17 remained motionless among the leaves, not daring to make a sound. The python's rancid scent was now overwhelming, and its gaping jaws were mere inches away. He maintained his aim, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, he kept one ear trained on the movements below. The snake seemed to sense his presence. Slowly, it opened its mouth wider, as if preparing to strike. 17's mind raced with regret. He should have jumped down and fired earlier when the group was still scattered. Now, with the 4 of them gathered and the python so close, his options were severely limited. He gripped his handgun tightly, every muscle tense. Snakes lacked eyesight, relying instead on heat detection to locate their prey. If he could control the heat radiating from his body, the python might mistake him for an inanimate object, or even a pile of marn dung, given the thick layer he had smeared on himself earlier. To his surprise, the snake's gaping mouth slowly closed. Its head swayed slightly, then withdrew. It slithered forward a bit, brushing against his leg, before continuing past him and descending the tree. 17 let out a long, silent breath, his heart pounding with relief. Had the marn dung really masked his body heat? Or was it pure luck that the python hadn't attacked? He didn't know and, for now, didn't care. Below, the 2 boys returned, and the group of 4 continued their journey deeper into the forest. Once they were out of sight, 17 climbed down from the tree and disappeared into the dense undergrowth. He needed to find a new hiding spot. This one was far too dangerous. Even as he moved cautiously through the forest, he couldn't shake his puzzlement over the python's behavior. Had it truly mistaken him for dung? He replayed the scene in his mind, second-guessing his decisions. If the snake had attacked, his plan had been to shoot it immediately and toss its body down. The sudden noise would have startled the girls below, giving him a brief window to act. He was confident he could have killed at least one of them before the boys returned. But that plan carried enormous risks and was a last resort. For now, he was simply grateful that fate, or luck, had spared him. The forest night was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. 17 moved like a shadow, avoiding any unnecessary noise or encounters. He needed a new hiding place, but in this vast wilderness, where could he truly be safe? As he approached another tree, a faint rustling from above caught his attention. Instinctively, he raised his gun, aiming upward. Before he could react, a dark figure plunged toward him from the branches above. 17 barely had time to dodge as the figure landed, rolling smoothly to avoid his legs, and lunged at him with impressive speed. The assailant grabbed his legs and yanked hard, pulling him off balance. 17 fell backward, and his M4A1 was kicked out of his grasp. Reacting quickly, 17 swept his leg, tripping the attacker and sending them sprawling to the ground. Both scrambled to their feet simultaneously. The dark figure reached for their waist, drawing a handgun. 17's sharp eyes caught the movement. With a precise spinning kick, he knocked the weapon from the attacker's hand, sending it flying into the bushes. The shadow seemed to have only this one pistol. It lunged toward the weapon, but 17 immediately followed, pinning the shadowy figure to the ground with a swift and practiced motion. Pulling out his own pistol, 17 pressed the cold barrel firmly against the figure's head. The icy contact of the gun seemed to convey its threat clearly. The shadow struggled symbolically for a moment before going completely still. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, 17 could make out that the figure beneath him was a boy, likely around his own age. The boy's face was smeared black, obscuring his features, likely from covering himself in the dung of the forest mantis-like creatures to mask his scent. The two of them remained motionless, staring at each other in silence under the pale moonlight. After a long pause, 17 slowly moved the gun away from the boy's head. Rising cautiously, he stepped back a few paces, though he kept his pistol firmly trained on the boy. The boy sat up slowly, making no sudden movements, his gaze fixed intently on 17. Step by step, 17 backed away toward the M4A1 rifle lying nearby. His handgun remained pointed at the boy as he bent down to retrieve the rifle. "Why didn't you kill me?" the boy suddenly asked. 17 holstered his pistol, bringing the M4A1 up instead, its barrel still aimed unwaveringly at the boy. His voice was calm, emotionless. "No need. The next 2 days would undoubtedly bring danger, threats not just from other humans, but from countless predators lurking in the shadows of the forest. Every bullet was precious, and each one fired reduced his chances of survival. Sparing the boy meant conserving ammunition. Besides, the boy's pistol had been kicked away during their scuffle, and finding it would take unnecessary effort. 17 had already checked, apart from the pistol, the boy carried no other weapons. He posed no immediate threat. Killing him was unnecessary. The boy seemed to consider this explanation before speaking again. "Why don't we team up?" "Not interested," 17 replied flatly, without hesitation. "Can I stand up?" the boy asked cautiously. 17 raised the muzzle of his rifle slightly, a subtle indication of permission. The boy stood up slowly, brushing dirt off his clothes. "I'm 1006. What's your name?" 17. "Huh." 1000 and SIX's eyes widened in surprise. "You're the 17? The one sent on a mission 2 years ago?" 17 said nothing. He didn't know, nor care, that his code name had become a legend amongst the trainees back at the academy. It was unprecedented for an ungraduated trainee to be sent out on a mission, especially in the ruthless Devil organization. Speculation about why he had been chosen ran rampant. Some said he was an elite among elites, personally selected for special cultivation. Others claimed he was the illegitimate child of a high-ranking leader. The rumors were absurd and varied, but they all added to his notoriety. 1006, like many others, had heard these stories. But he never expected that his first assassination target during the graduation exam would be the infamous 17 himself. 17 didn't care why 1006 knew about him, nor did he have any interest in finding out. Silently, he began to retreat, intending to leave the boy behind. 17, wait, 1006 called out urgently. The distinct sound of a bullet being chambered cut him off. 1006 froze, raising his hands quickly. "I mean no harm. I just want to team up with you." "I said no," 17 replied in the same calm, detached tone. 17, please. Desperation colored 1000 in SIX's voice as he tried again. "I'm a frontline assault soldier, and all I have is a pistol. This fight is impossible for me without better equipment." "Then go steal one," 17 said coldly. 1006 gave a bitter laugh. "I tried already. If you hadn't let me go, I'd already be dead. I'm begging you, help me get a rifle or something." Expressionless, 17 studied him. After a moment, he shook his head. "I don't trust you." 1006 sighed heavily, his frustration evident. "I get it, but I'm out of options here. Look, my pistol's out of ammo. If I had bullets, I wouldn't have tried to fight you in close combat. I would have just shot you from behind." 17 considered his words carefully. From his experience, 1006 didn't seem to be lying. In this perilous forest, lacking a firearm was tantamount to a death sentence. The odds of finding a discarded, usable weapon were slim to none. No one would ever leave behind a loaded gun. To do so would be to arm a potential enemy, something everyone in the Devil organization understood instinctively. A heavy silence fell between them. Then 1006 spoke again, his tone pleading. 17, I really need your help." 17 shook his head firmly. "I refuse." "Why? You don't trust me?" "What I have to do to earn your trust? I'll die out here without a weapon or a teammate." 1000 in SIX's voice grew increasingly desperate. "That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me," 17 said coolly, preparing to leave once more. 17, 1006 shouted. "I'll work for you. Whatever you need, no matter how dangerous, I'll do it. I'll be your shield, your front line. Just help me this once." 17 paused, turning to look at him. To be honest, his ingrained caution made it difficult to trust anyone. But 1000 in SIX's predicament was genuine, and without help, his chances of survival were slim. Should he lend a hand, or continue walking away? Helping might gain him a loyal ally, but what if 1006 turned on him the moment he had the chance? Still, the offer was tempting. A free subordinate could be useful in future missions. After a long internal debate, 17 finally asked, "What's your specialization?" "Assault," 1006 answered without hesitation. 17 considered this for a moment before nodding slightly. "Fine. Follow me." A glimmer of hope lit up 1000 in SIX's eyes. "Thank you." Gratitude was a foreign concept in the Devil organization. 17 himself had only ever said "thank you" once in his life to Curtis, and even then, it had been begrudgingly. The thought of Curtis brought memories of his year as a bodyguard, the claustrophobic confinement of the secret chamber, and Lu Yang. Questions swirled in his mind. Was Marty's case truly resolved? Had Lu Yang been successfully rescued? And Ao Feng, why had he fired on him? But these questions were meaningless now. Those people were likely out of his life forever. 17, did you really go on a mission? What kind of mission? Was it dangerous? Was it fun? 1000 in SIX's chatter broke through his thoughts. Annoyance flickered across 17's face. "Shut up," he snapped. "Talking will get us noticed." 1006 pouted, clearly upset. "But I like talking. No one in my group ever talks to me, so I'm always stuck talking to myself." Before he could finish, 17 raised the M4A1, its barrel aimed directly at 1000 in SIX's head. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "If you say one more word, I'll kill you." 1006 flinched, shrinking back. All right, I'll stop talking." Satisfied, 17 lowered the rifle and resumed walking. 1006 followed silently, though his strained expression made it clear how difficult it was for him to stay quiet. They walked for what felt like hours before faint voices drifted through the trees. 17 held up a hand, signaling for 1006 to stop and follow quietly. As they crept closer, they saw the source of the voices, 2 men and 2 women. 1 man and 1 woman were resting against a tree with their eyes closed, while the other 2 stood guard, speaking softly. 17 motioned for 1006 to retreat with him. Once they were a safe distance away, he whispered, "You take care of those 2 on watch. I'll handle the other 3. 1006 shook his head quickly, pointing to the M4A1. "Let me borrow that rifle. I can take them all out myself." 17 frowned, skeptical. "1 against 4? You're sure?" 1006 nodded confidently. "Trust me. I've got this." After a moment's hesitation, 17 handed him the rifle. "There are 21 bullets left," he said quietly. 1006 carefully detached the suppressor and handed it back to 17 without explanation. 17 accepted it silently, slipping it into his pocket. Suddenly, 1006 let out a loud yell and bolted into the dense undergrowth like a wild animal. The unexpected move startled 17, but before he could react, gunfire erupted in the distance. The shots came fast and furious, echoing through the forest. Then, just as abruptly as it had started, the gunfire ceased. The forest fell silent once more. 17 stealthily advanced toward the battlefield. As he caught sight of 4 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, along with 1006 gleefully scavenging trophies from the corpses, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If 17's combat style was akin to silent assassination, 1000 in SIX's approach was nothing short of pure madness. This reckless, head-on combat method would appear suicidal to most people, a strategy that only fools without regard for their own lives would adopt. However, in the harsh environment of the Devil's training camp, such fools were far from rare. After all, every trainee lived under immense pressure daily, and for some, this kind of frenzied fighting was a way to release that bottled-up tension. Many would charge into battle screaming at the top of their lungs, reveling in the adrenaline rush as bullets whizzed past them. From a psychological perspective, such behavior clearly indicated underlying mental issues, and it was no surprise that these individuals often ended up assigned to mercenary teams. Then again, was there anyone who emerged from the Devil's training camp with a completely sound mind? Though 17 had little admiration for 1000 in SIX's suicidal combat style, he couldn't deny the man's remarkable prowess in the skirmish. Facing 4 enemies who were prepared and on high alert, 1006 managed to eliminate them all without sustaining a single injury. This feat was enough to make even 17 reevaluate his opinion of the man. However, his disdain for 1000 and SIX's reckless approach remained unchanged. While open firefights might be far more exhilarating than silent assassinations, they lacked the precision and control that 17 valued. Spider supported 17 into the room, locked the door, and retrieved a set of medical supplies, including bandages and antiseptic. Carefully, she helped 17 out of his bloody clothes and began treating his wounds. 17, these injuries are fresh, aren't they? Spider asked. Yes, 17 replied. What happened? There are no signs of injuries from the past few days. Were you unharmed while you were missing? I was hiding from a group of people. Who? I'm not sure, but they claimed to be internal guards. Guards? Spider exclaimed in surprise. These injuries were caused by the guards? Yes. On my way back, I encountered another team. They tried to take me back, so I killed them all. You killed the guards? That's hard to believe, Spider said with skepticism. The internal guard was made up of elite members. Even she wouldn't dare to confront them lightly. How had 17 managed to eliminate an entire team on his own? They didn't have a mobilization order, and their skills were subpar. That's why I acted, 17 explained calmly. Spider fell silent, deep in thought. Not having a mobilization order might be an oversight, but it's unlikely for the guards to be so weak. If you managed to kill them all, they might have been imposters. Maybe, 17 murmured. They've been hunting me, so I stayed hidden for the past few days. Spider nodded and continued tending to his wounds. After Spider left, he mentioned that 17's injuries were severe and that he needed to rest and recover in peace. Marty immediately declared that no one was allowed to disturb 17, especially Curtis. 17 was more than happy to have some quiet time, retreating to his room to enjoy the solitude. Even his meals were brought in by Spider. Fortunately, 17 had long grown accustomed to loneliness. As an assassin, the most critical skill was patience, as they often had to remain in one place without eating, drinking, sleeping, or moving for days. For 17, this was second nature. Later that night, Sand General came to 17's room. Feeling any better? Sand General asked as he shut the door behind him. Not too bad. Spider told me someone disguised as a guard attacked you? Yes. Sand General frowned deeply. That's troubling. By the way, did the organization mention why they want me to return? 17 asked. I'm here to talk to you about that, Sand General said. The organization didn't give a reason. They just said that if we saw you, we should inform them, and they'd send someone to bring you back. Have you notified them yet? Sand General shook his head. Not yet. The boss has been out all day, and we've been with him. We haven't had the chance. 17 thought for a moment. Can you delay notifying them for a few days? Sand General looked surprised. Why? Look at me. 17 gestured at his injured body. Do I look like I can move? Besides, I have no idea what they want from me. I need some time to mentally prepare. Sand General mulled it over before saying that might not work. I have to notify them. However, I can tell them you've safely returned, but that your injuries are severe and you need a few days to recover. Sand General stood up and added, the boss has a party to attend tonight. The whole family will be going. You stay here and rest. Got it. Sand General gave 17 one last glance before leaving the room. He didn't notice the gleam of calculation that flashed in 17's eyes. Deep into the night, silence blanketed the vast villa. Marty's family and Sand General had left for the party, and the servants, having finished their cleanup, had retired to their quarters. The expansive villa now felt eerily lifeless, as though forgotten by the world. Suddenly, a white figure glided silently through the darkness like a ghost. The figure drifted through the villa, eventually stopping at the swimming pool room. If anyone had seen it at that moment, they would have been scared out of their wits. The figure looked like a walking mummy. Indeed, the mummy was none other than 17. His injuries had prevented him from accompanying Marty and the others, but this had conveniently provided him with a golden opportunity. Carefully, 17 adjusted two beast head statues by the pool. Instantly, the water drained away, revealing a passage leading to the basement. Without hesitation, he entered and skillfully inputted a code. A heavy metal door slowly opened. You're here. Wait. What happened to you? As Liu Yang saw 17 wrapped in bandages, his face was filled with shock. 17 lightly patted the bandages and said nonchalantly, it's nothing, just a minor injury. He pulled a badge from his pocket and asked, do you recognize this? Liu Yang's eyes sharpened the moment they landed on the badge. His hands trembled as he took it from 17, staring at it intently. Gradually, his expression shifted to one of excitement. Where did you get this? He asked. 17 replied slowly, from a few men from Long Nation. Liu Yang abruptly grabbed 17 by the collar, his eyes wide with anger. Did you kill them? 17 shook his head calmly. Relax. They gave it to me willingly. Liu Yang frowned in confusion. They gave it to you? 17 pointed at the badge and explained, they said they wanted to rescue someone named Divine Sword, and gave me this. Liu Yang's expression turned serious. That's impossible. The Dragon Soul badge would never be handed over to a stranger. 17's eyes flickered with doubt. Are you really Divine Sword? Liu Yang didn't answer immediately. He scrutinized 17's expression as if trying to discern his intentions. But 17's face remained unreadable, calm as still water. After a long pause, Liu Yang sighed and finally admitted, yes, I am Dragon Soul's Divine Sword. 17 nodded slightly. Then, do you think they can be trusted? Liu Yang's face grew stern. What do you mean? Pointing to the badge, 17 said seriously, they said they're coming to rescue you. Do you think they're trustworthy? Liu Yang's eyes flared with anger. What kind of question is that? Dragon Soul members would never betray their country. But they're not actual Dragon Soul members, are they? 17 countered. Liu Yang gently caressed the badge and replied, this is my backup badge. It's always been locked in Dragon Soul's vault. Only Dragon Soul members could retrieve it. 17's curiosity deepened. How can you be so sure it's the backup one? Liu Yang pointed at the sword emblem on the badge. Dragon Soul designed the backup badges with subtle differences from the originals to prevent theft. My original badge was seized by Marty. This one is my backup. If you look closely, you can spot the differences. 17 nodded thoughtfully. So they're trustworthy then. Liu Yang nodded firmly. Yes, no doubt about it. 17 stood up. Good. They'll be here to rescue you in a couple of days. Rescue me? Liu Yang looked stunned. Are you saying you're betraying Marty? 17 quickly shook his head. I'm not betraying him. My mission is solely to ensure his safety. Anything beyond that isn't my concern. Lu Yang gazed at 17, his expression a mix of gratitude and complexity. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Thank you." 17 gave Lu Yang a long, penetrating look before turning to leave. 17, Lu Yang called out. 17 paused but didn't look back. Instead, he asked, "What is it?" He wasn't sure why, but he instinctively felt unwilling to turn around. "Will we ever meet again?" Lu Yang asked quietly. Raising a hand in a backward wave, 17 replied, "Take care, teacher." Boom. The heavy metal door sealed shut once again. Lu Yang stood there, clutching the badge tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Back in the villa's main hall, 17 carefully inspected the telephone to ensure it wasn't bugged before dialing Wen Chang's number. "Hello." The phone barely rang before Wen Chang's voice came through. "It's me," 17 whispered, keeping his voice low. 17? "Yes. Can you act now?" "Now?" "Hold on. Let me get AO phone." After a brief pause, AO Feng's voice came on the line. 17, what's going on? Did something happen? 17 spoke quickly. "They're all out tonight. The villa's empty. This is the perfect opportunity." AO Phone considered for a moment. "All right. Our people aren't fully assembled yet, but we're nearly ready." "Then move fast," 17 urged. "They're at a party, but I don't know when they'll return. It'd be best to intercept them on their way back. There are only about a dozen guards here. Divine Sword is in the indoor pool. Turn the beast statues toward the sculptures, and the passage will open. The code is 936-7968. AO Phone didn't waste time. After discussing a few details, he hung up to organize the operation. 17 sat silently in the hall, waiting anxiously. Time seemed to crawl. After what felt like an eternity, he judged that it was about time and limped back toward his room. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the villa, shaking it violently. 17's eyes lit up with sharp focus. He knew AO Feng had begun the operation. Still, until he confirmed these people were indeed AO Feng's allies, he couldn't let his guard down. Grabbing his gun, he limped back toward the hall. Outside the villa, chaos erupted. Gunfire echoed incessantly, punctuated by the occasional blast of grenades. "Boss." Bali rushed in, panic-stricken. "We're under attack." 17 remained calm. "Notify the boss." Bali quickly responded, "Already done. The boss told us to hold them off. He's on his way back." 17 nodded slightly. "Understood." At this moment, the basement door suddenly burst open. A group of disheveled servants scrambled out, scattering in all directions as they darted for hiding places. 17 paid them no mind. In his current situation, the more chaos, the better. The attacking force's assault was ferocious, clearly well prepared. They had caught the manor completely off guard. In less than half an hour, the defenders had been thoroughly subdued, left without the slightest chance to retaliate. Amid the commotion, 17 still took the time to observe the battle outside. He noticed that the attackers had a particularly skilled sniper. Every shot fired resulted in the swift fall of a guard. Yet, he couldn't be sure if that sniper was AO Feng. It didn't take long before the battle outside reached a decisive turning point. The guards of the manor were almost entirely wiped out. Within the villa, only 17 and Boli remained. Boli clung tightly to 17, as if believing that staying by his side was the safest course of action. "Boss, what do we do?" Boli asked anxiously, his face pale with fear. 17 could only shake his head helplessly, indicating that he didn't have an answer. Slowly, he crept toward the door, attempting to assess the situation outside. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed. A bullet pierced through the wall and struck 17 squarely in the chest. "Boss!" Boli cried out in alarm. 17 lowered his head, staring at the blood rapidly seeping through his chest. His last thought was, "AO Feng, why?" The world around him dimmed as darkness swallowed him whole. He could no longer hear or see anything. As 17 collapsed to the ground, a group of heavily armed mercenaries stormed into the villa. Boli instinctively raised his handgun, but before he could fire, a barrage of bullets rained down upon him, riddling his body with holes in mere seconds. Trailing behind the mercenaries was a figure clad in all-black tactical gear, wielding a heavy sniper rifle. His face was cold and unreadable. If 17 had been conscious, he would have instantly recognized him, AO Feng. AO Feng glanced down at 17, a flicker of pain flashing through his eyes. He pointed at 17 and said to the men behind him, "Take him." Two mercenaries immediately stepped forward, lifting 17's limp body from both sides. Just as they were about to leave, a thunderous explosion erupted outside the villa. Several grenades detonated nearby, injuring a handful of mercenaries. Inside the villa, one of the mercenaries reported, "Their firepower is intense. They've broken through our defensive line." AO Feng nodded. "Hold the line. Just a few more minutes." Without another word, he turned and headed toward the indoor swimming pool. An icy chill enveloped 17, as though he were encased in a massive block of ice. His body was completely immobile, and even breathing felt impossible, as if his lungs had frozen solid. Around him, the unrelenting chill of sharp, icy blades pressed against him from every direction. The world was utterly dark, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. It felt like an eternal night had swallowed him whole. A single thought pierced through his mind. Am I dead? He vividly remembered the moment Ao Feng's bullet struck him in the chest. It hadn't hit his heart directly, but it had grazed dangerously close, causing massive internal bleeding. After that, there was only endless darkness. He couldn't understand why Ao Feng had turned on him so ruthlessly. But at this moment, he didn't want to dwell on it. Perhaps death could free him from the torment and confusion that plagued him. Yet, the darkness and cold were unbearably oppressive, making him yearn for warmth, a warmth he'd never truly experienced but now desperately craved. He tried to move, even just a small twitch, but his legs felt as though they were nailed in place. Not even his fingers would respond. The silence around him was deafening and oppressive, suffocating void devoid of any sound. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through his body like a lightning strike, causing him to convulse violently. When the tremors subsided, he felt as though all his strength had pooled in his eyelids. Summoning every ounce of willpower, he forced his eyes open, only to be met with an icy sensation that stung his eyeballs, compelling him to shut them again. After a brief moment, he tried once more. This time, he managed to keep his eyes open, and to his astonishment, he realized he was submerged in some kind of liquid. The substance was silvery and transparent, flowing around him. He noticed that his body was connected to numerous tubes, and through the liquid, he could see a group of people in white lab coats operating various pieces of equipment. Some of them were gesturing toward him, their expressions serious as they appeared to discuss something. Looking around, he finally understood where he was. He was inside a cylindrical glass chamber filled with the silvery liquid, like an insect trapped in amber, suspended and confined. The liquid was icy, its frigid touch stabbing through his skin, as if it sought to seep into his very soul. When he opened his eyes, the people in white lab coats grew visibly alarmed and began frantically adjusting the instruments in front of them. Moments later, another electric surge jolted through him, and before he could react, darkness consumed him once again. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in an all-white room. He was completely naked, his body connected to an array of unfamiliar machines by thin wires that resembled tendrils. He tried to speak, but his throat felt obstructed, unable to produce a sound. He attempted to move a finger, but his body felt utterly powerless, as if it no longer belonged to him. He felt like a lab rat on the brink of dissection, awaiting the scalpel of some unseen researcher. The door to the room creaked open. A middle-aged woman, roughly in her 40s and dressed in a white lab coat, entered carrying a tray with several syringes. When she saw that 17 was awake, a glimmer of delight flashed in her eyes. She quickly set the tray down and approached his bedside. 17, you're awake, she said with a warm smile. Her face was vaguely familiar. 17 remembered catching a glimpse of her through the liquid-filled glass chamber earlier, when she had been discussing something with a group of others, including an elderly man with a head of white hair. He tried to move his lips but couldn't make a sound. All he could do was direct a questioning gaze at her. The woman seemed to understand his thoughts. Don't rush. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, she said reassuringly. She picked up a syringe from the tray and injected him with its contents. This is our new BRS serum. It'll help restore your muscle function. After setting the empty syringe aside, she studied him closely, while 17 stared back at her in silence. The atmosphere between them felt oddly tense. Realizing the awkwardness, the woman chuckled lightly. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chu Hailan. I'm from Manhwa. You can call me Dr. Chu. I'm part of the Devil Biochemical Weapons Research Division. The Devil Research Division? 17's pupils constricted. The entire world knew about the infamous Devil Organization and its enigmatic research division, rumored to develop bizarre and cutting-edge weapons. He hadn't expected the seemingly kind woman to be one of its members. Sensing his unease, Chu Hailan clarified, the research division isn't as sinister as you might think. The Devil Research Division has many branches. Ours focuses solely on biochemical weaponry. And no, not the kind involving cruel viral warfare. Our work revolves around human modifications. Ahem. A sudden cough interrupted her. 17 turned his gaze toward the door and saw the elderly man with white hair standing there. When Chu Hailan noticed him, she immediately stood and greeted him respectfully. Dr. Xiao, you're here. Dr. Xiao shot her a disapproving look before walking over to 17's bedside. After a brief inspection, he nodded and said, not bad. Then, turning to Chu Hailan, he added, Chu, step outside for a moment. Yes, Chu Hailan responded obediently before following him out of the room. Left alone, 17 was consumed by questions. Who was this Dr. Xiao, and why did Chu Hailan show him such deference? What exactly was this biochemical research? And why had Dr. Xiao stopped her from saying more? Before long, the door opened again. This time, Dr. Xiao entered alone. He pulled up a chair beside 17's bed and sat down. How are you feeling? He asked. Unable to speak, 17 could only convey his unease through his eyes. Dr. Xiao seemed unfazed by his anxiety. The research division is part of Devil's secrets. It's not something you need to concern yourself with for now, particularly our biochemical weapons branch. The less you know, the better it is for you. Do you understand? 17 blinked slowly, signaling his acknowledgement. Satisfied, Dr. Xiao nodded. Picking up another syringe, he injected its contents into 17. Rest now. When you wake up, you should be fully recovered. After finishing his words, he stood up and left the room, leaving 17 alone once again. His mind was filled with countless questions, yet he couldn't bring himself to voice them. All he could do was silently endure the endless confusion and unease. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. He fought desperately to stay awake, but the overpowering drowsiness was impossible to resist. In the end, his eyes closed once more, and he sank into a deep sleep. When 17 woke up again, he found himself back inside the glass chamber, submerged in liquid. This time, however, the liquid was no longer silver but transparent, like water, though it was far more viscous. Outside the glass chamber stood Dr. Xiao and Chu Hailan. When they saw 17 open his eyes, Dr. Xiao gave him a small nod, while Chu Hailan wore an expression of worry. Dr. Xiao turned to his colleagues and asked, "What's the status?" A researcher replied, "Confirmed activation of ice apparatus. However, the rate of cellular regeneration is far faster than we anticipated." Another researcher followed up, "Dr. 17 has fully absorbed the galaxy energy. The energy conduits have connected. Shall we proceed with the final activation of the ice apparatus terminal?" Dr. Xiao nodded decisively. "Proceed." "Yes." Initializing ice apparatus terminal. Final countdown begins 10, 9. Inside the liquid, 17 could not hear the voices outside. All he could see was Dr. Xiao turning to speak with a few people, then nodding. Afterward, Dr. Xiao's face lit up with excitement as he looked at 17, which stirred an ominous feeling in 17's heart. It felt as if he had truly become nothing more than their experimental subject, a caged white rat. Suddenly, an immense, invisible pressure descended upon him, as though a pair of colossal, unseen hands were tearing apart his muscles. He wanted to scream in agony, but no sound came from his throat. The force was overwhelming, and he felt as if his body was being ripped apart. Blood burst forth from every pore of his body, instantly turning the liquid inside the chamber a bright shade of red. The people outside seemed to have descended into chaos. Dr. Xiao was shouting orders, and the researchers were running frantically, trying to manage the situation. But for 17, none of that mattered anymore. He felt utterly drained, his consciousness slipping away from his body. His eyelids slowly drooped shut, and his body floated limply in the blood-soaked liquid. At the same time, in a private villa on the outskirts of the Dragon Nation's capital, Jing City, Wenwei suddenly sat bolt upright in her bed, her eyes filled with terror. Bang! The door was flung open, and a group of bodyguards rushed in. Scanning the room and finding nothing amiss, one of the bodyguards cautiously asked, "Miss, are you all right?" Wenwei stared blankly at her blanket, shaking her head numbly as though still trapped in the nightmare. Xiaowei, Mina, and Wenchang hurried into the room, pulling her into their arms. Mina asked worriedly, "Xiaowei, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Wenwei seemed to snap out of her daze. Forcing a weak smile, she replied, "Mom, I'm fine. It was just a terrible dream." Mina let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me so much, sweetie. The bodyguard said you screamed, and we thought something happened." After her parents left, Wenwei closed her door and finally let her tears flow freely. She murmured softly to herself, 17. Lu Yang. 17 didn't know how much time had passed when he woke up again. This time, he found himself no longer inside the glass chamber, nor in the white room. He was now in an ordinary-looking room, a large bed, a wall-mounted television, a wardrobe. There were no clues as to where he might be. He let out a low groan and was surprised to find that he could speak again, though his voice was hoarse. His entire body still felt weak and limp, devoid of strength. Before long, the door opened, and someone stepped inside, a person he recognized. It was Yunhai. "Commander." 17's voice was raspy, and a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. Yunhai nodded at him, shutting the door behind him. He walked over to the bed and said, "You're awake." "Where am I?" 17 asked in confusion. "Just an ordinary residential house," Yunhai replied. "Why am I here?" 17 pressed on. Yunhai shrugged and said, "I don't know. All I know is that I was instructed to take you back once you woke up." "Take me back? Back where?" 17 was perplexed. Yunhai smiled faintly. "Back to the training camp, of course. Where else?" 17 murmured an "oh" and fell silent. Yunhai poured a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table. "You should focus on regaining your strength. Once you're back, you'll have to take your graduation exam." "Graduation?" 17 was taken aback. "Isn't there still a year left?" Yunhai explained. "What year? You've been away from the training camp for over 2 years. Your return just happens to coincide with the exam." 17 was stunned. He clearly remembered leaving the Devil training camp with 2 years remaining before graduation. He had spent nearly a year with Maddie. Had he really spent another year with that research team? But during that time, he had only woken up 3 times in total. What had happened during all the other days? Yunhai gestured for him to drink water. After 17 finished, Yunhai asked, "1 year ago, the incident with the Devil Guard Squad, was that your doing?" 17 nodded. "Yes." Yunhai frowned slightly. "Why?" "They didn't have the proper mobilization orders. I couldn't obey their commands," 17 said flatly. Yunhai nodded approvingly. "The higher-ups did overlook that detail. You were in the right. But I'm curious, did you really take out all 6 Guard Squad members by yourself?" Yes, 17 confirmed. Yunhai patted him on the shoulder. It seems I underestimated you. If you could single-handedly eliminate 6 guard squad members, this exam should be no trouble for you. 17 didn't understand why Yunhai seemed so unbothered by the guard squad incident. He suspected that the higher-up's lack of accountability for it might have something to do with his year of being a lab rat. Whether that experience was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't say. His heart was filled with unease and unanswered questions. Yunhai chatted with him for a while longer before leaving. Using his extraordinary hearing and ability to detect breathing patterns, 17 discerned that there were 6 other individuals outside the room, all of them highly skilled. Yet over the following days, only Yunhai entered the room. He personally brought food and water, never letting anyone else approach. This raised even more questions for 17. What was Yunhai's true standing in this hierarchy? Back at the training camp, even the instructors treated him with reverence. Why was he now acting as a mere errand boy? The Devil organization was far more complex than it appeared. Yunhai only entered the room to deliver necessities and strictly forbade 17 from leaving. Fortunately, the room had its own bathroom. Otherwise, even basic needs would have been a challenge. After 2 weeks of recovery, 17's strength finally returned. It was then that Yunhai escorted him onto a helicopter for the journey back to the isolated island. What awaited 17 next? 3 massive transport aircraft hovered silently over a dense, primeval forest, resembling giant steel beasts. Countless black dots rained down from the planes like droplets of water. These were the current batch of graduates from the Devil organization, preparing to take their final exam. When 17 landed, his parachute unfortunately snagged on a thick tree. He quickly unfastened the harness and moved to a safer location. He knew all too well that a parachute could easily become a beacon for other trainees. Once targeted, trouble would be inevitable. This was their final graduation exam, and it was merciless. Each trainee had to survive alone in this perilous forest for 3 days. Afterward, they were required to reach a designated rendezvous point, where planes would pick them up, marking the end of the exam. However, things were far from straightforward. Each trainee carried their own identification tag, and over the course of 3 days, they were required to collect at least 5 tags that did not belong to them. In other words, they had to eliminate a minimum of 5 other trainees. Failure to acquire the requisite number of tags would result in death, even if they made it out of the forest alive. The Devil organization demanded only the strongest. There was no place for the weak. But the forest itself posed a threat far beyond the other trainees. Venomous snakes and dangerous beasts were the least of their worries. This forest was also home to a particularly horrifying type of mosquito. Larger than ordinary mosquitoes, these creatures not only sucked blood but also laid eggs beneath the skin of their victims. The world around him seemed to halt in that instant. The ice and fire that had tormented him disappeared, leaving only an empty void. In this vast emptiness, there was only 17 and the unseen entity he held in his arms. A soft groan of contentment escaped his lips before he succumbed to a deep slumber once more. It was unclear how much time had passed when 17 suddenly woke up. Instinctively, he reached out to embrace the entity again, only to find his arms empty. The being was gone. A wave of loss surged through him, as though something vital had been ripped from his grasp. Struggling to sit up, he was desperate to search for it. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. "You're awake." Opening his eyes, 17 realized that the darkness and the fiery, icy torment were gone. Instead, he saw 2 familiar faces beside him, Ao Feng and Wenchang. Wenchang looked weary, and Ao Feng's body was wrapped in several bandages, clearly indicating injuries. 17 glanced around. He was in a small bedroom with simple furnishings, just a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. He was lying on the bed. "Where am I?" he asked, his voice hoarse and his body weak. Wenchang walked over and sat beside him. "This is a house I used to live in," he explained. Seeing the confusion on 17's face, Wenchang elaborated. "When I first came to Eagle Country, I was just a broke kid. Then I met Mina, we fell in love, and got married. This house is where we lived after our wedding. Xiaowei was even born here. Life was hard back then, but we were happy. Later, Dragon Country gave me funding to grow my career, and we became well off, but I've always cherished this place. That's why I kept it, though I didn't buy it outright, just rented it long term. No one will find us here." 17 shifted his gaze to Ao Feng and rasped, "You're hurt?" Ao Feng patted his chest and grinned. "Don't worry, it's just a few small fries. I'm fine." 17 sneered. "Small fries managed to hurt you?" Ao Feng laughed awkwardly. They had numbers on their side. Who were they? Ao Feng exchanged a glance with Wenchang, who nodded. Only then did Ao Feng reply, "Your Devil organization has some serious fighters. Even their small fries are tough. If they send elites, I'm not sure I'd have made it out." 17 was taken aback. "Devil?" "Yes, Devil," Ao Feng confirmed. They all had the Devil insignia. Why would Devil send so many people? Could it be that Maddie hired them as reinforcements? Ao Feng shrugged. "I wouldn't know." 17 thought for a moment, then asked, "How long was I unconscious?" 3 days, Wenchang replied. 17 sighed. "Maybe Maddie realized I hadn't returned for so long and figured I'd failed the mission, so he hired others." Ao Feng interjected, "But they seem to be targeting you." "Me?" 17 was surprised. After pondering for a while, he said, then it's probably because I failed, and the organization wants to eliminate me. No, that's not it, AO phone countered. They didn't use heavy weapons. If they had, I wouldn't have been able to get you out. They were only equipped with light arms and seemed focused on rescue, not offense. 17 mulled over it but couldn't make sense of it. Forget it. I'll figure it out when I get back. By the way, why did you save me? Wen Chang smiled. Why wouldn't we? I came to kill you. Wen Chang shook his head. For both public and personal reasons, I needed to save you. 17 was puzzled. Why? Publicly, you lost the challenge. You're bound to honor your promise and help us rescue Excalibur. Personally, I like you and don't want to see you dead. 17 scoffed. Careful you don't raise a wolf to bite you later. Wen Chang replied nonchalantly, that's a problem for the future. So, will you help us rescue Excalibur? Fine, but I need to confirm you're not lying to me. Wen Chang thought for a moment, then pulled out a badge and handed it to 17. Show him this, and he'll know we're here to help. 17 took the badge. It was engraved with an imposing dragon on one side and a massive sword on the other. Just holding it, he could tell the material was unique and difficult to replicate. He pocketed the badge and said, I'll find a chance to show him. If it's legit, I'll contact you. Deal. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, followed by a voice. Dad. When Chang called out, come in. The door opened, and Wen Wei entered, carrying a bowl of porridge. When she saw that 17 was awake, she let out a soft ah. Her face turned bright red, and she froze on the spot, looking flustered. Her unusual behavior caught the attention of both Wen Chang and Ao Feng, who exchanged curious glances. Wen Wei quickly regained her composure, set the bowl down hastily, and said, Mom said this is for 17. Then she fled the room in a panic. Ao Feng picked up the bowl and handed it to 17. Taking the porridge, 17 devoured it in large gulps. After 3 days without food, he was ravenous. After 17 finished eating, when Chang asked him meaningfully, 17, what exactly happened between you and my daughter? 17 was confused, then said nonchalantly, we used the same restroom once. Ao Feng, in the middle of drinking water, sprayed it out in shock, right onto Wen Chang's face. Wen Chang seemed oblivious to the water dripping down his face. His jaw dropped as he stared at 17, his expression a mix of disbelief and outrage. I'm sorry. Ao Feng hurriedly apologized, pulling out a cloth to wipe Wen Chang's face. Wen Chang snapped back to reality, shoving Ao Feng's hand away. He pointed at 17. You used the same restroom as my daughter? 17 nodded. You. Wen Chang stammered, caught between anger and exasperation. Afraid Wen Chang might explode, Ao Feng intervened. 17, what's going on? You don't seem like that kind of pervert. Explain yourself. Calmly, 17 gave a brief explanation of the incident. After hearing it, Wen Chang finally relaxed. It was clear that the situation had been blown out of proportion by others, and 17, in some ways, had been a victim himself. Still, Wen Chang couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for his daughter. No wonder she blushed every time she saw 17, though never quite as vividly as today. Thinking of this, Wen Chang seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly asked, did you? 17 stared blankly at Wen Chang. After quite a while, Wen Chang gritted his teeth and asked, Did you see my daughter in the restroom? 17 shook his head and replied, there was a partition door. By the time she came out, she was already dressed. Only then did Wen Chang let out a long sigh of relief, patting his chest as he said, that's good. But 17 wasn't telling the whole truth. That day, when Wen Wei went to the restroom, most of the stalls were dirty. Being a clean freak, she chose the only clean stall, though it lacked a door. She was wearing a short skirt, and when 17 entered, she had just finished and was standing up, pulling up her underwear, which had slipped down to her knees. 17 clearly remembered that her underwear was pure white with cartoon embroidery. Though her skirt covered her upper thighs, seeing her most private undergarment was enough to embarrass Wen Wei greatly. After Wen Wei hastily pulled up her underwear and fled in a panic, 17 had leisurely taken care of his own needs, washed his hands, and left. To 17, it was no big deal. He had been in the devil training camp, where seeing naked women was commonplace, and he had long since become desensitized. Besides, he had only seen her skirt, thighs, and underwear, not anything he shouldn't have seen. However, for Wen Wei, who was pure and had always kept her distance from men, it was probably the most humiliating experience of her life. Had it not been for this awkward incident, which she found too embarrassing to bring up, the two of them, this campus legend and Wen Wei, might have known each other earlier. Though 17 didn't think much of it, seeing Wen Chang's angry expression and Ao Feng giving him subtle signals, he decided not to tell the truth. Thankfully, he didn't, or else Wen Chang might have disregarded the mission and fought him right then and there. After calming himself down and recalling Wen Wei's reaction earlier, Wen Chang felt reassured. He knew his daughter well. Wen Wei rarely interacted with men. Though she hadn't suffered any real loss, the restroom situation was naturally awkward. Besides, 17 was the first man she had ever encountered in such a place. After some thought, when Chang decided to let the matter drop. After all, he was a man with larger responsibilities at hand. His daughter hadn't been harmed, and he still needed 17 for his plans. There was no point in pursuing the issue any further. When Chang asked, 17, what happened to you that day? Why did your whole body suddenly start smoking? When Chang's question also piqued Ao Feng's interest. He too wanted to know what had happened to 17. Unfortunately, 17 simply shook his head and said, I don't know. My head hurt a lot, and then I passed out. Not wanting to dwell on the subject, 17 changed the topic. What's the situation outside now? What else could it be? When Chang replied with a bitter laugh, I've been screwed over by you. I can't go home. I don't dare go to the company, and I can't even let Xiaowei go to school. Why not? Isn't it because of that damned devil? The devil organization is hunting us everywhere now. So what's your plan? After some thought, when Chang said, I've already contacted our country. Once we successfully rescue Divine Sword, I'll take my family back home to settle down. And what about here? When Chang shook his head, I've actually been quietly transferring funds back to our home country for a while now. The main office in Eagle Country is just an empty shell at this point. Once I'm back, I'll make the branch office in our country the headquarters. That way, I won't have to live in fear anymore. After a pause, he added, honestly, neither my family nor the state back home needs to worry. Mina and Xiaowei have long wanted to move to Dragon Country. If it weren't for my mission, I would have taken them there ages ago. After this mission ends, there's no way I can stay in Eagle Country anymore. The higher-ups have already approved my return to work in our homeland, officially as a businessman. Haha, thankfully, my identity hasn't been exposed. If Eagle Country tries to investigate, I'll just say the devil is after me and I had no choice but to flee. Let them fight it out with the devil themselves. Ao Feng cleared his throat, reminding Wen Chang that 17 was also a member of the devil organization. Realizing this, Wen Chang quickly changed the subject. By the way, how are things on your end? Whether this mission succeeds or not depends entirely on you. 17 asked, how many people do you have now? Ao Feng replied, numbers aren't an issue. We've just hired a batch of mercenaries from different countries. They'll arrive in the next couple of days. In the mercenary world, the rule was to take the money but not ask questions. Anyone who backstabbed a client would be blacklisted from the industry. Because of this, and to avoid exposing their own identities, Ao Feng and Wen Chang decided to hire mercenaries from various countries, forming a mixed team. The core members, however, remained mercenaries from Dragon Country, as they were more trustworthy. What's the exact number? 17 asked. Ao Feng thought for a moment and said, around 30 or so. After some consideration, 17 said, if you're planning to act, it's best to wait until Maddie is home. Wen Chang was taken aback. Why? Maddie has 4 elite bodyguards from your devil organization. With them around, it'll be much harder for us. 17 shook his head. Because if Maddie's whole family is home, you'll have to split your forces to protect them, which will weaken their combat strength significantly. Ao Feng clapped his hands in realization. Exactly. If we launch a strong enough attack, they'll have to focus on evacuating Maddie. 17 nodded. And they won't have time to take the Divine Sword with them. Wen Chang made a decisive decision. All right, we'll do it your way. Let me know when it's time to act. Feeling somewhat recovered, 17 got up from the bed and said, in the meantime, I need to find the Divine Sword to confirm your identities. No problem. We'll wait for your signal, Wen Chang said with a firm nod. One more thing. You're not to harm Maddie. This, Ao Feng hesitated but eventually said, we'll try our best. No, not try your best. It's an absolute. You have your mission, and I have mine. My task is to ensure the safety of Maddie and his family. Everyone else is none of my concern. Ao Feng gritted his teeth. Fine, I promise. We'll only drive Maddie off without hurting him. 17 stretched his arms and legs. Then I'll be off. Once I've confirmed your identities, I'll get back to you. After 17 left, Wen Chang turned to Ao Feng. Do you think 17 is trustworthy? He asked, still harboring doubts given that 17 was one of Maddie's people. I don't know, Ao Feng replied, shaking his head. I haven't interacted with him much. He doesn't play by the usual rules. Wen Chang pondered for a moment before sighing. Forget it. We'll take it one step at a time. Sigh, that girl Xiaowei. Something this big happens, and she doesn't even tell me. No, I need to have a talk with her. With that, he hurried out. The efficiency of the devil organization was truly astonishing. 17 had only been on the road for about half an hour, heading from Wen Chang's old home toward Maddie's estate, when a 6-person team intercepted him. With a glance at their badges, 17 immediately recognized them as members of the Devil Internal Guard. The Internal Guard was never outsourced and only answered directly to the organization's higher-ups. Are you 17? The leader of the squad asked solemnly. 17 gave a slight nod. I am. The leader jerked his head toward him. Come with us. Why? 17 asked. It's an order. 17's expression remained calm. I'm still on a mission. The leader's temper flared. As of this moment, your mission is over. You are to return to the organization immediately. 17 spread his hands. The leader looked confused for a moment. What are you doing? Where's the transfer order? Members of the Devil organization could only have their missions terminated or reassigned with a formal transfer order from above. Without it, missions could not be interrupted. The leader's anger deepened. As part of the internal guard, they held a higher status than mercenaries and external members. And 17 was merely an ungraduated trainee. Anyone else would have obeyed without question. Yet this time was different. The higher-ups had explicitly ordered 17 to be brought back safely. Though the leader didn't understand why 17 was so important, he suspected the young man had an unusual background. Suppressing his fury, he said in a low voice, "I don't have a transfer order, but you must come with us." 17 lowered his hands and replied calmly, "Without a transfer order, how do I know you aren't enemies in disguise?" "You." The leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "Take him." Two members of the squad stepped forward, reaching for 17's arms. With a sneer, 17 suddenly spun between them, slipping through their grasp. In an instant, he drew a dagger and held it against the leader's neck. The leader froze for a moment before quickly recovering. 17, what do you think you're doing? He demanded. As a member of the internal guard, his skills far surpassed those of ordinary members. In fact, he was considered elite within the Devil organization. But he hadn't expected 17 to resist, much less to subdue him in a single move. If word of this got out, it would be a humiliating disgrace. Yet he couldn't harm 17, who was clearly valued by the higher-ups. Watching the movements of the other 5 squad members, 17 maintained his calm expression. "Shouldn't I be asking what you're trying to do?" "We're under orders to bring you back." The leader barked. "Whose orders?" "Are you kidding?" The leader retorted. "Who else but the Devil organization could issue orders to the internal guard?" "Is that so?" "Without a transfer order, and with your poor skills, why should I believe you?" "You." The leader was so furious he could barely speak. Being insulted by an ungraduated trainee, especially about his skills, was a blow to his pride. If this got back to the higher-ups, his career in the organization would be over. And in the Devil organization, there was no retirement, only a coffin. The other 5 squad members were equally furious, their faces turning red with anger. Being publicly humiliated, especially with the truth, was not something they could easily swallow. However, they were, after all, elite members of Devil, each possessing extraordinary skills. Though seething with anger at this moment, they still managed to suppress their fury and kept their composure. The leader gritted his teeth and spat, 17, what exactly are you trying to do? It should be me asking you that. What do you want? Seems like you're the ones blocking my way, 17 replied, his tone calm but taunting. The leader's nostrils flared with rage, and he clenched his teeth even harder. We're carrying out orders from above. To bring me back? Obviously. Where's the mobilization order? The leader's face darkened, his anger reaching its peak. 17 kept circling back to the mobilization order, but they hadn't been issued one when they were sent out. He was at a loss for what to do. He knew 17 was technically in the right. Without a mobilization order, no member could be forcibly removed from their mission. However, their superiors had repeatedly stressed that bringing 17 back was a top priority. The leader had never felt this conflicted before. After a brief silence, the leader let out a heavy snort and declared, I don't have a mobilization order. But my mission is to ensure you return. Unless you kill us, you're not leaving today. All right, you said it. Before the leader could fully process the words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a warm gush of blood. His final thought was one of disbelief. 17 actually dared to make a move? 17 knew full well that these people were genuine members of the internal guard, but he had no choice but to kill them. If he were taken back to the organization, what would happen to Liu Yang? Liu Yang was the first person to make 17 feel a sense of warmth and belonging. From the bottom of his heart, 17 respected Liu Yang and genuinely wanted to help him escape. Thus, 17 had no choice but to take this extreme measure. Without the mobilization order, he could later justify his actions by questioning whether they were truly part of the guard. The other 5 members of the guard froze in shock, evidently never expecting 17 to actually strike to kill. But 17 was already on the move. He swiftly circled to one of the members and slashed at his neck with a blade. Fortunately, the guard had undergone rigorous training. While his mind hadn't caught up, his body instinctively moved backward. But 17 was faster. The glint of the blade flashed like lightning, and a crimson line appeared on the guard's neck. By the time the guard collapsed, the others finally realized that 17 was genuinely attacking the internal guard. They immediately drew their daggers and lunged at him. Despite the chaos, their training shone through, they remembered the orders from above, did not harm 17. Unable to use firearms, they resorted to close combat, trying to subdue him without inflicting serious injury. But close combat was precisely 17's forte. One side was determined to kill, while the other was restrained by orders. This imbalance tipped the scales. Though the internal guard members were exceptionally skilled, they could only fight 17 to a standstill. Thankfully, they were in a remote area with few passersby. Otherwise, such an intense and masterful fight would surely have drawn a crowd. It didn't take long for the battle to conclude. 17, despite sustaining injuries, managed to kill 2 more members of the guard. The remaining guards were truly out of luck that day. Under normal circumstances, they would have taken 17 down without hesitation. But the constraints of their orders hampered their abilities, giving 17 the upper hand. They couldn't risk harming him. If anything happened to 17, their mission would be deemed a failure. And in Devil, mission failure was met with brutal consequences. Members often preferred death on the field to returning to the organization in disgrace. Though 17 held the advantage, his opponents were elite fighters. By the end of the fight, while he had successfully eliminated all the guards, he himself was severely wounded. Breathing heavily, 17 stood amidst the scattered corpses, blood dripping from his wounds. He clutched his side and staggered away. 17 is back. 17 is back. Polly shouted excitedly from the surveillance room as she spotted 17 on the monitor. Without hesitation, she rushed to the villa's entrance to call out. It wasn't that Polly lacked discipline. Rather, Maddie had given specific instructions to notify them immediately upon 17's return. Sure enough, the first to rush outside was Cadiz, followed closely by Maddie, Raleigh, and Sasha. 17, Cadiz gasped, horrified by the sight of 17, covered in blood and barely able to walk. Ignoring the bloodstains, she hurried forward, intending to help him. But as Maddie caught sight of her actions, his brow furrowed slightly. Fortunately, 17 shifted his body to avoid her touch, eliciting a satisfied expression from Mark. 17, you. Cadiz's face fell with disappointment, her eyes brimming with grievance as she noticed his rejection. 17 merely shook his head gently and continued forward. He stopped only when he reached Maddie and the others, lowering his head slightly and saying, "Boss." Maddie nodded. "You're back." "Yes." Raleigh quickly interjected, 17, what happened? "You've been missing for days. We were looking everywhere for you. And why are you covered in blood?" 17 shook his head again. "It's nothing. I just got injured and had to lay low for a while." Maddie nodded in approval. "You did the right thing. Loler, Monrel, and Gadget are all dead, and Wenchang has vanished without a trace. For now, no one in Eagle Nation poses a threat to me." 17 replied, "As for the others outside Eagle Nation, I may not be able to deal with them for now. That's all right. Focus on recovering. Leave the rest to me. I'll make another trip to Devil in a few days and handle things." "Understood." Maddie stepped aside. "Go rest. Take the next few days off. Your only task is to heal." 17 nodded and slowly made his way into the villa. Cadiz watched his retreating figure with a face full of grievance. She wanted to follow him, but seemed hesitant. Sasha exchanged a glance with Spider, who nodded knowingly. Spider then approached Maddie and said, "Boss, I'll help 17 treat his wounds." Maddie nodded. "Go ahead." Spider followed 17 toward his room. Cadiz immediately spoke up. "Father, I want to check on 17 too." She was about to run after them, but Sasha stopped her. "Miss, it's best if you wait a bit. It might not be convenient for you to go now. But. Cadiz pointed at Spider's retreating figure. "But she's a woman too." Sasha hesitated before replying, "Women are naturally more meticulous. Besides, in Devil, there's no distinction between men and women." Maddie's expression turned stern. "Cadiz, stop making trouble." Cadiz pouted but remained silent, her gaze lingering in the direction of 17's room, her face full of unwillingness. "What?" This time, Ao Feng's voice rose in shock. "You killed their entire families, including the bodyguards?" He had initially assumed 17 had merely assassinated the 3 tycoons, but he hadn't expected it to be a complete massacre. A so-called massacre meant no survivors, servants, bodyguards, everyone included. Wenwei didn't understand the implications. She had originally thought 17 only targeted the families of the tycoons, but Ao Feng's words revealed the full extent of the slaughter. Learning that even the bodyguards and protectors were eliminated elevated her impression of 17 to yet another level. 17 nodded slightly, reaching into his jacket. Click. 7 submachine guns were raised simultaneously, their muzzles aimed directly at 17. Wenchang waved a hand, stopping the bodyguards. He didn't believe 17 would be foolish enough to draw a gun under such circumstances. It would be suicidal. Besides, 17 already had an AK. There was no need to reach for another weapon. Wenchang assumed 17 was retrieving something else. Sure enough, 17 pulled out a file, tossing it over as he said, "There are 4 targets tonight. The remaining ones are not in Eagle Country. I'll keep pursuing them. You're the last one for tonight." A bodyguard stepped forward to pick up the file and handed it to Wenchang. Wenchang glanced through it and saw that it contained detailed information about him. After a few moments of reading, he placed it on the table and asked, "Were the other 3 killed for the same reason as me? I don't know what your motives are. Anyone who has attacked my employer recently is on the must-kill list. So, you're saying you're determined to kill me tonight?" In an indifferent tone, 17 replied, "Before I kill you, I'd like you to answer one question." Wenchang laughed. "A killer negotiating terms with his target?" He paused, seemingly realizing something, and corrected himself. "Wait, aren't you a bodyguard? How did you become a killer?" Ao Feng explained, "He's an all-rounder combatant. Switching roles from a bodyguard to a killer is completely normal for someone like him." It was clear that Ao Feng held some authority in the room, as he could interject whenever he pleased. Wenchang was puzzled. What's an all-rounder combatant? Wenchang and Wenwei didn't understand the term, but the bodyguards around them visibly tensed up. Ao Feng clarified, it means he's proficient in sniping, assault, covering fire, close quarters combat, defense, all of it. He's mastered it all. When Chang suddenly realized, so, he's a jack of all trades? Ao Feng chuckled. No, more like a genius. A regular person couldn't achieve mastery in every field. When Chang turned his gaze back to 17, his expression shifting. But I've heard that mastering one discipline means you have to forsake others. If he's an all-rounder, doesn't that mean none of his skills can reach the pinnacle? Ao Feng shook his head. I've fought him before. Every combat discipline he employs is terrifyingly advanced. The bodyguards behind them paled even further. When Chang thought for a moment before laughing unexpectedly. What a prodigious talent. 17, which country are you from? He stared at 17 with curiosity. 17, where are you really from? 17 gave a slight shake of his head but didn't answer. When Chang's face darkened, his tone tinged with displeasure. What's the matter? Can't say, or won't say. Ao Feng leaned in close to Wen Chang, whispering something into his ear. Wen Chang nodded slowly and said, I see. You don't even know which country you belong to. 17 replied calmly, I don't have a country. A faint smile appeared on Wen Chang's face. What about your parents? Surely your parents must have a country. Without hesitation, 17 answered, I don't have parents either. Wen Chang kept his eyes fixed on 17. After a long pause, he sighed and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that you look so much like someone from Long Country that I instinctively assumed you were one of ours. For a Long Country native to deny their own country. I don't have a country, 17 interrupted coldly. Wen Chang smiled faintly. Growing up in hell, it's understandable that you wouldn't know. I don't blame you. Clearly, Wen Chang's words implied that he had already concluded 17 was from Long Country. 17 didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer. He cut straight to the point. What's your objective? Wen Chang hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty flashing through his eyes before he turned to Ao Feng. Ao Feng shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me. You're the boss. Wen Chang let out a wry laugh and turned back to 17. Why should I tell you? 17 gestured at the AK in his hands, his eyes carrying an unmistakable warning. Talk or die. Wen Chang shook his head and pointed toward his bodyguards without a word. His expression seemed to say, do you really think you can take on all my men? A smirk tugged at the corner of 17's mouth. Why don't we find out? As soon as the words left his lips, he raised his AK without hesitation, aiming it at the bodyguards. The bodyguards, already on high alert, raised their weapons the moment 17 moved. Ao Feng reacted instantly, tackling both Wen Chang and Wen Wei, forcing them down behind the sofa. Rat-a-tat-tat. The hall erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. Wen Wei screamed in terror, burying herself in Wen Chang's arms. Wen Chang, shocked by how abruptly 17 had opened fire, felt a mix of anger and fear as he held Wen Wei close. Thanks to Ao Feng's quick thinking, the two were shielded by the sofa, avoiding the crossfire. The bodyguards, mindful of Wen Chang and Wen Wei's safety, deliberately shifted their positions to draw the battle away from them. This gave 17 the advantage he needed. The hesitation and restraint of the bodyguards allowed him to exploit the situation. Suddenly, a deafening boom filled the room, followed by an intense flash of light that momentarily blinded everyone. The white light was so piercing that no one could keep their eyes open. Ao Feng immediately realized what had happened. He shut his eyes tightly and shouted, watch out for his close quarters combat. From the other side of the room came the sound of metal clashing and muffled grunts. Blinded, the bodyguards dared not fire recklessly for fear of hitting Wen Chang or Wen Wei. This hesitation only gave 17 more room to maneuver. Close quarters combat was his specialty, and in their current state of disarray, the bodyguards were no match for him. Wen Chang clung tightly to Wen Wei, only to feel her suddenly pulled from his grasp. Her terrified scream rang out. Xiao Wei. Wen Chang shouted, panic-stricken. Ao Feng held him back. Stay down, he said firmly, then called out loudly, 17. Let's talk. 17 said nothing. As the moments stretched on, Wen Chang and Ao Feng's vision began to return. What they saw left them stunned. The once pristine hall was now in utter disarray. 7 bodyguards lay scattered across the floor, lifeless. 3 had knives protruding from their throats, while the other 4 had their throats slashed. Each had been killed with a single, precise strike, their deaths silent and swift. Wen Chang was struck with terror. In mere minutes, 17 had wiped out all 7 of his elite bodyguards. It was a testament to how terrifyingly skilled the man was. Of course, 17 had exploited the situation. Had the environment been different, or had Wen Chang not been present, he wouldn't have taken such bold risks. But the bodyguards' need to protect Wen Chang had given him the opening he needed. 17 stood a short distance away, his left arm wrapped around Wen Wei's waist while his right hand held a bloody dagger pressed against her throat. He didn't look unscathed. His expression was pale, and it was clear he had sustained injuries. However, with Wen Wei as a shield, it was difficult to see where he was hurt. Wen Chang's face darkened further, his voice trembling with rage. Let my daughter go. In his usual calm tone, 17 replied, your objective. Wen Chang glared at 17, then at Wen Wei, whose face was deathly pale and trembling uncontrollably. His entire body shook with anger, but he was at a loss. Ao Feng stepped forward, placing a hand on Wen Chang's shoulder. Boss, he said quietly, we don't have a choice. 17 doesn't bluff, and if we don't give him what he wants, he'll kill her right here. You have to decide, your identity or your daughter. Wen Chang clenched his jaw, his gaze locked onto 17. After a long silence, he let out a heavy sigh and turned his head away. Ao Feng exhaled slowly, then addressed 17. Have you ever heard of Dragon Soul? 17's brow furrowed slightly. His instructor had once spoken of the elite special forces from various countries, including their secret units. These clandestine organizations were composed of the most skilled operatives, answering only to their nation's highest authorities. They were the ultimate weapons of their respective countries, tasked with missions too dangerous or impossible for conventional forces. Among them, the instructor had emphasized one name above all, Long Country's Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul was shrouded in mystery. Its numbers, members, and base of operations were all unknown. Yet, it consistently ranked as the world's top special unit. Second was the Mecha Enforcers of Coal Country, followed by the Knights of Eagle Country. The instructor had repeatedly warned them, if they ever encountered members of these three special organizations, they must exercise extreme caution, for they were absolutely no match for them. The warnings had been issued so many times that 17 remembered them vividly. What he couldn't understand, however, was why Ao Feng had mentioned Dragon Soul. 17 spoke up, his voice calm but probing. Are you with Dragon Soul? Ao Feng gave a bitter smile and shook his head. I wish I were, he said with a sigh. But I'm not qualified. He paused briefly, then continued. Actually, the reason our boss hired us to attack Marty was because of a directive from the nation. The nation? 17 asked, raising an eyebrow. Ao Feng nodded. Yes, the Dragon Nation. But why? 17 pressed, his gaze sharp. Ao Feng glanced over at Wen Chang, who had grown pale and weak, only managing a slight nod of acknowledgement. Taking that as a cue, Ao Feng continued, our boss is actually an operative sent by the Dragon Nation to establish a front in the Eagle Nation. Outwardly, he appears to be a businessman, but in reality, a spy. 17 interjected. Ao Feng gave a wry smile. You could put it that way. A few years ago, one of the senior members of Dragon Soul suddenly disappeared. The nation expended a tremendous amount of resources and manpower to locate him, and eventually, they discovered that he had been captured and taken to the Eagle Nation. Liu Yang. 17 interrupted again, his tone sharper this time. Wen Chang's pupils contracted violently. His voice trembled as he urgently asked, you know him? 17 cast him a brief glance but chose not to respond. Instead, he turned his attention back to Ao Feng and said, go on. Ao Feng nodded and continued, the nation informed our boss, ordering him to rescue the operative, codenamed Divine Sword, at any cost. Since the government couldn't openly intervene, the boss had no choice but to hire mercenaries to assassinate Marty and create chaos as a diversion to rescue him. 17 narrowed his eyes, suspicion creeping into his expression. How do you know all this? You're just a mercenary. There's no way you'd be privy to such classified information. Ao Feng remained silent for a moment before replying, because the boss once saved my life. During that time, I learned his true identity, and he doesn't feel the need to hide anything from me. 17 fell into a brief contemplation. Wen Chang, however, couldn't hold back any longer and pressed him, do you know Divine Sword? Instead of answering, 17 asked another question, why not send Dragon Soul directly? This time it was Wen Chang who responded, his voice tinged with bitter resignation. It's not that simple. If Dragon Soul were deployed and the Eagle Nation found out, they would undoubtedly send the Knights to counter them. Until the two nations are prepared to openly declare hostilities, our government cannot afford to let Dragon Soul and the Knights clash. After a moment of thought, 17 finally spoke. How about we make a deal? The revelation that Liu Yang was a member of Dragon Soul had caught 17 off guard. Reflecting on Liu Yang's formidable abilities, it now made perfect sense. He was indeed a top-tier expert. No wonder the instructor had repeatedly warned them to steer clear of individuals associated with those special organizations. Now, as 17 processed the truth about Liu Yang and Wen Chang's identities, he had already made up his mind. How about we make a deal? 17 repeated, his tone steady and deliberate. Wen Chang narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and cautious. What kind of deal? 17's face remained expressionless as he laid out the terms. I'll fight Ao Feng one more time. If I win, you abandon your mission. If I lose, you can take your target, but you must promise not to harm my employer. Wen Chang was puzzled. He couldn't understand why 17, in such a favorable position, would propose such a condition. However, the deal posed no real risk to him. If they won, not only would they rescue his daughter, but with 17's cooperation, completing the mission would be a cinch. If Ao Feng lost, he could simply abandon the mission and let the government send reinforcements. After considering this, Wen Chang turned his gaze to Ao Feng. Ao Feng nodded decisively. I have no objections. Wen Chang agreed. Fine. We accept. Release my daughter first. 17 loosened his grip from around Wen Wei's waist. Her legs immediately gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the floor. Instinctively, 17 reached out to steady her, but her sudden downward movement caused his hand to land on a far softer area than he anticipated. Ah, Wenwei let out a startled cry and quickly broke free from 17's grasp. When Chang rushed forward to scoop her up in his arms, Wenwei was utterly terrified. Though she often saw the bodyguards at home carrying firearms, she had never before witnessed a firefight, let alone seen people killed before her very eyes. Today, for the first time, she had watched death unfold mere feet away. 17 had slaughtered her family's bodyguards one by one with chilling precision. To her, he was nothing short of a demon, killing without hesitation. In such a brief span, he had wiped out the entire security team. She was now entirely convinced that the rumors about 17 annihilating 3 wealthy families were true. With the strength he had shown today, he could easily kill her entire family without breaking a sweat. What frightened her most was the moment 17 had seized her. His hand felt like a serpent, cold and unyielding, while the dagger he wielded was its venomous fang. She hadn't dared to move a muscle, knowing full well that even the slightest resistance would result in her throat being slit without hesitation. Wenwei had never felt the shadow of death loom so close. "Shall we begin?" Ao Feng asked, stepping forward after ensuring Wenwei was unharmed. 17 gave a slight nod, casually flicking his dagger to one side. "Let's." Without hesitation, Ao Feng drew his dagger and charged forward. The clash of steel against steel echoed through the hall as their blades met with a sharp clang, sparks flying from the impact. Both fighters retreated a few paces simultaneously. 17 glanced down at his dagger, confirming it remained intact, before relaxing slightly. Ao Feng wasted no time, attacking again almost immediately. 17 ducked under the initial strike, his dagger flashing out of a shadowed angle where the light barely reached. Ao Feng, experienced and intuitive, sensed the danger and leapt back just in time to avoid the deadly thrust. Even so, the blade sliced through the fabric of his shirt, leaving a visible tear across his abdomen. 17 gave him no time to recover. The moment Ao Feng retreated, 17 pressed forward, his movement swift and relentless. The two figures danced across the room, daggers flickering like lightning. When Chang and Wenwei watched in stunned silence, their hearts pounding. Though they were no strangers to martial arts films, those were merely choreographed illusions. Seeing a real fight up close, one where the combatants wielded live steel, was an entirely different experience. It was terrifying. Suddenly, Ao Feng launched a heavy strike, forcing 17's dagger aside and exposing his chest. Wasting no time, Ao Feng lunged forward, aiming his blade at 17's heart. "Ah!" Wenwei screamed, her voice breaking the tense silence. 17, his blade out of position, couldn't block the strike in time. Instead, he dropped into a low spin, his leg sweeping across the floor in a wide arc. Ao Feng reacted quickly, leaping upward to avoid the attack, but in doing so, he lost his advantage. The fight dragged on, neither combatant gaining the upper hand. To the onlookers, it seemed evenly matched, but only the fighters knew the truth. Ao Feng was outclassed. His forte lay in sniping, not close combat, whereas 17 excelled in melee engagements. 17, however, had no intention of killing Ao Feng, which is why he allowed several opportunities for a decisive strike to pass. None of the spectators, not even Ao Feng himself, noticed this deliberate restraint. As the battle continued, Ao Feng's fear grew. He began to realize that 17 had yet to truly exert himself. Desperation creeping in, Ao Feng decided to gamble everything on a risky maneuver. He hurled his dagger at 17 and simultaneously charged forward. 17 dodged the flying blade, only to see Ao Feng loop behind him and catch the dagger midair, aiming for his back. "Interesting," 17 muttered under his breath. 17, what the hell is going on? Ao Feng's eyes widened in shock, his face frozen in disbelief. When Chang and Wenwei were equally stunned, their expressions mirroring utter astonishment. They had never seen anything like this before, thick smoke billowing from someone's body, yet their clothes were completely untouched by flames. "Ah!" Inside the smoke, 17's voice was filled with panic. He stared in horror at the faint blue smoke rising continuously from his body. Suddenly, a searing, excruciating pain exploded in his head. It felt as though his brain was being torn apart, the agony so intense it was almost unbearable. 17 clutched his head tightly with both hands and collapsed to the ground, rolling in torment. The pain was inhuman, a relentless assault on his very being. His once dark complexion turned deathly pale, beads of sweat as large as pearls forming instantly on his forehead. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. 17, Ao Feng shouted, his voice filled with alarm. Unable to see through the dense smoke, he could only hear 17's sudden scream, followed by an eerie silence. Without hesitation, Ao Feng charged into the cloud of smoke, his hands fumbling blindly until they finally found 17. The instant his fingers made contact with 17's skin, Ao Feng recoiled with a sharp cry, yanking his hand back and shaking it vigorously. "It's burning hot. So hot," he exclaimed. When Chang and Wenwei watched him with puzzled expressions, clearly unaware of what had just happened. Only Ao Feng understood. When he touched 17's face, he was shocked to discover that 17's entire body was scorching to the touch. The surface temperature was at least 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. A normal human's body temperature exceeding 40 degrees would already be considered a high fever, potentially life-threatening. Yet, Despite the extreme heat radiating from 17's body, Ao Fong could tell he was still alive, though it was evident he was enduring unimaginable suffering. 17, are you all right? Ao Fong yelled anxiously, but 17 gave no reply. Moments earlier, 17 had felt as though his head was being torn apart, as if invisible hands were violently wrenching at his brain. The pain was indescribable, but his iron will, forged from years of hardship, kept him clenching his teeth, refusing to make a sound. Now, his entire body felt as though it were engulfed in flames. Every other sensation had faded, leaving him entirely focused on the agony in his head. If he had the strength, he would have gladly reached for a gun and ended his misery with a single shot. But at this moment, even the act of moving his hand was beyond him. Sweat poured from his body in torrents, but the intense heat of his skin caused it to evaporate as soon as it emerged, leaving behind a thin, white crystalline residue, salt from the evaporated sweat. Meanwhile, in a secret facility at an undisclosed location, hurried footsteps echoed through the hallways. A set of heavy doors was flung open with force, and a man stormed in, his voice filled with urgency. What's happening with 17? Inside the room, rows of high-tech equipment blinked and hummed. White-coated researchers darted around, their movements brisk and purposeful. A woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, turned to face the new arrival. Dr. Xiao, 3 minutes ago, 17's body began exhibiting abnormalities. The monitoring devices we implanted within him detected a rapid and continuous energy surge. Dr. Xiao, an elderly man with snow-white hair, furrowed his brows deeply. Why is this happening? He demanded. Another man, seated at a console, responded without looking up. We're not sure. It seems to be some kind of rejection reaction within his body. We're still tracking the source. Dr. Xiao pressed further. What is his current energy level? The woman hesitated before answering, 227, and climbing. What? Dr. Zhao's voice rose sharply. 17's energy level has always been stable around 83. How could it suddenly skyrocket like this? The woman grimaced. We don't know, doctor. Just minutes ago, it was still fluctuating between 83 and 85. But then, 3 minutes ago, it began to rise, quickly and without stopping. Dr. Zhao's frown deepened. Beside him, a middle-aged woman, who had remained silent but whose face was etched with worry, finally spoke up. Is there any way to stop it? If his energy level continues to rise, his body won't be able to handle the strain. Dr. Xiao shook his head grimly. There's nothing we can do. The devices we've implanted in him are only for monitoring and, if necessary, remote detonation. We have no means of controlling his physical state. The middle-aged woman looked troubled. Dr. Xiao let out a heavy sigh. Where is 17 currently located? A technician quickly read off a set of coordinates. Send a retrieval team immediately, Dr. Xiao ordered. Under no circumstances can 17's condition be exposed to the public. Just then, the man monitoring the equipment shouted, Doctor, 17's energy level has hit 400. Everyone in the room gasped audibly. It's still rising. The man continued, his voice tinged with panic. It's now at 430, 437, 440, 480. Stop it immediately, the middle-aged woman yelled. The technician's voice was filled with despair. We can't. There's nothing we can do. Then send a team to retrieve him now. Hurry, she urged. Another technician suddenly cried out, it's too late. He surpassed 500. The equipment is overloaded. Before he could finish his sentence, a cascade of sparks erupted from every piece of machinery in the room. Smoke filled the air, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning circuits. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the blackened remains of their instruments. After what felt like an eternity, the young woman who had first spoken finally broke the silence. Her voice trembled as she said, Dr. Xiao, 17's energy level exceeded the maximum threshold. Not only have our remote control systems failed, but the monitoring devices inside his body have also been destroyed. Dr. Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Send the retrieval team immediately. I need to know what the hell is happening to him. The nearest team is already en route, a staff member reported. Dr. Xiao gave a curt nod, his expression grim. The middle-aged woman beside him clasped her hands together in silent prayer, her face etched with worry. Back at Wenchang's villa, the smoke surrounding 17 had finally dissipated. The three onlookers could now see him clearly. 17 knelt on the floor, gripping his head tightly, his face pale and drenched in sweat, which continued to trickle down his forehead in large droplets. 17. Ao Fong suddenly shouted, his voice uncharacteristically loud and panicked. Wenchang and Wenwei were startled, and all the time they had known him, Ao Fong had always been composed and unflappable. They had never seen him so agitated. 17's teeth were clenched tightly, his hands pressed against his head as if trying to keep it from splitting apart. His eyes were shut, his breathing labored. The world around him spun wildly, and his body trembled uncontrollably from the pain. Wenwei bit her lip, her gaze fixed on 17. She didn't understand what was happening to him, but she could feel the torment radiating from his very being. It was a pain no ordinary person could endure, an ordeal that would break even the strongest of wills. Yet 17 bore it all in silence. At that moment, she felt as though she, too, was drowning in his agony. How much strength did it take to endure such inhuman suffering? How much torment, how many trials had he faced to become this resilient? And yet, he remained silent, refusing to yield even a single cry of pain. As the three of them stood there, helpless, a sudden, thunderous noise echoed from outside the villa. Ao Feng and Wenchang's expressions darkened simultaneously. They recognized the sound instantly. It was the distinct roar of helicopter blades slicing through the air. Ao Feng quickly reached under the couch and pulled out a heavy sniper rifle. "You take 17 to the safe room," he instructed. "Leave this to me." Wenchang nodded without hesitation. He hoisted 17 into his arms and said, "Be careful." With that, he and Wenwei hurriedly made their way down the hall. Once they were out of sight, Ao Feng chambered around and cocked the rifle. "All right," he muttered to himself, his voice low and determined. "Let's see just how terrifying this so-called devil really is." Just as 17 was drowning in complete despair, it felt as if something warm and gentle was softly caressing his forehead. The warm sensation brought an unparalleled comfort, and instinctively, 17 reached out to grab at his forehead. His hand clasped onto something invisible, and all he could feel was a tender warmth in his palm. However, this warm object was far too small to soothe the torment his entire body was enduring, an agony so intense it was unbearable. He reached forward further, discovering that the warm presence seemed to be larger, about the same size as him. In a frenzy, he yanked the soft, unseen entity into his embrace and clutched it tightly. It struggled against him, but holding on to it made 17 feel an inexplicable sense of comfort, as though a drowning man had found a life raft in the vast ocean. He refused to let go. Unintentionally, he felt something soft and moist slide across his parched lips. The damp sensation reminded him of the water his body so desperately craved. Without hesitation, he lowered his head in search of the source and finally found an intangible, unseen, and moist fissure. It seemed to hold the sustenance he needed, and 17 pressed his mouth against it, greedily drawing in the moisture. The unseen entity in his arms trembled violently and struggled fiercely, but 17 refused to release it. Eventually, the invisible being seemed to relent, going limp in his embrace. It stopped resisting, and from the moist opening emerged a soft, wet tube that allowed 17 to continue drinking freely. The nourishing sensation overwhelmed him with a deep satisfaction, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he no longer felt thirsty. Relieved, he loosened his grip on the entity but still held it tightly in his arms. He could feel its rapid heartbeat and what seemed to be a nose exhaling warm breaths against his face. The sensation tickled him, and there was a faint fragrance emanating from the being, a subtle but intoxicating scent that 17 found himself drawn to. At that moment, 17, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected, "Boss, are you planning on confronting them head-on?" Maddie looked at 17, slightly taken aback. "I don't see any other choice. Their numbers are overwhelming. If we don't act first, we'll only be sitting ducks." After a moment of contemplation, 17 suggested, "Why not let them tear each other apart? Or..." Maddie's eyes lit up. "Or what?" The others in the room trained their gazes on 17, intrigued. "Or," 17 continued calmly, "we eliminate their leaders in secret. Without leadership, their hired forces will likely disband on their own." Maddie mulled over the idea. Getting them to fight among themselves seems unlikely. They're not fools. But an assassination, it's worth considering. He paused, then instructed Knifescar, "Put the mercenary plans on hold for now. Reach out to Devil. I want to hire their top assassins to eliminate our enemy's backers." Hiring a private army was an expensive endeavor, even for someone of Maddie's wealth. Opting for assassins was a more cost-effective and discreet solution, avoiding the complications of a direct military clash that could attract law enforcement attention. Knifescar nodded. "Understood, boss. I'll handle it right away." "Wait," 17 interrupted. "Boss, there's no need to hire outsiders. Let me do it." "You." Maddie's surprise was evident as he studied 17. The others in the room, including Sha Jiang and Spider, were equally taken aback. To them, 17 was merely a bodyguard. Why would he volunteer for an assassination mission? What they didn't know was that 17's aptitude for assassination far exceeded his skills as a bodyguard. In truth, he was more naturally suited to being an assassin than a protector. Moreover, his willingness to volunteer wasn't driven by a desire to prove himself, but rather by a personal motive, the possibility of encountering individuals from the Dragon Kingdom. If they were here to rescue Liu Yang, 17 intended to covertly assist them, ensuring the old man's escape. Despite never addressing Liu Yang as his master, 17 regarded him as a teacher in his heart, having received his unreserved guidance for over half a year. Helping Liu Yang escape would not conflict with his mission to protect Maddie's family, and so 17 saw no reason not to act. Noticing the doubtful gazes of Maddie and the others, 17 spoke calmly, "Rest assured. My training was primarily in assassination." The room fell silent as Sha Jiang and Spider exchanged astonished glances. A trained assassin working as a bodyguard, and excelling at it, was nothing short of extraordinary. If 17's offensive capabilities were even more formidable than his defensive skills, he was indeed a terrifying individual. Realization dawned on Sha Jiang and Spider. No wonder Devil had insisted on assigning an incomplete trainee like 17 to this mission. He wasn't just any operative, he was their hidden ace. Maddie, too, grasped the implications of 17's words. After a moment of thought, he asked, 17, are you confident? 17 nodded. After a brief pause, Maddie made his decision. Very well. The task is yours. Shajiang, contact your intelligence division and have them compile all the information on our targets. Pass it to 17. Understood. Shajiang agreed without hesitation. Luo Lu, male, 58 years old, a resident of Will City in Eagle Country, is the president of the prominent Suxian Group. He oversees numerous subsidiary companies and owns a considerable amount of real estate. His registered ID address places him at CMFU Avenue in Will City, Eagle Country, 160968****. After finishing his preparation for the first assassination target list, 17 silently infiltrated 106968****. He was unsure why these people wanted to kill Maddie, but with his formidable skills, uncovering the mastermind behind the hitman was not a difficult task, though the necessary intelligence came at a hefty price. If not for 17's insistence on taking action, Maddie would have been reluctant to spend such an amount. 17 specialized in close-range assassinations, but after spending nearly a year in Maddie's household, the opposition had already obtained his photographs and details. Any direct appearance would result in immediate gunfire. Thus, he abandoned the idea of close combat and opted for a stealthy infiltration. At this moment, he stood outside the residence of Luo Lu, the man who had previously sent assassins after Maddie. Luo Lu was known for his numerous romantic entanglements and multiple properties across Eagle Country, with each woman having her own residence. He frequently changed his living arrangements, but according to the intelligence team, today he was staying at this particular location. 17 circled the villa's perimeter wall, observing carefully for any surveillance cameras but found none. Quietly, he climbed atop the wall and peered inside. The villa's courtyard was expansive, devoid of visible guards but patrolled by 3 large wolfhounds. He checked the trees, no cameras there either. From his waist pouch, 17 retrieved pieces of meat laced with a potent sedative and tossed them into the courtyard. The movement caught the dogs' attention, and they quickly approached to sniff the meat. Outside the wall, 17 began counting softly, 10, 9, 8, 6, 2, 1. As he reached the count of 1, the 3 dogs collapsed to the ground, limp and dazed. Although the dogs were professionally trained, their reliance on their sense of smell was their downfall. The sedative injected into the meat worked instantly upon inhalation. With the watchdogs neutralized, 17 leaped into the courtyard and advanced toward the villa. The building was 2 stories high, and dim light spilled out from the first-floor living room, accompanied by faint sounds, likely from guards stationed inside. Luo Lu rarely faced direct attacks, resulting in lax security here. Pressing close to the main door, 17 listened intently. Inside, 4 men were playing cards. Identifying their positions, he used a universal key to quietly unlock the door, and the guards inside remained oblivious. As the door creaked open, the 4 guards froze in surprise. In that instant, 4 cold gleams sliced through the air, and 4 bloodied holes appeared in their throats. They collapsed silently to the ground. This was the result of 17's meticulously honed throwing knife skills. Though he typically controlled a maximum of 3 knives, he had risked it all this time, and to his surprise, all 4 knives struck true, piercing their targets' throats and landing softly on the couch without making a sound. Retrieving his knives, 17 proceeded to eliminate 4 more guards resting on the first floor before making his way upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he stopped in front of a bedroom door, where he heard heavy breathing and a woman's moans. Smirking coldly, he slipped inside unnoticed. On the bed lay a man and a woman, entwined and oblivious to his presence. Just as the woman was lost in pleasure, the man abruptly slumped lifelessly. The woman, about to scream, felt a chilling sensation on her neck. Something darted out, and she found herself unable to make a sound. 17 moved on to the next room, where he detected faint breathing. Entering, he saw 2 people asleep on the bed, neither of them Luo Lu. He turned to leave, but not before ensuring 2 more corpses remained in his wake. In truth, 17 didn't need to go through such trouble. He could have simply killed his target and left. However, Maddie insisted on sending a clear message to his adversaries, demanding the elimination of the entire household. 17 did not object. Killing a few more people was merely tedious work to him. As an assassin, he followed his employer's orders without question. The villa had numerous rooms, and it took 17 nearly 10 minutes to eliminate over a dozen individuals before finally finding his target, Luo Lu, in the last room. Unlike Maddie, Luo Lu was not overweight. His physique was muscular, a result of frequent gym workouts. After his divorce, he had taken to keeping numerous women under his patronage. Though he owned properties elsewhere, he often returned to this particular home. The first person 17 killed in this house had been Luo Li's son, followed by his brothers and other family members. Luo Li's 2 biological brothers had been coerced into living with him due to his influence, though the true reason was his interest in their wives and daughters. Now, Luo Lu lay in bed, holding his brother's daughter in his arms. With a swift slash, 17 ensured that neither Luo Lu nor the young girl would ever awaken. After confirming the villa was devoid of survivors, he burned the first assassination list and departed, heading toward the next target. In just over 3 hours, 17 had traversed nearly every corner of Wheel City, eliminating the families of 3 local tycoons without leaving a single survivor. Now, as he drove a sports car provided by Maddie at breakneck speed, he headed toward Bird City, his next destination. The journey from Wheel City to Bird City typically took over 3 hours, but 17 managed it in just over 1, a testament to his incredible driving skill. However, such haste was not without reason. It was nearing 5 in the morning, and the sky was beginning to brighten. Once daybreak arrived and people awoke, assassination would become significantly more challenging. At that point, barging in with an AK-47 might even be the more straightforward option. Eagle Country housed 4 groups of mercenaries. 3 of their employers had already been eliminated by 17, while the 4th was conveniently abroad. At dawn, when the mercenaries attempted to contact their employers and discovered they were dead, they would likely disband on their own, abandoning their missions. Even if they decided to persist, they would no longer receive payment for their efforts. However, for the hired assassins, it was a different story. Unlike mercenaries, assassins operated under the principle of completing their task regardless of the employer's fate, provided they had been paid in full upfront. The Villa 17 now approached belonged to a man named Wen Chang, the president of Wei Hai Group and the liaison for the Dragon Country mercenaries. However, it was unclear whether Ao Feng, a skilled lone mercenary, was also present. Thinking of Ao Feng, 17 felt a twinge of regret. Truth be told, he held a certain admiration for this independent and capable mercenary. Unfortunately, their opposing roles meant they were destined to clash. Shaking off his thoughts, 17 resumed his habitual practice of circling the villa's perimeter. Once again, he found no cameras. Climbing up the wall, he peeked inside. Unlike the previous villa, this one had no dogs, but 2 guards stood rigidly at the front entrance. Judging by their appearance, they were likely from the east and seemed highly disciplined, standing perfectly still like statues. These eastern guards were evidently more professional. Descending here would undoubtedly give away his position. 17 circled to the villa's side and climbed up to observe 2 more guards stationed there. Moving to the rear, he found another pair of guards. The villa was as secure as a fortress, making infiltration nearly impossible. Glancing at his watch, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Time was running out. Deciding to force his way in, 17 returned to his car and retrieved 2 flashbangs, 2 grenades, an AK-47, and 4 magazines. Armed with this heavy weaponry, he returned to the back of the villa. Beyond these, he still carried a compact handgun, a custom-designed Swiss dagger, a wrist-mounted triple-arrow launcher, and 5 throwing knives. From his position atop the wall, 17 raised the AK and fired several precise shots. The 2 guards below crumpled to the ground without a sound. However, the gunfire echoed across the area, alerting everyone inside. With no intention of retreating, 17 jumped down and charged toward the villa. Along the way, he noticed numerous surveillance cameras, but having opted for a direct assault, he had no plans to disable them. Footsteps approached from both ahead and behind. 17 knew they had spotted him via the cameras and were converging on his position. Undeterred, he pressed forward. Reaching a corner, he pulled out a flashbang and donned his specialized night vision goggles, tossing the flashbang around the bend. Boom. A blinding light illuminated the area, followed by chaotic shouting in Dragon Country's language. Leaping around the corner, 17 opened fire with the AK. By the time the 30-round magazine was emptied, 7 bodies lay scattered on the ground. Gunfire erupted behind him, and 17 swiftly ducked behind the wall, narrowly avoiding the incoming bullets. Reloading with practiced efficiency, he inserted a fresh magazine into the AK. The gunfire ceased as those behind him also sought cover. Judging by their breathing, there were 6 of them. With little cover available, they were huddled relatively close to one another. Smirking, 17 pulled out a grenade and hurled it toward them. "It's a grenade," someone shouted in Dragon Country's language. A moment later, boom. The explosion tore through the area. This particular grenade, a K-97 model developed by the Devil Research Unit, had a blast radius of about 3 meters. Naturally, these advanced weapons were not freebies. Maddie had purchased them from Devil before handing them to 17. Without even glancing back, 17 continued toward the villa's entrance. Confident in his ability to discern the rhythm of breathing, he knew the grenade had landed perfectly among the 6 guards. Even if it hadn't killed them outright, they were undoubtedly incapacitated. At the entrance of the villa, the 2 guards stationed there remained motionless. Their duty was to protect the gate. Everything else was irrelevant to them. 17 had just darted out from a corner and, without hesitation, opened fire on the 2 guards. However, these guards were clearly seasoned professionals. Before 17 could even pull the trigger, they had already leapt to opposite sides. A volley of bullets surged through the air, and though the guards evaded with remarkable agility, they did not forget to counter with their T2 firearms. Bullets flew wildly, cutting through the air, even snapping several relatively slim trees in half under the relentless barrage of gunfire. The 3 on the battlefield were all experts. The 2 guards spread out, creating a significant challenge for 17. Yet, 17's ability to conceal himself was equally impressive, leaving them unable to land a single shot. Finally, amidst the chaotic exchange of gunfire, one of the guards, who had taken cover behind a tree, let out a muffled groan. A bullet had pierced his eye. There was no chance of survival. With only one guard remaining, the situation became much simpler for 17. The earlier coordination between the two guards, forming a pincer attack, was now a lost advantage. Reloading a fresh magazine, 17 began advancing while firing steadily, suppressing the remaining guard, who was entrenched behind the stone steps and unable to retaliate. As 17 closed in, he pulled out a grenade and threw it toward the guard, though he deliberately refrained from pulling the safety pin. The grenade landed precisely near the guard. Startled, the guard immediately darted out from behind the stone steps. What awaited him, however, was a burst of bullets. The guard collapsed instantly. After dealing with the second guard, 17 retrieved the unused grenade from behind the stone steps. His intention had only been to scare the guard into revealing himself. After all, using a powerful grenade on just one person was far too wasteful. Loading his final magazine, 17 approached the front door. Pressing his ear against it, he tried to listen inside. Yet, whether due to the door's thickness or advanced soundproofing, he couldn't discern any noise from within, a first for him. The villa's first floor had only two entrances, the front door and the back door, the latter leading to the rear garden. However, the back door was made of a series of tempered, bulletproof glass panels that couldn't be broken even with rocks. Without heavy weaponry like a rocket launcher, breaching the back entrance in a short time was nearly impossible. That left the front door as the only viable option. But 17 was unsure of what awaited inside. If there were a large number of people within, charging in would be akin to poking a hornet's nest. After a moment of thought, 17 took a deep breath and resolutely reached out to push the front door. To his surprise, it wasn't locked and easily swung open. However, 17 remained vigilant. As the door opened just a crack, he instinctively leapt to the side and took cover. Yet, contrary to his expectations, no gunfire erupted. Instead, a deep male voice called out from within, 17, can we talk? 17's pupils contracted sharply. The voice knew his code name, but he quickly reasoned that his earlier actions had likely been captured clearly by the villa's surveillance cameras. The voice spoke again, this time in flawless Mandarin. Liu Yang, I bear you no ill will. Hearing the voice address him by his alias didn't surprise 17 either. After all, accompanying Coddies to school meant his identity had long since been uncovered. 17 pondered for a moment and decided it would be wise to engage in conversation first. His primary objective tonight was to uncover the connection between these people and Liu Yang. Moments later, 17 slowly turned his body to face the hall. Inside, on one side of the grand hall, were over 10 individuals. A man and a young girl sat on a sofa, their eyes fixed on 17, while 8 others stood behind them, their weapons pointed at the floor, a gesture indicating they bore no immediate hostility. 17's gaze swept across the faces of these individuals and quickly landed on Ao Feng among them. Soon, his eyes rested on the young girl sitting beside the man. Startled, he exclaimed, "It's you." The young girl was none other than Wenwei, the school belle from the prestigious academy. 17 and Wenwei had known of each other but had never spoken. Even when they crossed paths at school, they treated each other as strangers, passing by without interaction. After attending the elite school for half a year, 17 had become a legend known throughout the campus, standing on equal footing with Wenwei in terms of fame. However, their reputation stemmed from different sources. Wenwei was celebrated for her beauty, while 17 earned his notoriety through his cold demeanor and unmatched skills. The moment he had punched through a basketball with his bare fist, silencing the entire court, was unforgettable. Not long after, he single-handedly defeated over a dozen bodyguards summoned by Baluba. Emerging unscathed from the encounter, leaving behind a heap of groaning men, 17 became the stuff of legend. From that day on, neither Baluba nor any of the more arrogant students dared to provoke him. In truth, Wenwei had long wanted to get to know this seemingly aloof yet extraordinarily capable campus legend. However, their first encounter had been too awkward, making her hesitant to initiate conversation whenever they crossed paths. 17, on the other hand, was disinclined to speak with strangers, so despite knowing each other for 6 months, they had never formally interacted. What left the deepest impression on Wenwei was 17's piercing gaze and his solitary figure. She vividly remembered watching him take down Baluba's bodyguards. When 17 left without a scratch, the crowd collectively gasped, herself included. He then shot Baluba a cold glare, reducing the arrogant student to trembling legs. With that, 17 had walked away with Coddies, who was beaming with joy. From beginning to end, he hadn't said a single word. His cold exterior and swift, decisive moves left an indelible mark on everyone present. For some reason, as 17 turned to leave, Wenwei felt a tug at her heart. His retreating figure exuded a sense of desolation and solitude. She had always known 17 wasn't an ordinary person, but she hadn't imagined just how extraordinary he was. Earlier that night, Wenwei had been sound asleep when gunfire jolted her awake. Her parents rushed into her room, bringing her to the monitoring room with a group of bodyguards. On the surveillance screen, she was shocked to see a familiar figure. It wasn't until 17 turned to face a camera directly that her gasp of recognition escaped her lips. The intruder was none other than the campus legend, Liu Yang. Who was Liu Yang? Why had he broken into her home? Why was he killing her family's guards? 17 single-handedly took down the three tycoons? The hall fell silent for a long moment before when Chang suddenly laughed and said, "In just one night, you wiped out the entire households of three major tycoons, and all this was done by you alone? I find it really hard to believe."